Chapter 2332. Yuan was overjoyed when she saw that Ling Yunwu had listened to her suggestion. She reluctantly parted with Ling Yunwu, and a blue flying sword appeared under her feet and flew into the distance. Don't ever mention the horrifying phoenix again. After Yuan flew far away, Ling Yunwu coldly glared at the disciple and said, "Fortunately, this is your martial uncle. If it was someone else who wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, how would you answer? Do you want thousands of swordsmen to suffer the wrath of Senior Huajian?" "Yes, I know my mistake." The disciple who drew the sword immediately understood the crux of the matter and hurriedly replied with a bow. "However, what you said is not without reason." Ling Yunwu squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Sky Patrol City. Although the possibility is very small, if it's true, then the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect are really interesting. Let's go. Ling Yunwu thought for a while and waved his hand. He led the disciples across the mountain range of Golden Spring Mountain and flew in the direction of Sky Patrol City. However, they had just flown for a few miles when they were greeted by a dozen bird cultivators. Each bird cultivator was dragging a small dwarf on their back. Ling Yunwu did not dare to delay. He stopped in midair and cupped his hands. "Ling Yunwu of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect greets sword friend Feiyu." The bird cultivators stopped in midair. The one in front flapped his wings and glanced sharply at Ling Yunwu. He said coldly, "Soaring Wind Sword Sect? Your attack area doesn't seem to be here, right?" "Hehe, sword friend Feiyu, I'll let you know that I've lost something and I need to find it nearby." "What is it?" "It's not a good thing to let you know about it," Ling Yunwu said with a smile. "Senior Qi and the others should know about it." "Yes." The bird cultivator nodded slightly. "I'm Ing Chao of the Quilted Mountain Sect. I'm looking for a cultivator here. Can I help you?" "Oh? Are there any cultivators from the Taoist sect hiding here?" Ling Yunwu asked curiously. "I've been searching here for several days but I didn't find any clues. This old man flew past this place earlier, but I don't know any Dao sect cultivators." Ing Chao nodded and said, "But a few days ago not far from here my Flying Feather Sect's fellow disciples and the giants encountered dozens of Dao Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators in a row. Just as they were about to kill these cultivators, the giants sent over another dozen cultivators. One of the tall and thin Foundation establishment cultivators killed 3 of my Flying Feather Sect's fellow disciples and even scared the giants away." "Ah, he scared the giant away?" Ling Yunwu asked curiously, "Is this Foundation establishment cultivator very powerful?" What fellow Taoist Ling doesn't know is that the cultivator used a long staff to bend a giant's mace and send the giant into the ground. His strength is frightening. The giants tremble with fear and don't dare to continue fighting. A strange expression appeared on Ing Chao's face. Ling Yunwu sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly he realized something and hurriedly said, "A tall and thin cultivator? Are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" This old man doesn't know." Ing Chao shook his head slightly, then turned his head and asked, "Do you know?" The closest bird cultivator was the one who was chased away by Xiao Hua. He also shook his head and said, "This subordinate can't tell if he's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Ling Yunwu thought for a moment, then took out the sword slip and played the image. It's him." Although the bird cultivator couldn't see Xiao Hua's appearance, Xiao Hua's ghost-like flying speed, his tall and thin figure, and the Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist robe frightened the bird cultivator. His wings trembled non-stop, and the dwarf on his back almost fell from the sky. "Idiot!" Ing Chao cursed, then looked at Ling Yunwu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Ling is also looking for this person?" "That's right." Ling Yunwu clenched his teeth. "It's him. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person this time." "Good, since that's the case." Ing Chao nodded and said, "Then this old man will lend you a hand. Fellow Taoist Feiyu knows where this person is?" Ling Yunwu couldn't believe it. Ing Chao shook his wings and said with a smile, "Although this old man doesn't know, the little friend on my back knows." "Fellow Taoist Uni Cave knows?" Ling Yunwu was puzzled and looked at the dwarf on Ing Chao's back. "That's right, this old man knows." The dwarf proudly raised his neck and explained what he found, then added, "This old man and the others found traces of Taoist sect cultivators here, so they shouldn't be far from here." "Good." Ling Yunwu was so excited that he wanted to clap his hands. "This Ling thanks fellow Taoist Uni Cave." "Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome." The dwarf was very happy, and his facial features were squeezed together, as if being recognized by an illusory sword sect cultivator was an extremely amazing thing. "This old man and the others are just scouts." Ing Chao smiled coldly and said, If this old man's guess is correct, this should be a secret place for Taoist sect cultivators, and it should be the spirit stone vein we're looking for. Behind this old man, there are thousands of sword cultivators waiting. As long as we confirm it, they will immediately come. At that time, not only will we be able to find fellow Taoist lings things, we can even divide the large amount of spirit stones. Good. That's exactly what I want. Ling Yunwu laughed and said, then what are we hesitating for? Let's go. Good. Straightforward. Ying Chao shook his wings and a trace of a smile flashed in his eyes. His body flew up again and he carried the dwarf and flew towards the mountain range of Quanjin Mountain. At this time, there was already some snow on Quanjin Mountain, and palm-sized snowflakes fell from the clouds. Moreover, the thick layers of clouds were stacked in the air above Quanjin Mountain, as if a waterfall was pouring down from the sky, and it was even more spectacular. Jie! Ying Chao cried out a few times. More than 10 bird cultivators rushed up the tall Golden Spring Mountain range. They ascended in a straight line and gradually approached the cumulus clouds. Woo! An intense wind whistling sound was emitted from Ying Chao's body. Following which, more than 10 bird cultivators actually crashed into the clouds. In an instant, more than 10 huge holes were opened up in the dark clouds. The dark clouds sprinkled on their bodies, and their feathers were blown up one by one. The dwarves on their backs were already frightened out of their wits, and each of them hugged onto the backs of the bird cultivators, and shrunk their heads deep into their chests, not even daring to look. Looking at their situation compared to the high spirits of the bird cultivators, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Yunwu naturally would not follow the bird cultivators into the clouds, and he did not understand the actions of these bird cultivators. Just as he was frowning slightly, more than 10 sounds rang out, and more than 10 bird cultivators once again flew out from the clouds, and separately flew towards the surroundings of Quanjin Mountain. What are these bird cultivators trying to do? A disciple saw Ling Yunwu frowning and also said in agreement, who doesn't know that they are flying high? I'm afraid they want to see the size of Quanjin Mountain. Assign the scouting positions. Ling Yunwu said indifferently. Let's go, I want to see where Ying Chao is. Ying Chao, with the dwarf on his back, landed in the air several hundred feet away from Ling Yunwu, and still maintained that kind of extreme speed. Ah! The dwarf on his back really could not bear this kind of stimulation and shouted out loudly. With a loud bang, Ying Chao's wings suddenly spread open, and his whole body immediately became as stable as a falling leaf, slowly floating towards the northeast corner of Quanjin Mountain. When he was only several feet away from the forest of Quanjin Mountain, the dwarf let go of his hand and jumped down from Ying Chao's back. It was obvious that the dwarf's legs were somewhat trembling. When the dwarf landed in the forest, he heard a burst of crackling sounds, and the dwarf in Ling Yunwu's eyes suddenly disappeared. Oh, this dwarf knows the 5 elements escape technique. Ling Yunwu suddenly understood why Ying Chao and the other bird cultivators brought the dwarf over. Just now, the dwarf only said that he found the traces of Xiaohua and the others, and did not say that he used the earth derivation technique to avoid Xiaohua's divine sense, so Ling Yunwu was shocked. Flying in front of Ying Chao, Ling Yunwu cupped his hands and said, Sword friend Ying Chao, this dwarf actually knows the 5 elements escape technique? It is this Ling who is ignorant and inexperienced. It's nothing but a thing that hides underground all day long, not daring to see people. At this time, Ying Chao had already returned to his human form. He was a swordsman with a thin figure and sallow skin. His 2 slender eyes flashed with arrogance from time to time. If I did not ask them to help find the traces of cultivators, how could this old man let them sit on my back? Ling Yunwu suddenly understood why the bird cultivators rushed into the sky just now. This Ling also knows some things about the sword domain since childhood, and now I have cultivated to the illusory sword, but this mysterious dwarf, and also this giant, I still do not know much. I wonder if sword friend Feiyu can enlighten me? Ling Yunwu cupped his hands and asked very modestly. Don't ask me, this old man also does not know. Ying Chao waved his hand disdainfully. It's nothing more than digging holes in the ground, what do you know about them? Then he looked at Ling Yunwu and said with a serious expression. It's not that this old man doesn't want to say, this old man really does not know. If Senior Qi did not call them out, he must know that there are such strange people in my sword domain. Oh, Ling Yunwu was quite disappointed. He looked at the ground and said, the dwarf's 5 elements escape technique is similar to the Taoist sect's magic star. It should be different. Ying Chao shook his head and said, this is the dwarf's earth amplification technique. It is said that the dwarf was born with a remarkable ability. It is similar to the giant's infinite strength. However, the dwarf is really too timid, so it is not good to show. Perhaps. Ling Yunwu's eyes did not leave the forest, as if he wanted to see the dwarf's trace. Ing Chao did not speak, and his figure stood there straight. From afar he looked very proud and aloof. The dwarf had long been frightened out of his wits. When he swore that he would never sit on the bird cultivator's back again, he saw that the distance to the ground was not high, so he immediately jumped down from Ing Chao's back. Although his figure was small, he still crashed into a tree and even broke a branch. After the dwarf landed on the ground, he did not escape into the depths but instead hid under the soil layer. He let out a long sigh and stayed in a daze for as long as a meal. Only then did his figure sway and escape into the depths of Golden Spring Mountain. Chapter 23:33. As the dwarf moved downwards, his nose twitched. Sometimes he would move left, sometimes he would move right, sometimes he would dive down, sometimes he would move up, as if there really was a path beneath the earth. The dwarf's earth amplification technique was different from Xiaohua's earth escape technique. There wasn't any brilliance protecting the dwarf's body. As long as the dwarf moved his hands and feet, his body would move. Everything was the same as a mortal walking on the ground. However, after the dwarf stealthily moved for a long time, his body began to slow down. The dwarf's face wasn't alarmed but rather happy. This proved that the earth here was different from other places, and this was exactly what he was looking for. Sure enough, after another hour, the earth beneath his feet became incomparably hard. The dwarf was no longer able to move even half a step forward. The dwarf looked left and right. Then he followed the hard earth towards the Golden Spring Mountain Range. And within the Golden Spring Mountain Range, in a secluded area within a palace-like cave, Tu Hong and Lan Xan were sitting on two chairs with expressionless faces. In front of the chairs was a square mirror that was 10 feet wide, and the mirror was covered in an earthy yellow color. And in this earthy yellow haze, there was a dark red thread that was like a blood-red thread that was extremely obvious on the lower half of the mirror. Not too far away from this blood-red thread, there were dozens of pitch-black dots that were slowly moving towards it. Great General. Seeing the dots come closer and closer, Lan Xan couldn't help but be moved. She whispered, "This sword cultivator, where did he find such a master? There are actually dozens of them. They actually know the 5-element escape technique." However, Tu Hong didn't seem to hear her. His face was indifferent as he coldly watched those black dots approach the blood-red thread. Seeing Tu Hong not respond, Lan Xan first stopped talking. But after another cup of tea's worth of cultivation, she couldn't help but remind him again, "Great General. They are getting closer and closer. I fear they will discover the spells of my Golden Spring Mountain Range." "Old brother Lan." Tu Hong looked up and sighed, "I have reminded you more than once that the path of a general is to first control your heart. Even if a spiritual mountain collapses in front of you, your complexion won't change. Even if an elk rises to the left, your eyes won't blink. Then, you will be able to control the situation and deal with the enemy. If you can't even handle the tricks of a dozen ghastly clowns, how can you improve your cultivation?" "Alas, Great General. That's easy to say but difficult to do." Lan Xan sighed. This old woman also knows that there is nothing to fear from these dozens of clowns. But what about behind them? That was over 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if my Golden Spring Mountain disciples are not afraid of them, wouldn't my Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone mine be exposed? The Great General's foundation was gone soon? Without Quan Jin Shan, the Great General's position in Sky Patrol City is also in jeopardy. And elder brother Lan was worried about this too, but this too mocked elder brother instead. This too is really unbearable. Tu Hong's expression slightly changed. He stood up and cupped his hands. "This too apologizes to elder brother." It's nothing." Lan Xan hurriedly blocked Tu Hong. She smiled and said, "This old woman also wants to borrow the strength of the Great General to cultivate to the Golden Core Realm. This is also for my own sake." Old brother Lan, this too knows what you're thinking." Tu Hong took advantage of the situation to sit down. He pointed his finger and said, "Actually, what elder brother is thinking is that Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine will be discovered by the sword cultivators. You even vaguely mentioned before that the arrival of the disciples from the 3 countries would attract the attention of the sword cultivators and bring a devastating disaster to my Golden Spring Mountain?" That's right, this old man did say that." Lan Xan nodded without concealing anything. The Dusk Mansion's conference hall is simply a high and mighty place. They blindly give orders. If they didn't send any disciples here, my Golden Spring Mountain would have concealed it well. Even after 1,000 years, we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the sword cultivators. But now, how many days has it been since their reinforcements arrived? The sword cultivators have already chased after us. Tu Hong nodded. He didn't comment. Instead, he asked, "Did you find that disciple that randomly broke into the Spirit Stone mine?" No. There wasn't any trace of him. Lan Xan found it strange that Tu Hong would suddenly ask this. She shook her head and said, "Also, I didn't see any changes in Golden Spring Mountain spells. I'm afraid that disciple was mistaken." What kind of rumors can there be among the disciples of the three countries? Tu Hong suddenly asked. Rumors? Lan Xan was puzzled. She blankly said, "No, I didn't hear any rumors." That's good. Tu Hong nodded, a relieved look on his face. He said, "My Golden Spring Mountain's array formation is very tight. Since no outsiders have infiltrated, then that means that the unknown figure is a cultivator from within my Golden Spring Mountain. Of course, this is only a guess. Perhaps there isn't. Moreover, there aren't any rumors right now. The sword cultivator's attack is imminent, so who cares if there isn't?" Yes. Lan Xan still couldn't make sense of this, so she could only nod. "There are many things that I don't want old brother Lan to know." As Tu Hong saw this, he mysteriously smiled and said, "As long as I pass through this great sword battle at Golden Spring Mountain, whether or not Golden Spring Mountain is exposed, it will be harmless to me. The Lord City Lord of Sky Patrol City? He will definitely reward me." Huh? Lan Xan was stunned. Then, as if she thought of something, she raised her eyebrows and said, "So, should..." Tu Hong raised his index finger and placed it on his lips. He smiled and said, "There are some things that cannot be said. Who knows if there is another cultivator that we cannot detect next to this cave. Let's wait for this matter to end. Oh look, the sword cultivators are approaching the barrier." As he said this, Tu Hong pointed his finger at the four sides of the mirror. Sure enough, dozens of small dots were approaching the blood threads from all directions. However, just as these small dots were about to approach the blood threads, they all stopped there. Then they were like ants on a hot pan. After circling around for a moment, they scattered and started to swim around the blood threads. Lan Xan's face showed a trace of relief. But Tu Hong frowned. After a moment he whispered, "The earth layer of this spirit stone mine is very solid. It is what my Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array formation relies on, but it is also a place that is easily discovered. Although these sword cultivators cannot go deep into the earth layer, they should already know that there is something strange below." Then Tu Hong looked up and said, "Old brother Lan, go and inform the disciples of the Dawn Array to kill the sword cultivators near them." Lan Xan hesitated for a moment, then cupped her hands and said, "This old woman will go now." Not long after Lan Xan walked out, she saw that there weren't any superfluous images on the mirror. Instead, the three small dots that were cruising above the blood-red lines suddenly began to accelerate, as if they had been frightened and began to flee in all directions. Seeing the three small dots getting further and further away from the blood threads, Tu Hong was a little surprised, and his face gradually became dignified. When the small dots broke away from the yellow mirror, Tu Hong clapped his hands again, and a misty brilliance emitted from his hands, covering the four sides of the mirror. The mirror began to shrink, and when it had shrunk to the size of a foot, Tu Hong clenched his hand, and a yellow light appeared between his fingers. He tightly grasped the mirror, and as the yellow light lingered, the mirror transformed into the shape of a three rhombus. Chapter 23:34. Quick! Tu Hong shouted. He pointed his finger once more, and a yellow light shot out from the trirhombus mirror, turning into a rectangular light screen. Dwarves? So they were dwarves. This old man thought they were sword cultivators. On the light screen, the images of three dwarves were reflected. At this time Lan Xan also hurried in. She anxiously said, Hi General, but as he saw the light screen projected into the air, he stopped, his eyes flashing with anxiety. Tu Hong didn't bother with Lan Xan. Instead, he urged the mirror to slowly rotate. Gradually, the bird cultivator Ing Chao's face also flashed on the light screen. Ing Chao's complexion was as ugly as Lan Xan's. It seemed that after hearing the dwarf's report, he was unable to make a decision. Ing Chao, who was standing on the light screen, was startled. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand, turning it into an eagle's wing that streaked across the air. Immediately, Tu Hong's light screen turned into a blur, destroying Tu Hong's light screen that was moving towards Ling Yunwu. Tu Hong wasn't surprised. He slapped his hand, hitting the trirhombus mirror. The mirror gradually shrank, turning into a small triangle that fell into his hand. Tu Hong looked up at Lan Xen and smiled. Old brother Lan, you also saw it? This old man received a report from a disciple that went out to kill a sword cultivator. As soon as I learned that dwarves had appeared, I immediately came back to report. Lan Xen forced a smile. Dwarves? I don't know how many years it has been since they've appeared in the Huan Nation. There are records of dwarves in Sky Patrol City. Tu Hong didn't seem particularly surprised. But it's not particularly detailed. I didn't look at it carefully. I only know that dwarves are born with the ability to escape through the earth, but I don't know anything else. Hi General, you should take a good look. Lan Xen knew that it was useless to say more, but she still complained. Hi General, you guard Golden Spring Mountain, you should know more about the Huan Nation. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to see if there was any secret technique that Yu Meng had, I fear that I wouldn't even know about this. Tu Hong didn't hide his purpose. Since the dwarves have appeared, the underground defensive array of my Golden Spring Mountain. I'm afraid it won't be as optimistic as we thought. Lan Xen thought for a moment and then said, although I don't know whether or not this dwarf can break through this array formation, we still have to take precautions. Yes, this too naturally knows. Tu Hong nodded, and then his face turned solemn, saying, just now that bird cultivator discovered this too spying, but I didn't see the face of the sword cultivator beside him. However, it seems that the sword cultivator's cultivation isn't low. He's either a grade 6 brilliant sword or a grade 1 illusory sword. If he's only a grade 1 illusory sword, it'll be troublesome. Will an illusory sword cultivator appear? Lan Xen frowned as she heard this. My Dao Sect's Golden Core cultivator hasn't even made a move yet, but the sword cultivator's illusory sword swordsman. As Lan Xen spoke to her, she stopped. Obviously she was thinking of Qin Jian. Since Qin Jian, who was at the illusory sword realm, could kill a Dao Sect disciple, it wasn't strange for an illusory sword swordsman to appear here. Old brother Lan, arrange for some trusted disciples to bring Yu Meng to a safe place. Tu Hong pondered for a moment and ordered. Ah. Lan Xen was stunned. However, he was only stunned for a moment. He bowed and said, this old man understands. But just as he turned around, he stopped and asked in a low voice, also, do you want to send several female disciples of the Dao Sect to go with her? This. Tu Hong hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Old brother Lan, you can arrange it as you see fit. As long as they don't become suspicious, it's fine. Haha, I asked General to rest assured. Lan Xen turned and quickly walked away. Looking at Lan Xen's departing figure, Tu Hong had a relieved expression on his face. He whispered to himself, Yu Meng, as long as you are safe, then this too can rest assured. Just you wait. In a few years, you will be able to restore yourself to how you were before. This too, will be able to fulfill the blood oath I made in the past. Not to mention Tu Hong's arrangements at Golden Spring Mountain, Ling Yunwu was anxiously waiting at the top of Golden Spring Mountain. All of a sudden, he saw 3 bird-type cultivators carrying 3 dwarves with pale faces flying over. He immediately flew over and shouted, have you found any sword cultivators? Who would have thought that the 3 dwarves would be so scared that their courage had been broken? Their mouths were tightly shut, not saying a single word. Ling Yunwu had no choice but to follow them and land in front of Ying Chao. Ying Chao smiled and asked, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. What did you encounter underground? Reporting to High Master Ying. One of the bird cultivators revealed his human form and cupped his hands across his chest. This disciple heard this dwarf say that he encountered an incomparably hard layer of stone below ground and was unable to go any further. Moreover, as he was looking for a flaw, 2 Dao Sect cultivators suddenly appeared and attacked him without saying a single word. Good. Ying Chao clapped his hands and said, the hard layer of stone must be where the spirit stone vein is located. Dao Sect cultivators also appeared. Is there any need to say anything? Oh. While they were talking, Ying Chao shouted and looked towards the forest. With a wave of his arm, his figure flew up and shouted, quickly call out the other dwarves. There is a golden core cultivator in this spirit stone vein. We will talk after we retreat. Oh? It really is that bastard. Ling Yunwu's face revealed a sinister expression. Since that bastard is here, I will turn this terrifying phoenix into a dead chicken man. Immediately after, Ling Yunwu also flew up on his sword and went straight into the sky. He waited for the bird cultivators to fly over with the dwarves before flying away with Ying Chao. Naturally, not long after they flew away, the bird cultivators who flew extremely high returned. They circled above the clouds in the sky, constantly monitoring the movements of Jinquan Mountain. Xiao Hua, who was regarded as a dead chicken man by Ling Yunwu, was incomparably free and unfettered at this time. Except for the day when he sneaked into the depths of the spirit stone vein, he was a little cautious and did not go again. For the next few days he casually said a few words to Ming Mao and then left. He secretly escaped into the depths of the spirit stone vein and used the wishful staff to mine for jade essence. Damn it, this young master has never seen so many spirit stones. No, it's jade essence. Damn it, if every day, every moment, how good would it be to mine jade essence like this? Xiao Hua's eyes were shining. The wishful staff in his hand was constantly waving, and every time it was waved, a large or small piece of jade essence would fall. It was immediately absorbed into his space. That jade essence was really a strange thing between heaven and earth. It was incomparably hard, and previously it was perfectly round. Xiao Hua could only use the silver-gilded dragon sword to dig out a small piece. Later, he was able to follow the traces of digging and use the wishful staff. Moreover, with each piece of jade essence, Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling. It seems, this young master often did this kind of thing before? Is it possible that this young master is a low-level cultivator who mines spirit stones? Xiao Hua scratched his head. Or, is it a spirit stone mine worker? Yes, mining jade essence and reclaiming wasteland were so similar, how could Xiao Hua not feel familiar? And if possible, after the war, this young master will find an opportunity to go to a spirit stone mine and see if I can mix in as a miner. Not only can I satisfy my cravings, but I can also earn some spirit stones. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua was imagining his happy life in the future, a 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman quietly appeared in front of his eyes. What happened to Ming Mao? Which little bastard actually dared to provoke our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? And even hindered this young master's wealth? It would be strange if this young master didn't beat you until you were crippled. Xiao Hua was angry. When he gave Ming Mao the sound-transmitting talisman, he said that unless it was a last resort, she must not look for him. However, when Xiao Hua flew back and saw Ming Mao standing there peacefully without any other cultivators beside her, he couldn't help but frown. Senior sister Ming Mao, did someone disturb you? Where is he? Hehe, junior brother Xiao, are you that concerned about your senior sister? Ming Mao said with a smile. Did you immediately stop cultivating and fly over to protect senior sister as soon as you received the sound-transmitting talisman? Xiao Hua was speechless when he saw how narcissistic Ming Mao was, even saying that she had secretly gone out to cultivate. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, this little brother has a secret technique to familiarize himself with, but since senior sister Ming Mao has something to do, this little brother can't not come. Actually, if you really have a secret technique to cultivate, you can just tell Captain Chui. He will definitely cultivate with you and won't need to be on guard duty. Ming Mao said with a smile. Tell him? Xiao Hua curled his lips. I'm lazy. Don't you know? I know you're lazy. Can I tell him? Ming Mao felt very good about herself. You can't let your face affect your cultivation, right? No need. Hearing Ming Mao speak so intimately with him, Xiao Hua's intuition told him that Fairy Hongxia's fingernails and Xue Xue's teeth had appeared behind him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior sister, why did you suddenly send me a message? Can't I send a message if there's nothing? Ming Mao asked back, shouldn't you be on guard duty with this concubine? Senior sister is joking. Hurry up and say it. This little brother's secret technique is still lacking. Xiao Hua saw Ming Mao take a step forward and immediately retreated 2 steps back and said with a smile. Ming Mao pouted and said unhappily, it's nothing much. It's just that Captain Chui's message talisman asked us to return. It seems like they haven't finished patrolling yet. Xiao Hua looked around and said curiously, could it be that something happened? Who knows? The message talisman didn't say anything. Ming Mao also shook her head blankly. However, when they returned to the quiet room and heard Chui Hongshan's explanation, Xiao Hua was stunned. What? They want to send a few female cultivators to escort a very important item back to Sky Patrol City? Are you kidding me? Not to mention that there are many female cultivators in Quanjin Mountain. Why did they choose 3 female disciples from my Imperial Thunder Sect? Furthermore, didn't they want to conceal the information about Quanjin Mountain Spirit Stone Mine? If we escort the item out now, wouldn't it increase the chances of being exposed? What? You can't bear to let senior sister Ming Mao go out? Dui Qiming saw that Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked so many questions in a row and chuckled. Xiao Hua was speechless. He waved his hand and said, I don't have any opinion. I just feel that it's a little strange. It doesn't matter if it's strange or not. Cui Hongshan ignored Xiao Hua's strangeness and waved his hand. This is a good thing for my Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 2335. And Xiao Hua naturally understood that once the 3 female cultivators left the Quanjin Mountain, they would naturally escape from the Quanjin Mountain. Even if the sword cultivator discovered the Quanjin Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, they would not be in any danger. Actually, this place is very safe. Sword cultivators are unlikely to discover this place. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Qiming and said, of course Sky Patrol City is even safer. However, this way the journey will be troublesome. Senior sister still has to be careful. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Dui Qiming nodded, while Dui Ling pouted and said unhappily, actually this concubine feels that staying by Xiao Hua's side is the safest. Alright, Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, Senior sister Dui, when are you leaving? Naturally it's now. Dui Qiming smiled and said, if it wasn't for us returning late from patrol duty, I heard from Hongshan that the disciples of Quanjin Mountain would have let us go. And then senior sister Dui should hurry. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he had a bad feeling. He raised his eyes to look at Cui Hongshan. Although Cui Hongshan only glanced at him and then looked at Dui Qiming, there was also deep worry in his eyes. Then, this concubine is leaving? Dui Qiming looked at Cui Hongshan, and the worst thing was that her bright eyes were also looking at Xiao Hua as she whispered, then, this concubine is leaving too. Dui Ling looked like she was about to cry as she said to Xiao Hua, I'm leaving too. Damn it, it seems, this has nothing to do with this young master. Xiao Hua was about to cry, but at the same time, he also knew that this was the same situation as Foul Mountain. Seeing that they were about to meet in battle, it was even worse than Foul Mountain. He might be able to escape, but it was hard to say whether the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team would be intact. He also could not hurt the two's hearts for no reason, so he could only wave his hand and said, you all should hurry back to Sky Patrol City and pass a message to Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. What message? Dui Ling was immediately confused by Xiao Hua and asked curiously. When Xiao Hua saw this, he said in all seriousness, tell them to quickly prepare storage pouches and fill them with spirit stones. I want to kill a lot of sword cultivators in this battle and use their heads to exchange for spirit stones. Dui Ling chuckled. He clenched his fist and punched Xiao Hua's shoulder. He rebuked, this concubine was so worried about your lives. Are you really that heartless? The other disciples of the first squad of the Imperial Thunder sect looked a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Hua was also helpless, he could neither dodge nor not dodge. Fortunately, when Dui Ling's fist landed, without waiting for him to speak, a Jinshan Quanjin Mountain disciple hurried over. Upon seeing the 3 of them, he was overjoyed and said, 3 martial uncles, please hurry over with this junior. Martial Uncle Lan and the rest are already waiting anxiously, this junior is here to urge them. Then the disciple handed a jade slip to Cui Hongshan and said, Captain Cui, please return the previous jade slip to this junior. This jade slip has been rearranged. Yes. Cui Hongshan took the jade slip and returned the jade slip that Lan Xian had given him to the disciple. Then he said, I'll send you off. Cui Hongshan was reluctant to part with Dui Qiming. Captain Cui. The disciple said awkwardly, you should know that this is a secret. It's best not to let the other disciples know. If you send them off, this Cui understands. Cui Hongshan nodded. He looked at Dui Qiming and said, be careful on the road. This concubine understands. You must also be careful. Dui Qiming knew that the ones she should warn the most were Cui Hongshan and the others. But she couldn't say such discouraging words. She could only hint, don't force yourself. Listen to the opinions of others. This concubine will wait for my husband at Sky Patrol City. The word husband awakened Cui Hongshan's tenderness and arrogance. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He watched as Dui Qiming, Ming Mao and Dui Ling left with the Jinshan Quanjin Mountain disciple. After the 3 figures disappeared, Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, fellow junior apprentice brothers, it seems that the war is imminent. Our previous thoughts were too naive. Although this place is deep underground, it has already been discovered by the sword cultivators. Let's stop patrolling for now and focus on controlling the array formation. This will give us a chance to save our lives. Yes. Zhen Minghui and the others nodded, but they didn't disperse. Cui Hongshan understood. He turned to look at Xiaohua and said indifferently, "What do you think?" "Nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand, "Just don't go too far from this, Xiao." Then Xiaohua turned and walked out. What are you going to do?" Cui Hongshan couldn't help but ask. This Xiao is naturally going to be on duty. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head. What nonsense. The sword cultivators were about to arrive. No matter who was in charge of Jinshan Quanjin Mountain, there probably wouldn't be a good opportunity to mine more jade essence in the future. Xiaohua definitely needed to mine more jade essence. Thinking about how he just said that he didn't need to be on duty, Cui Hongshan was a bit angry. "Captain Cui, let's hurry up and look at the array formation," Zhen Minghui hurriedly said. "Junior apprentice brother Zhao's cultivation is profound and isn't afraid of this. But we can't always rely on junior apprentice brother Zhao's protection. If we can use a bit more of the array formation's power, we will have a bit more chance of survival." Cui Hongshan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He and the other 6 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect started to comprehend it again. Tu Hong didn't personally come out to arrange the transfer of the crystal coffin. However, his gaze was the same as Cui Hongshan's, very reluctant to part from the crystal coffin that had already been concealed. Moreover, his gaze also fell on Dui Qiming's face, who was smiling like a flower. A kind of distant memory seemed to have been awakened. Contrary to Cui Hongshan's expectations, and even more contrary to Tu Hong's expectations, another 3 days passed. Unexpectedly, it was very calm and there was no difference from before. If not for the dwarves coming to spy on them, Tu Hong would almost think that Quanjin Mountain was still unknown to the sword cultivators. And Xiaohua was even more happy. In these few days, whenever he had time, he would go up and underground. The rare and unusual jade essence had long been pried away by him. Sometimes when Xiaohua returned to the quiet room, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He took out the jade essence and looked at it left and right, unable to bear to put it down. On this day Xiaohua was still on patrol duty. He was mining for jade essence and selling dog meat under Quanjin Mountain's mineral veins. Suddenly he heard a series of dong 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 tremors coming from the ground of Quanjin Mountain, almost causing him to raise his wishful staff to tilt. "Granny, the sword cultivators are finally here." Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to put away the wishful staff and escape back to the quiet room. However, when he saw that there was still a large piece of jade essence in front of him, he couldn't help but scratch his face and shouted, "Damn sword cultivators, you actually dare to block your grandpa's wealth. See how grandpa will deal with you." Immediately, a big staff smashed on top of it and a fist-sized jade essence fell down. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and firmly caught it. Only then did he return to the mineral vein. Chapter 2336. Dong dong, the sound became increasingly hurried like footsteps, but also like a deliberate rhythm, smashing onto the ground and knocking on everyone's hearts. Without waiting for Xiaohua to return to his quiet room, he heard a sharp whistle resounding throughout the entire Springgold Mountain mine. Groups after groups of Springgold Mountain disciples flew out from their respective resting places and flew towards different mountain caves. The thousands of Dao sect disciples who had come as reinforcements were also nervously flying back from their quiet rooms. Although the entire mine was in a mess, it was still in an orderly manner. Xiaohua's appearance did not attract the attention of many people. Cui Hongshan and the rest naturally came out long ago. Seeing Xiaohua return, they did not say much and waved their hands, "Follow this Cui." As he spoke, Cui Hongshan's figure flew up and flew straight towards the space where the Imperial Thunder sect disciples entered Quanjin Mountain. When they arrived at the rather large space, the situation inside was already different. Not to mention that the atmosphere was very tense. Every Quanjin Mountain disciple's face was tense as they hurriedly commanded the incoming Dao sect disciples. Even the number of caves in the space had increased by a lot. Previously, when Xiaohua and the rest entered, there were 4 to 5 connected tunnels in the space. Now, there were actually 40 to 50 tunnels, filling up the entire space. Every pitch-black cave had a Quanjin Mountain disciple guarding it. Hearing the disciple in the middle shouting out the name of the group that came as reinforcements, the disciple in charge would immediately raise his hand and invite the group of disciples to enter the tunnel through the cave above their heads. And looks like Quanjin Mountain is still different from Chicken Crow Mountain. Seeing such a chaotic situation, Xiaohua was rather confident in his heart as he thought to himself, "This way, the 7 disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect will be safe." In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it was the turn of the Imperial Thunder sect. Hearing that it was the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, the innermost disciple immediately raised his hand to signal Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan understood and immediately activated his transcendence energy and flew to the front of the pitch-black tunnel. The disciple on guard clapped his hands and took out 7 yellow talismans and handed them to Cui Hongshan. He said, "Team Leader Cui, these are the yellow talismans for the passage of our Mount Quanjin array. Please take them well. With these yellow talismans, you will be able to pass freely within the array for 3 hours. Of course, Captain Cui, please restrain your disciples and don't move around randomly. We have to be in sync and deal with sword cultivators together." "I know." Cui Hongshan took the yellow talisman and nodded. "Please." The disciple stepped aside and raised his hand. "Please." Cui Hongshan also clasped his hands together and raised his head to take a look. His silhouette then flew up and rushed into the tunnel. After that, everyone followed suit with Xiaohua flying at the back. The tunnel was normal, but what was abnormal was that other than Cui Hongshan and the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, no other cultivators entered the tunnel. The cultivators of Jianghu Mountain hurriedly set up their formation. Similarly, outside the mountain range of Jianghu Mountain, a murderous aura soared to the heavens. A few li away from the Golden Spring Mountain, under the rare clear sky within a radius of a few li, there was a spirit beast that was several zhang tall and 10 zhang long. It was unusually thick and sturdy, and it was approaching the Golden Spring Mountain in unison. The rhythm that was pounding on the ground was produced by these huge beasts. This was not including the trees. The most terrifying thing was that when these spirit beasts were pushed forward by a foot, the huge rocks, gentle slopes and trees in front of them were all destroyed by them. When these huge beasts saw the huge rocks in front of them, they immediately spat out a kind of liquid from an oval, fist-sized hole on their faces and landed on the rocks. Following that, from another small hole under the same hole, an earthen yellow light was emitted. Following that, the huge rocks immediately turned soft and slightly collapsed. By the time the huge beasts kicked a leg that was thicker than a pillar, the huge rocks had already turned into a pile of mud. Needless to say, the trees did not need any liquid. As long as the earthen yellow light swept past them, they would all collapse and turn into wood chips under the huge paws of the huge beasts. Behind the huge beasts, there were thousands of sword cultivators. All of them walked on their swords and their faces were extremely solemn. However, these sword cultivators who looked aloof and arrogant were just like their characters. They kept a distance from the huge beasts, as if they did not want to be associated with them. Looking at the sky above the huge beasts, there were hundreds of bird cultivators hovering in midair and gradually surrounding Jianghu Mountain. A few miles away from the sword cultivators, in midair, Ling Yunwu was leading dozens of sword-nurturing disciples. He looked coldly at them. Beside him, there were also a few illusory sword cultivators and a few high-level beast cultivators. The bird cultivator Ying Chao was also among them. Sword friend Yuan Qing. Ling Yunwu finally could not hold it in and frowned. "Your sky-scraping sword sect. With such preparations, aren't you giving the cultivators of Jianghu Mountain a way out? If they escape from the south, then this Ling's matter." Cough cough. That old man dressed in khaki sword robes was Yuan Qing of the sky-scraping sword sect. He coughed and looked at the few sword cultivators who were also illusory sword cultivators. He said, "Sword friend Ling, this is not where your sword sect is defending. That's why you have such thoughts. If you were in my place, I'm afraid you wouldn't say that." I understand." Ling Yunwu smiled bitterly. Sword friend's arrangement is to make the cultivators have the intention to retreat and give up on the spiritual stone mine of Jianghu Mountain. Then, we sword cultivators can take it down without shedding any blood. Yes, my sky-scraping sword sect and a few other sword sects indeed have such plans. Yuan Qing said without hiding anything. Furthermore, we have also considered that if the so-called terrifying phoenix is really at Jianghu Mountain, he will definitely not escape. He might even take the initiative to fight. Don't forget, he is a golden core cultivator. If he escapes, he will lose all his face. Terrifying phoenix? Ling Yunwu's face showed a trace of displeasure. He said softly, "Sword friend Yuan Qing, I have never mentioned it before, right? Don't pin this on me." Did I say it was you?" Yuan Qing laughed. "I don't care if he is a terrifying phoenix or a terrifying chicken. Even if he is a golden core cultivator, he will not be able to escape from my hands today." Then Yuan Qing turned his head and asked, "Sword friendly, is there any problem with this blood calamity beast?" A fat beast cultivator stepped forward and answered with a smile, "Sword friend Yuan, don't worry. Although my Mystic Valley cannot be compared to the other beast cultivator sects in the sword domain, We are still good at rearing spiritual beasts. This blood calamity beast is good at harming spiritual trees and tormenting the soil. No other spiritual beasts can compare to it. That's right, Ing Chao also laughed in a sharp voice. Even the old me is unfamiliar with this beast. If I had not discussed with the sword friends of the beast cultivators on how to dig out the Dao sect cultivators from underground a few days ago, the old me would not have known that this beast was actually so useful. This beast is meant for other purposes. It is normal that Senior Ing does not know about it. Li Min said respectfully, if not for the fact that these spiritual beasts are scattered all over the sword domain, making it troublesome for me to gather them, the attack would have started a few days ago. I hope it will not delay Senior's plan. Don't mention it. With this beast we have saved a lot of trouble. I can't thank you enough. Ing Chao replied with a smile. The Valley Master of the Mystic Valley, Li Min, was a small figure in the sword domain. The Mystic Valley was a sect similar to the Spirit Husbandry sect in the country of Shi. In terms of cultivation, it was far inferior to the union of man and beast cultivators. Li Min had always lived in the sword domain with his tail between his legs, doing things that other beast cultivators were not willing to do. Usually no swordsman thought highly of him. Now that he was suddenly put in an important position, he felt overwhelmed by favor. After we break through the Golden Spring Mountain today, I will make the decision to reward you with some of my beast cultivators' secret techniques. I will let you know the true profoundness of beast cultivators. Ing Chao looked at the fatty and was pleased with himself as he said casually, Yes, thank you, Senior Ing. The fatty almost bowed and kowtowed. He did not have the bearing of a valley master. Friend Ling Jinyu, why isn't your fellow sect members here yet? Seeing that the blood calamity beast had already reached the Golden Spring Mountain, Yuan Qing glanced at the talkative beast cultivator and asked, When the blood calamity beast crosses the mountain and enters the forest of the Golden Spring Mountain, the disciples of the Golden Spring Mountain will come out. When that time comes, the Golden Core cultivator will definitely come out. Do you want to accept the challenge? Of course I will accept the challenge. Ling Yunwu laughed coldly, I will definitely make up for my own mistakes. I'm up to you. Yuan Qing expressed that he did not feel any pressure. But Ling Yunwu once again looked anxiously in the direction of the Soaring Wind Sword sect. A few days had already passed, there was no reason for his fellow sect members to not be here. Moreover, if he was alone he really did not have the confidence to capture that terrifying phoenix. Outside the Golden Spring mountain range, there was an orderly attack. But Tu Hong of the Golden Spring Mountain could no longer sit still. Facing the light screen in front of the triangular magic tool, he asked in disbelief, Old Brother Lan, this beast, what is it? How come this old man has never heard of it before? This old man is also ignorant and inexperienced. Lan Xen ruefully smiled and then explained, There are many beast cultivators in the sword domain, it isn't strange for strange spirit beasts to appear. It's not strange that it's strange, but there are so many strange spirit beasts that I find strange. Tu Hong said with a bitter taste in his mouth. He did not send out the disciples of the Golden Spring Mountain or the Dao sect because he wanted to use the thick layer of earth on top of the Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array formation as a layer of defense. This would waste the strength of the sword cultivators and beast cultivators, and when they were tired, the cultivators would rush out and take advantage of the situation. But now it seemed that Tu Hong's calculations were wrong. Moreover, facing so many spirit beasts, facing so many sword cultivators, after this battle, even if the Golden Spring Mountain won, it would still be a bloodbath. And this was only what Tu Hong saw through the magic tool. If he knew that there were still dozens of illusory swordsmen that had yet to arrive, he might not even have any thoughts of winning. Chapter 2337. Peng Peng, the orderly footsteps that shook the entire ground stopped. It was the thousands of blood calamity beasts that stopped and arrived at the foot of the Golden Spring Mountain. Not all of the blood calamity beasts had a beast cultivator on their backs. However, when a beast cultivator on a blood calamity beast patted the blood calamity beast below him, the surrounding blood calamity beasts all stopped and pointed the black holes on their faces at the stone wall. Obviously, this stone wall was nothing in the eyes of the blood calamity beasts. However, the sword cultivators behind the blood calamity beasts did not give them a chance to show off. Seeing that the blood calamity beasts had stopped, 3 sword cultivators flew to the blood calamity beasts in a group. When the blood calamity beasts saw the sword cultivators approaching, they raised their heads and roared. The black holes on their faces also turned towards the sword cultivators. Hiss! The beast cultivators on the blood calamity beasts pursed their lips and let out a strange hiss. It was like the hiss of a poisonous snake in the grass. When they heard the hiss, all of the blood calamity beasts quietened down and lowered their heads. Rise. The three sword cultivators flew below the blood calamity beasts and stretched out their hands to support the blood calamity beasts. They roared in unison and the huge blood calamity beasts slowly flew up towards the top of Jianghu Mountain. Hee, these little fellows. They actually have to form a group of 3. They really lack cultivation. Yuan Qing watched from afar and commented with a smile, if it was me back then, I would be able to carry a blood calamity beast up the mountain. Of course, which of the swordsmen of Senior Yuan's generation did not train hard? They fought against soul cultivators in the snowy highlands? They are definitely not something that the younger generation can compare to. Fatty Li Min smiled apologetically and said, of course the swordsmen of your sect are also very good. It's all because our disciples are useless and cannot bring these spiritual beasts up the mountain. They actually want to use this layer of soil to block my sword cultivators' attack? The cultivators of the Tao sect really know how to dream. Ying Chao squinted his eyes and saw that his disciples were all in the air. He knew that the cultivators of Jianghu Mountain were all hiding under the soil. Naturally he could guess Tu Hong's plan. However, Ling Yunwu was a little distracted. Until now, the disciples of the Wind Sword sect had not arrived. Something must have happened. At that moment, the bird cultivators in the sky became a little disorganized. Ying Chao frowned when he realized that something was wrong. However, before he could frown, the bird cultivators quieted down again. In the direction of the Huan nation, a dozen small dots flew over from afar. Hee, young friend Ling, your senior brothers are here. Ying Chao glanced around and a divine light flashed in his eyes. He had already seen the black dot clearly. He turned his head and smiled at Ling Yunwu. All right. Although Ling Yunwu could not see it clearly, he still nodded and smiled. If that's the case, my sword cultivator will definitely be able to take down Quan Jin Shan. Hee, there are more than 10 illusory swordsmen. If we still can't take down Quan Jin Shan, our reputation as sword cultivators will be ruined by the Ling Feng sword sect. Yuan Qing said with a fake smile. Don't worry, Senior Yuan. I'm only looking for that golden core cultivator. As for anything else, I won't ask. Ling Yunwu said with a smile. Yuan Qing seemed to be nodding, but he did not seem to have heard it. His voice was extremely soft as if he did not care at all. When the illusory swordsman landed on the ground, Ling Yunwu's expression changed drastically. It turned out that Yuan was also among the 10 illusory swordsmen. Husband. Yuan smiled and was about to speak when she heard Ling Yunwu scolding. I've already told you. You're only at the 2nd grade of the illusory sword realm. You won't be of any use here. Furthermore, the Chestnut Little Moon Valley is more important. It's our Ling Feng sword sect's matter. Why didn't you listen to me and rushed over? Yuan was not angry and smiled apologetically. I know what's more important. Chestnut Little Moon Valley has our Ling Feng sword sect, Chant sword sect and the other 3 sword sects. Those disciples are enough. Furthermore, sword friend Suan Hua of the Heavy Peak Sword Manor is not in the sword manor. Our Ling Feng sword sect only has 2 swordsmen whose flying swords can drill into the ground. I'm afraid these 2 swordsmen will not be able to force the golden core cultivator out of the spirit stone mine. That's why. I wanted to help my husband, that's why I rushed over. While Yuan was talking to Ling Yunwu, the other swordsman also greeted Yuan Qing and the other swordsman. Seeing this situation, Ling Yunwu sighed and said, Sigh, that's the only way. Since you're here, how can I chase you away? Hee, husband, I'll be careful. Don't worry. Yuan giggled and replied. Let's go and take a look. Yuan Qing flicked his sleeves and said, although the Soaring Wind Sword sect and the other sword friends are here to help, and this Golden Spring Mountain is definitely not a problem, we still have to be careful and not let too many disciples die. And Senior Yuan, you go ahead first. Ling Yunwu thought for a moment and said, Junior will discuss with my senior brothers how to kill our way into Jianghu Mountain. Alright. All of you stay back for the time being. Be a hidden backup. Yuan Qing nodded and flew into the air. The other swordsmen and beast cultivators also flew up. At this moment, the blood calamity beast had already landed on the forest of Jianghu Mountain. Thousands of blood calamity beasts once again lined up in a row and slowly pushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the lush green pines and cypresses were turned into wood shavings and scattered across the soil. If the Tao sect cultivators were not scared out of their wits by our huge attack, then their brains must have been damaged by their so-called magic arts. Yuan Qing's figure stopped in midair as he squinted his eyes and coldly said, "Even if the soil of Jinquan Mountain is very thick and even very hard, under the huge palms of the blood calamity beast, it will be destroyed sooner or later. If they don't come out to fight now, could it be that they are waiting until—" Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the forest of Jinquan Mountain. The entire mountain range shook and many blood calamity beasts lost their balance and fell to the ground. The beast cultivators on their backs also fell to the ground. In an instant, the neat formation of the blood calamity beasts became messy. Many blood calamity beasts even fled in fear. If they were not stepping on the fallen blood calamity beasts, they were stepping on the fallen beast cultivators. It was a complete mess. Fatty Li Min's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Senior Ing, this is the bad thing about the blood calamity beasts. They are too cowardly and will flee at the slightest sign of danger. And quickly go and pacify them." Ing Chao lightly nodded his head. "Even if the Dao sect cultivators come out, we will have swordsmen in the air to welcome them. Beast cultivators only need to destroy the soil layer." Yes, Junior will go right now." Li Min wiped the sweat off his face as he hurriedly flew into midair. With a clap of his hand, a fist-sized drum appeared. Then he reached into his chest and took out a long white bone. Without hesitation he hit the drum on the drum. Chapter 23:38. Boom. All the blood calamity beasts that were running around in a panic were stunned. They stood there, not daring to move at all. Dong dong, Li Min knocked twice again. The blood calamity beast began to slowly move to its original position. The blood calamity beast and the beast cultivator disciples who were lying on the ground struggled for a while before they stood up. Dong dong dong. Li Min began to beat the drum rhythmically. The blood calamity beasts began to move forward again. Looking at the forest again, there were dozens of places where the mana started to fluctuate. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth started to gather. Wung wung sounds could be heard from dozens of places. Following that, an earthen yellow light appeared. Dozens and hundreds of teams of Golden Spring Mountain disciples and cultivators from the three kingdoms flew out from the light. When the cultivators flew out, they did not stop. They immediately activated the weapons in their hands and smashed them at the blood calamity beasts. Hahan, these cultivators could not hold back anymore. They even crawled out from their turtle shells. When Yuan Qing saw this, he almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger and the flying sword under his feet shone with sword light. He had the urge to give it a try. The sword cultivators in the sky who had been on guard all this time naturally reacted to Yuan Qing's thoughts. When they saw the abnormality on the ground, they immediately activated their sword energy. Sword lights of different colors shot towards the ground like fireworks. Even though the sword cultivators' flying swords were fast, they were not as close as the cultivators to the blood calamity beasts. Before the thousands of flying swords could reach half of them, the Dao sect cultivators' weapons had already hit the blood calamity beasts. Roar! Seeing the many weapons flying towards them and tearing apart the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth around the forest, the blood calamity beasts that were attacked by the weapons roared angrily. The black holes above their heads spat out a thin liquid as they tried their best to defend themselves. However, the cultivator's magic artifact easily dodged the liquid, which was nothing special, and quickly smashed into the blood calamity beast. The blood calamity beasts were huge and it was not easy to dodge. However, when the weapons hit them, the blood calamity beasts' bodies swelled up as if they were inflated. Puff, 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 a series of sounds could be heard. The Dharma artifact had struck the blood calamity beast. To everyone's surprise, the ferocious-looking blood calamity beast only had a frightening body. No matter how big or small the cultivator's magic treasures were, they all pierced through the blood calamity beast's skin and entered its body. Then, the Dharma artifact appeared from the other side of the blood calamity beast's body, dripping with blood. Roar! The injured blood calamity beast roared and its huge body slowly fell to the ground. Blood continuously flowed out from the bloody hole. Looking at the blood calamity beasts that were not attacked by the Dharma artifact, they panicked and scattered in all directions trying to escape. Ing Chao, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face, came to a realization when he heard the roars that rose and fell throughout the entire mountain range. These roars were not angry roars, but the roars of fear and panic from the blood calamity beast. Li Min, why is this blood disaster beast so weak? Ing Chao could not help but look at Li Min, who was about to fly up into the sky. Fatty Li Min's face was already dripping with sweat and his expression was extremely ugly. He laughed bitterly. Elder Ing, this is how the blood calamity beast is. I have already told Elder Yuan about it before I came here. Sigh. Yuan Qing sighed and laughed bitterly. Of course I know about it. But, when I saw how huge the Blood Calamity Beast is, no matter what, it should have some defensive power. But I did not expect it to be so weak. If the Blood Calamity Beast's defensive power was any stronger, I am afraid we would have already known about this spiritual beast's name? Another beast cultivator said thoughtfully. I will go and pacify the Blood Calamity Beast. Li Min had already flown up and the small drum in his hand appeared again. Yuan Qing also said, I will go too. This Blood Calamity Beast is the key to attacking Jinshan Quan, we cannot lose it. I will lead the swordsmen to protect the Blood Calamity Beast. The cultivators of Jinshan Quan were stunned. They did not expect the Blood Calamity Beast to be killed so easily. But, before they could use their Dharma artifacts to attack the other Blood Calamity Beasts, the flying swords of the sword cultivators had already flown above their heads. Go. The cultivators hurriedly threw out their yellow talismans and activated their Dharma artifacts, wanting to block the flying swords of the sword cultivators. At this moment, the strength of different cultivators could be seen. Those who were prepared and had abundant Dharma artifacts and had good control over their Dharma artifacts. When the yellow talismans were used to block the sharpness of the flying swords, their Dharma artifacts were like venomous snakes, showing their viciousness. They swayed their Dharma artifacts, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack the flying swords. Not to mention the lotus flowers, which were the Dharma artifacts of a Kunlun sect female cultivator, blocking the flying swords that streaked across the sky like lightning between the lotus leaves. Not to mention the green clouds in the morning, which gave birth to the vitality of the day and night, which were the Dharma artifacts of a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator from Qiqiao sect, which wrapped around the flying swords that were like the scorching sun in the sky. Not to mention the jade snake, which was the Dharma artifacts of a Foundation Establishment early stage cultivator from Taiqing sect, which bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed into the air, swallowing the flying swords that were like pitch-black pellets but were condensed with extremely sharp sword intent. However, a ardent Fire Mountain disciple wearing a blood-red Taoist robe saw that he did not have time to activate his Dharma artifact. His eyebrows furrowed and he raised his hand. The blood-red Taoist robe flew away from his body and turned into a blood cloud above his head, blocking the two flying swords that were about to pierce his head. This was enough to make Yuan Qing, who was flying in the air, feel astonished. The attacks of sword cultivators had always been sharp and incisive. It was the pride of sword cultivators and also the reason why sword cultivators looked down on other cultivators. However, at this moment, the outstanding performance of the Dao sect cultivators made Yuan Qing feel astonished. However, in just a few breaths, waves of heart-wrenching screams rose and fell in the forest. Yuan Qing's divine sense swept over and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Among the thousands of cultivators that suddenly appeared, only 20% of them made Yuan Qing look at them in a new light. After blocking the sharp flying swords of the sword cultivators, they immediately counterattacked, killing the sword cultivators at the same time as clouds of blood mist appeared. There were also cultivators in the surroundings who were barely able to block the flying swords of the sword cultivators and had to activate their Dharma artifacts in preparation for a counterattack. As for the remaining 40% of cultivators, they were in a disadvantageous position. Not to mention being flustered, even if they activated their Dharma chi to cast spells or activated their Dharma artifacts, they were like paper in front of the various flying swords of the sword cultivators. Most of the screams that rose and fell in the forest came from the mouths of these cultivators. Blossoms of blood were comparable to the sunset, dyeing the sky and the forest red. Lives were comparable to mayflies, only revealing themselves for a moment before falling into the abyss. Chapter 2339. Dong dong dong, Fatty Li Min's small drum sounded again. Instead of saying that it was a secret skill that he used to pacify the Blood Calamity Beast, it was more appropriate to say that he was pacifying the hundreds of sword cultivators and cultivators who had lost their lives during the battle. The Blood Calamity Beast gradually calmed down, but its eyes were filled with excitement. The blood-red color that flashed across the entire forest was provoking the Blood Calamity Beast's desire. Rumble, pung ping pung, all kinds of sounds and brilliance flashed on the battlefield. Corpses and fresh blood became the main melody in the eyes of the cultivators and swordsmen. Wang, seeing that the swordsmen had gained the upper hand and the beast cultivators swooped down from the sky, the forest emitted an earthy yellow light, and waves of spiritual power appeared. The cultivators who had been fighting hard finally relaxed. They formed a spell with their hands, and with a flash of light, all of them disappeared into the ground. Of course, at this moment, there were still dozens of cultivators who could not dodge the sword cultivators' flying swords, and their corpses were left in the forest. Roar, the blood calamity beasts that had lost a portion of their lives were suddenly excited. They leaped up and rushed toward the corpses that were scattered all over the ground. Blood-red tentacles extended out from the black holes on their faces. These tentacles had jagged protrusions that were about an inch long. These tentacles wrapped around the bloody corpses, and with a slight twitch, the blood calamity beasts tore off large chunks of flesh from the corpses, and with a slight flip, they were thrown into the black holes of the blood calamity beasts. Quick! Stop it! Yuan Qing was furious. Among the corpses, most of them were cultivators, but there were also many sword cultivators. He could not allow the blood calamity beasts to feast on the corpses. Yes. Fatty Li Min wiped off the sweat on his forehead again, and his hands quickly hit the small drum. The sonorous sound of the drum resounded across the battlefield. When the blood calamity beasts heard the sound of the drum, they were first agitated, but then they gradually calmed down. However, the blood that filled the battlefield spread in the mouths and minds of the blood calamity beasts. Gradually, the blood overwhelmed the sound of the drum, and the blood calamity beasts became agitated again, and rushed toward the corpses. Damn it! Yuan Qing was furious. He waved his hand and a green sword gleam flashed. 2 blood disaster beasts that were devouring the sword cultivator's corpse fell to the ground. However, there were more blood calamity beasts than corpses to begin with. As soon as the 2 blood calamity beasts fell to the ground, the other 3 blood calamity beasts rushed over and continued to devour the corpses. Yuan Qing waved his hand again, and the 3 blood calamity beasts fell to the ground again. The 5 blood calamity beast corpses blocked the 2 sword cultivator corpses, and no other blood calamity beast charged forward. However, there were more than 5 blood calamity beasts on the battlefield. How could the corpse of a sword cultivator be the only one on the ground? Moreover, the swordsmen's corpses were piled up together with the cultivators' corpses, and it was hard to tell them apart. The blood calamity beasts tore the corpses apart, and the swordsmen's eyes were filled with blood. Although they were used to seeing blood, many of them were still pale and could not help but vomit. There were also dozens of swordsmen who saw Yuan Qing attacking, and they waved their flying swords to kill the blood calamity beasts. However, after killing a few blood calamity beasts, they realized that it was futile. Just as they were about to think of another way, Fatty Li Min's drumming stopped. He said faintly, "Fellow swordsmen, these blood calamity beasts feed on flesh and blood. Now that they are surrounded by flesh and blood, they are unable to control themselves. I think, if we swordsmen were to encounter such a situation, we might not be able to control ourselves. We still need these blood calamity beasts to contribute to this battle. If we kill them now, the soil layer on Mount Quanjin will not be removed. In my opinion, why don't, after the battle, we kill all these blood calamity beasts to punish them for offending the swordsmen's corpses, and to appease the souls of the swordsmen in heaven?" Li Min's voice was filled with sorrow, and it echoed in the air. When it mixed with the sound of the blood calamity beasts eating the corpses, it made one's heart ache. Fellow swordsmen, use your fastest flying techniques to bring the fallen swordsmen away from the ground, and snatch their corpses from the mouths of the blood calamity beasts. Yuan Qing and Ying Chao flew up at the same time and said loudly, "They used their lives to protect the honor of swordsmen. We cannot let their corpses become food for the spiritual beasts. But, don't hurt the blood calamity beasts. With them, we will have fewer casualties and we will be able to kill the cultivators of the Dao sect." Yes, many sword cultivators had tears in their eyes. They responded at the same time, and their figures shot into the forest like lightning. As for the bird cultivators flying in the air, they let out sharp cries as they swooped down. Within Mount Quanjin, Tu Hong narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at the curtain of light. He looked at the bloodstains on the battlefield and at the corpses in the mouths of the blood calamity beasts. No wonder, we didn't know about these blood calamity beasts. Lan Xen muttered to herself, her face cloudy and uncertain. All of a sudden, Tu Hong, who was sitting upright on the chair, moved. His hands formed a seal, and a ray of light hit the Mitsubishi's magic tool. Immediately, a fiery red ray of light shot out from the magic tool and rushed to all sides of the cave, disappearing without a trace. "Great General, do we still want to attack?" Lan Xen nearly cried out in alarm. "Many of the disciples haven't rested yet, and I fear that they haven't even taken pills yet. How can we attack now?" I am inferior to you when it comes to managing the internal affairs of Mount Quanjin. But when it comes to fighting, you are inferior to me. Tu Hong's eyes were cold as he looked at the curtain of light. He faintly replied, at this time the blood calamity beasts are eating. Presumably, it won't be long before they become 100 times more energetic. My Mount Quanjin will soon be broken through by them. Moreover, the sword cultivators are saving their corpses. This is the best time to sneak attack them. My Mount Quanjin has fewer cultivators than the sword cultivators that came to attack, so we are at a disadvantage. If we don't attack now, when will we? Also, the blood calamity beasts are tearing apart the corpses of my Dao sect cultivators. When my Dao sect disciples see this, how can they not kill these spirit beasts? Tu Hong's eyes twitched as he spoke. Yes, Lan Xian's face was filled with extreme helplessness. But she couldn't help but admit that what Tu Hong said was indeed reasonable. Sure enough, even the sword cultivators and bird cultivators would never have thought that the cultivators that had just escaped would suddenly appear. They were caught off guard, and in several breaths of time, even more sword cultivators fell. At the same time, another 20% of the blood calamity beasts fell into pools of their own blood. Kill? The Dao sect cultivators saw their fellow Daoists that had been full of vigor and vitality a moment ago, but now they had all died miserable deaths and had become food for the spirit beasts. Their eyes were already red with envy. Even if they were to be injured, they would still kill these evil beasts that disturbed the peace of the dead. Chapter 2340. Seeing that the formation of the sword cultivators was a little messy, Yuan Qing transmitted his voice loudly. Disciples who are pregnant with swords snatch the corpses of the swordsmen. Disciples who are drawing their swords kill the cultivators. This sentence woke up the swarm of sword cultivators. In less than 10 minutes, the situation on the battlefield was reversed and the sword cultivators gained the upper hand again. Fortunately, at this moment, the cultivators' formation lit up again and brought the cultivator, whose magic power had been depleted, into the formation. Seeing that the cultivators were defeated, the sword cultivators moved again. Half of the sword cultivators stood on their flying swords and stared at the ground with bright eyes, guarding against the sneak attack of the cultivators. The other half of the sword cultivators rushed into the group of blood calamity beasts and snatched the corpses of the fallen swordsmen. Sigh. Ing Chao stood straight in the air and his face was expressionless. However, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes as he sighed. I just came into contact with the cultivators and this battle has turned out like this. This is really beyond my expectations. The battle is not something that we can compare to. Yuan Qing looked at the pool of blood on the ground and said coldly, even if we were to enter with the cultivation of the illusory sword, there is a possibility of death. However, this situation has indeed exceeded our expectations, but what is the result? The warriors of the sword region far surpass the cultivators of the Dao sect. If we can't kill the cultivators, how can we face our elders? Ing Chao laughed coldly. When we break through the defense of Mount Quanjin, I will bathe Mount Quanjin in blood. In the next 4 hours, the cultivators of the Dao sect did not come and the blood calamity beasts were full. Under the command of the beast cultivators of the Maze Valley, they raised their huge palms and continued to break through the forest of Mount Quanjin. The corpses of the cultivators that were not swallowed turned into blood under their feet and seeped into the ground. All the sword cultivators were flying in the air and their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. They looked at the blood calamity beasts and the ground of Mount Quanjin. The sword radiance around them was breathing and expanding and contracting from time to time. They were deliberately preparing to welcome the cultivators' attack. The corpses of cultivators and swordsmen were piled up under the blood calamity beasts' feet. How could they tell the difference when they stepped on the blood at the same time? The tentacles in the blood calamity beast's black hole were strange as well. Just one of them was enough to tear the flesh of several corpses apart. Even though the swordsman was fast and the bird cultivator's eyesight was sharp, they still couldn't tell. Therefore, only the disciples who were pregnant with swords managed to snatch dozens of intact corpses of the swordsmen. The rest had all turned into meat paste and blended together with the corpses of the cultivators and the black soil. Needless to say, even if the blood disaster beast completely destroyed the forest, this place would definitely become a thriving place in the next year or the year after that. Perhaps, the cycle of prosperity and decline, the cycle of life and death, was between destruction and rebirth? As the blood calamity beast pushed forward inch by inch, the color of the forest gradually faded away, revealing the snow-covered ground. However, the passageway that Xiao Hua and the rest used to enter the underground was not revealed, as it had already been destroyed by the disciples of Jinshan Mountain. Great General, what should we do now? Lan Xen frowned as she watched the blood disaster beast destroy the forest. This sword cultivator actually destroyed the entire forest of Jinshan Mountain. It seems that they have the intention of completely taking over Jinshan Mountain. Tu Hong was also in an extremely difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't have a backup plan, but this was just the beginning. This blood disaster beast didn't have any attack power, and yet he had to take out such a powerful backup plan. If the sword cultivator made another move, wouldn't he have no strength to fight back? Tu Hong's eyebrows tightened as if they were twisted together. He waved his hand and sneered, "The sword cultivator has the blood disaster beast, but my Dao sect has the mortal body of a cultivator. Now that things have reached this point, there is no need to speak of mercy or tolerance. Even if you are not a disciple of my Jinshan Mountain, you should still have the awareness that you will perish here." Lan Xian nodded. Just as she was about to speak, there was some movement outside the cave. "Who is it?" Tu Hong's face was as cold as ice. He waved his hand and a brilliant light shot towards the cave entrance. Immediately, several cultivators rushed into the cave, accompanied by a Jinshan Mountain disciple. "Great General." The disciple's face was filled with panic. He nervously said, This subordinate was unable to, it was these Rocky Border sect fellow Taoists that forced this subordinate. Humph, these Rocky Border sect disciples don't know the rules of my Jinshan Mountain, but you do. Tu Hong coldly said, "What is the crime of trespassing into the commander's tent during a great battle?" The disciple's face was ashen. But at this time he stiffened his neck and replied, "Reporting to the great general, this subordinate understands. During a great battle, trespassing into the commander's tent is punishable by death." As long as you know." Tu Hong nodded, "Then you should know what to do." "Yes, this subordinate understands." The disciple bowed and turned to leave. Senior 2. A middle foundation establishment cultivator leading the group coldly said, "We came to reinforce Jinshan Mountain, but we didn't come to watch Senior 2 and his subordinates put on a show." "What business do you have?" Tu Hong lightly asked, not bothering to explain. "We Dao sect disciples came to Jinshan Mountain as reinforcements because we were prepared to put our lives on the line. However, if we were to die in Jinshan Mountain, our corpses must be left behind and brought back to Rocky Border sect." "But what about Senior 2's actions?" "Other sword cultivators still know to send disciples to retrieve the corpses of their fallen disciples. But the corpses of our Dao sect cultivators were left on the ground for no reason. Not only did they not retrieve them, they were trampled on by the giant beast and were even eaten alive by the giant beast. Senior 2, such a method, isn't it chilling the hearts of our reinforcements? Are you waiting for me to finish?" Tu Hong nodded and asked. "Also, the yellow talismans on our bodies? Although we can enter and exit the array, if the array is not opened we can't enter the array at all. How is this different from not having any yellow talismans? If the array is not opened, wouldn't we have to fight the sword cultivators to the death? Is there anything else?" Tu Hong still nodded. At this moment, a deep voice sounded, "Reporting to the great general, the disciples who violated the military order have been beheaded." Bring it in." Tu Hong's eyebrows did not raise as he casually replied, "Yes." Following the sound of that voice, a wave of firm footsteps came in. A robust chi refining cultivator walked in with a vermilion-painted board in his hand. On the board was a large head. It was none other than the Foundation Establishment cultivator who went out to receive punishment. Seeing that the blood on the board had yet to dry and the two eyes on the head had yet to close, the Rocky Border sect disciples could not help but exclaim. They did not expect that Tu Hong was actually serious. Chapter 2341. Brother? Tu Hong stepped forward and bowed deeply. He stretched out his right hand and slowly placed it on his head. "This too is untalented and can only bring you to this point. From now on you have to walk your own path." Following Tu Hong's right hand, his head was filled with hatred. He hated that he couldn't die on the battlefield and closed his eyes. "Senior 2, there's no need to do this." The leader of the Rock Border sect disciples said with regret, "This fellow Taoist was forced to come here by us." Tu Hong suddenly turned his head and swept his gaze across the disciples. Even the middle stage Foundation Establishment disciples were startled. A layer of goosebumps appeared on their bodies and they almost took half a step back. Their true essence flowed rapidly as if guarding against Tu Hong. But Tu Hong didn't make any move. He waved his hand and said, Take this brother's head and bury it with his corpse. Then tell those who want to go out and snatch their brother's corpse that it's a small matter to snatch the corpse, but it's a big matter to protect Jianghu Mountain. No matter where our brother's corpse is, our heart is to bury them in their graves. Yes, this subordinate understands. The Qi refinement disciple's tiger-like eyes glistened with tears. Also, Tu Hong raised his head and said, if this too falls here, you all must not collect my corpse. Let this two's flesh and blood coexist with this Jianghu Mountain. Yes. The Qi refinement disciple puffed out his chest and said loudly. He turned around and left. After watching the Qi refining disciple leave, the disciples of the Rocky Border sect looked at each other in dismay. Although they had thought of many countermeasures and hypothesized many of Tu Hong's actions, but this move was something they could never have imagined even in their wildest dreams. Immediately the leader of the Rock Border sect disciples bowed and said, Senior Tu, this junior was wrong. This is really a big mistake, please punish us. As soon as he said this, the other disciples hurriedly bowed and shouted, this junior was wrong, please punish us. Tu Hong's face that was always calm like water had a trace of a smile. He walked steadily to the front of the disciples and reached out to help them up. He said, you are wrong, but you are also not wrong. The fault lies in the fact that sword cultivators invaded my country of Shi and stepped into the territory of my Sky Patrol city. Yes. Seeing that Tu Hong had no intention of killing them, the disciples of the Rock Border sect felt relieved and smiled apologetically. Although all of you are in the wrong, but all of you are not my Spring Gene Mountain's disciples, and do not understand my Spring Gene Mountain's military rules. This is also my fault. The smile on Tu Hong's face gradually disappeared and he continued, those who don't know can't be blamed, even in my Quanjin Mountain. Now that we're in the middle of a war, this old man won't say anything unnecessary. Go and guard the formation well. Act according to this old man's orders. If anyone slacks off on the military rules, this old man won't show any mercy. Yes, this junior understands. The hearts of several Rock Border sect disciples trembled as they bowed in salute. Someone come, bring back the fellow Taoists who came as reinforcements. Lan Xian hurriedly shouted out. After the patrolling disciples took away the several Rocky Edge faction disciples, Lan Xian looked at Tu Hong and then stared at the light screen. She said in a soft voice, like this, the cultivators of the various sects should be able to calm down. But, how many illusory swordsmen have come? If there are too many, then my Spring Gene Mountain's array formation won't be able to block them. It was as if what happened just now was nothing more than an ordinary scene. The lives of the Spring Gene Mountain disciples were like duckweeds floating in the wild. According to this old man's estimate, there shouldn't be more than 5 illusory swordsmen. According to the intelligence, there shouldn't be more than 4 sword sects attacking Spring Gene Mountain, and each sword sect should have an illusory sword. They shouldn't have come out in full force. Tu Hong didn't care about this. He sneered, in fact, this old man would rather have more sword cultivators come. The more illusory swordsmen there are, this old man will become more famous. Yes. Although Lan Xian didn't understand Tu Hong's plan, she still replied. What this old man is worried about is that Yu Meng and the others have been gone for a long time and there still hasn't been any news from them. I don't know if they've reached Sky Patrol City yet. As he spoke of Yu Meng, Tu Hong's face revealed a trace of worry. The sword cultivator's attention is all on the Spirit Stone mine. They won't be distracted by any random cultivators. Lord General, please rest assured. What could Lan Xian say? She could only comfort Tu Hong. What about the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect? Lan Xian seemed to think of something. She asked with some doubt, I don't think I've seen them go out to meet the enemy? Haha. Tu Hong didn't answer. He pointed at the light screen and said, the giant beasts are tired. Should we attack them again? What the Lord General says is right. This is the best time to kill these giant beasts. Lan Xian tactfully didn't mention it again. It was as if the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had already died. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect naturally wouldn't die. They followed the instructions in the Jade Slip and entered the tunnel. Then they flew along the spacious tunnel. However, after flying for a moment, the tunnel turned downwards and they flew along several forks. Luckily, the Jade Slip was marked so Cui Hongshan wasn't afraid of getting lost. He picked one of the paths and continued down. After flying like this for the time it took to eat a meal, they arrived at a large abandoned cave. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes swept over the cave, a bit surprised in his heart. It was obvious that there were many exits in the cave. Not only that, but the inside of the cave was filled with dim bright flower stones. In the shadows where the light couldn't reach, there were several small thumb-sized spirit stones scattered about. This was definitely a spirit stone mine that had been excavated a long time ago. It's here. Cui Hongshan looked at the jade slip and waved his hand. Let's sit down according to the formation we comprehended before. I will wait for Senior 2's instructions. We will stimulate our magic power and support the array formation with the disciples of Gold Spring Mountain and the other disciples. It's here? Xiaohua almost wanted to hold his stomach and laugh out loud. This was already the depths of the spirit stone mine. The surrounding soil layer was extremely dense and his divine sense couldn't reach too far. However, although he couldn't see too far, Xiaohua would be the first to not believe that this was just a corner of the array formation and that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect could transmit their magic power to the ground from here. And it's here. Cui Hongshan saw the disdain on Xiaohua's face and secretly frowned. Then he said arrogantly, "This is just a corner of Gold Spring Mountain's defensive array formation. Naturally it's hidden. If you don't understand, then don't say any more. We will follow Senior 2's instructions, and just move." Xiaohua saw that everyone had sat down. It was actually an ordinary array formation planning method. He blinked his eyes and flew up again. "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Cui Hongshan immediately shouted. "Xiaohua will look around." Xiaohua didn't stop and immediately flew towards one of the passages above the cave. Chapter 2342. Cui Hongshan clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, I know that your cultivation is high and your strength is comparable to early gold core. However, this is a battle with a sword cultivator. Even a true gold core cultivator like Senior 2 Hong wouldn't dare to be careless. They all have to focus on the arrangement of troops, focus on the group battle, focus on the array to defend against the enemy. You have to look at the big picture." Cui Hongshan's voice became softer and softer. Because Xiaohua had already flown away, who could he say it to? Sigh. Cui Hongshan felt somewhat powerless. Seeing that the other 5 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were all sitting obediently with their eyes closed, he also sighed and sat down. Cui Hongshan wanted to calm his heart and regulate his breathing. However, no matter what, he couldn't enter the ethereal state. Helpless, he could only open his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he almost jumped up in fright. He saw Xiaohua's slender face swaying in front of his eyes. When did you return?" Cui Hongshan asked in shock. "I came a long time ago." Xiaohua said weakly, "I have already looked around. Don't talk about other sect disciples, there isn't even an ant. What do you think we should do?" "What should we do? Naturally we should wait," Cui Hongshan said without hesitation. "But this place is under the Spirit Stone Mine. It has nothing to do with the defensive array of Golden Spring Mountain." Xiaohua said angrily, "Look at the jade scroll yourself. Did you make a mistake?" "This?" Cui Hongshan took out the jade scroll doubtfully. He looked at it again and then handed it to Xiaohua. "I didn't make a mistake. Why don't you look at it yourself?" "I'm not looking." Xiaohua turned his head and said, "Senior brother Minghui, look again." Cui Hongshan ignored Xiaohua and handed the jade scroll to Zhen Minghui. When Zhen Minghui looked carefully, Cui Hongshan asked with interest, "Xiaohua, how do you know that this is under the Spirit Stone Mine?" "I just know." "What about it?" Xiaohua said disdainfully. "Have you been here before?" Cui Hongshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. "What? Did Ming Mao tell you about this?" Xiaohua asked. Ming Mao never told me. But this Cui can guess." Cui Hongshan secretly despised in his heart, a rogue cultivator as expected of a rogue cultivator. You don't have to care whether this Xiao came here or not. Think about it. Why did Tu Hong suddenly want to transfer 3 female disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect away from Golden Spring Mountain? Furthermore, he placed us here? What are his intentions?" Xiaohua asked. Senior Tu Hong is a Golden Core cultivator and he is in charge of Golden Spring Mountain. He is a dignified and magnanimous person. Yes, it can even be said that he has a good command over his army. He is a role model for us cultivators to emulate." Cui Hongshan held Tu Hong in high esteem and said with a smile, "What could he possibly covet about the disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect? If there's anything, it's that he's taking pity on the juniors and transferring Qi Meng and the others back to Sky Patrol City. He's taking care of their lives and placing us under the Spirit Stone Vein to prevent us from fighting against sword cultivators." This. Xiaohua was also speechless. What Cui Hongshan said was indeed reasonable. He couldn't say anything to refute it. However, Xiaohua didn't believe that Senior Tu Hong, whom he had never met before, would be so kind. Hehe, fellow Daoist Cui, is this Senior Tu your relative? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Nonsense. Cui Hongshan said coldly, this is the first time I've seen him at Golden Spring Mountain. I've never seen him before. Furthermore, don't make any dirty guesses. Senior Tu Hong's character is noble and pure. It's not something you can measure. Hehe, Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan and almost thought that he was Tu Hong's illegitimate son. Junior brother Xiao. At this moment, Zhen Minghui said, Captain Cui is right. We should be waiting for orders here. All right. Xiaohua stretched and threw a message talisman. Since you believe so much, then you can wait here. If you have any orders, fellow Daoist Cui can call me back at any time. After saying that, Xiaohua's figure swayed and flew towards the cave entrance. What are you going to do? Cui Hongshan said anxiously as he took the message talisman. I'm sleepy. I'm going to have a wet dream. Xiaohua's voice came from the cave entrance. This bastard. Seeing Xiaohua leave, Cui Hongshan was furious, but he also felt like he had lost something to rely on. He could only pinch the message talisman, hoping that Xiaohua wouldn't fool him. Humph, this is clearly below the jade essence. If I hadn't passed by here before, how would I know? Xiaohua left the cave and flew for a while. Looking at the familiar tunnel, he made a hand seal and entered the stone wall, heading towards the jade essence again. Time was tight and the mission was difficult. Xiaohua had to take advantage of the fact that the sword cultivators hadn't reached here and excavate as many jade essences as possible. He definitely couldn't leave any extra jade essences for the sword cultivators. This was Xiaohua's only thought in this dangerous situation. Xiaohua was so selfless, so considerate of the Dao sect's future. The day and night passed quickly. Everyone was working hard, whether it was the sword cultivators who were on guard in the air, the Dao sect cultivators who risked their lives to kill the blood calamity beasts, or even Xiaohua who was excavating selflessly. Naturally, everyone's harvest was bountiful. Less than 10% of the blood calamity beasts were left, and they were far less imposing than before. Similarly, less than 30% of the Golden Spring Mountain forest had been destroyed by the blood calamity beasts, and a piece of flat soil was revealed from the forest. The sword cultivators understood at a glance that this place had been tampered with by the Dao sect. However, the soil was drenched in blood and flesh, and a bloody stench permeated the mountain range. Amidst this bloody stench, there was a strange sense of sorrow. Enough. Yuan Qing waved his hand and said to Li Min with satisfaction, take away all the blood calamity beasts in your Confusion Valley. They are the foundation of your Confusion Valley. If they are all consumed by us, what will happen to your Confusion Valley in the future? However, Li Min shook his head and said sincerely, Senior Yuan, I have already said that these blood calamity beasts have eaten the flesh of our warriors. They cannot be allowed to exist in this world. If Senior Yuan feels that these blood calamity beasts are no longer of any use, I will instruct my disciples to kill all these blood calamity beasts. Leave none alive. Ah, Valley Master Li. Ying Chao laughed. The blood calamity beasts are just stupid beasts without intelligence. How can they resist their natural appetite? Just now, your words have already made your intentions clear. We from the Sword region will definitely not blame these blood calamity beasts and your Confusion Valley. Don't worry. Yes, that's right. Yuan Qing nodded. These blood calamity beasts are also one of the great contributors in this battle. We do not have any rewards, so those can be considered as offsetting? Yes, I understand. Li Min nodded. Do we need to destroy the remaining 30% of the forest? Yes, that's enough. Yuan Qing nodded. Take away the blood calamity beast. I have other methods. Yes. When Li Min heard that, he flew up and raised the small drum in his hand once again. Then his left and right hands hit the drum. Instantly, a sonorous and powerful drum sound that was filled with sorrow, pity, reluctance and even determination resounded through the entire Jinquan mountain. It was as if he was paying tribute to the souls of the swordsmen who had passed away earlier, so that they could continue on their journey. Oh, Ying Chao's heart sank when he heard that. He looked at Li Min in confusion. He saw that Li Min was hitting the drum with a pale face and tears in his eyes. Ying Chao immediately understood and looked at Yuan Qing. As expected, Yuan Qing was also enlightened. The two of them looked at each other and their eyes were filled with respect. They looked at the forest in front of Quanjin Mountain that had yet to be destroyed. Hundreds of blood calamity beasts sat down with the drum sound and bowed respectfully on the ground. Of the 10 blood calamity beasts that had been guarding the blood calamity beasts, there weren't many left. They leapt up from the backs of the blood calamity beasts and flew towards different blood calamity beasts. Every time they landed on a blood calamity beast, they would reach out and throw a fist-sized pill into its mouth. As each pill fell into the mouth of a blood calamity beast, that blood calamity beast would emit a low hiss and then lie down, motionless. Hiss. All of the swordsmen that were standing guard in the air also understood the actions of the Lost Valley. They couldn't help but feel a sense of respect in their hearts, and all of their previous thoughts vanished into thin air. Oh? Tu Hong's eyes also saw the situation on the light screen. His eyes flashed with a smile. He pointed a finger and said, "It seems that the master of these blood calamity beasts is quite tactful. If he doesn't act decisively now, then after this battle, I fear that thousands of swordsmen will come knocking on his door. If he acts decisively today, there will be some losses, but he won't have any future burdens. He will also gain the respect of others." Yes, what the general says is true. Lan Xan nodded, but she was still puzzled. There's still 30% of the forest that hasn't been destroyed. Also, if my Golden Spring Mountains array formation isn't activated, then there should be several miles of earth covering it. Sword cultivators? There shouldn't be too many of them that choose to escape into the earth, right? Let's wait and see. Tu Hong waved his hand and looked back at the light screen. The sword cultivators didn't make Tu Hong wait for long. Yuan Qing stood in the air and turned to a tall old man. He smiled and said, "Old brother Zhan, the rest is up to you. With Valley Master Li Min laying the groundwork, it will be much easier for my Wild Beast Villa." This old man was War Sword of Wild Beast Villa. I wouldn't dare. Li Min had already put away his small drum. He respectfully replied, "This junior has long admired Senior War Sword of Wild Beast Villa. I will wait and see." Good. War Sword clapped his hands. "Your Lost Valley's blood calamity beasts are indeed unexpected. But how can my Wild Beast Villa allow you to monopolize the limelight? Come, take a look at the methods of my Wild Beast Villa." As he spoke, the War Sword General waved his hand. Hundreds of Wild Beast Villa disciples, who were dressed in black and had their faces covered, who had been standing in the distance, flew up and flew towards the soil that the blood calamity beast had destroyed. Chapter 23:43. Once the hundreds of disciples had lined up, he reached into his bosom and took out a flat object which he placed in his mouth. Then he took out a black bag from his waist. When he opened the bag, a bunch of black objects flew out from the bag. When the crowd looked carefully, they saw that they were flying objects the size of a fist. The flying object looked like a gourd. It had a small head the size of a pinky finger, and a round body the size of a fist. On both sides of the body, there were 2 1-inch long transparent wings. Wung wung. As the flying object flew out, the buzzing sound got louder and louder. Gradually, the pitch-black flying object had covered the entire sky above Jianghu Mountain. Spirit? Spirit swallowing bugs? Li Min was shocked. How? How is this possible? Hee, of course it's impossible. Zhan Jian laughed. If our crazy beast mountain villa had so many spirit-swallowing bugs, would we need to sacrifice so many swordsmen? Yes, it's my fault. Li Min smiled apologetically. It seems that there are some differences between them and the spirit-swallowing bugs. It's more than just some differences. There's a huge difference. Zhan Jian laughed and did not explain further. He waved his hand and said, "Boy, release the earth-swallowing bugs and let them have some fun." Yes, the disciples of the crazy beast mountain villa puffed up their cheeks, but no sound was heard. The so-called earth-swallowing bugs split into different groups and pounced on the ground, covering the soil densely. Earth-swallowing bugs? Li Min understood. Actually it's nothing. The battle sword looked at Ying Chao and said with a smile, "Thousands of years ago, my wild beast mountain villa obtained a secret method. I wanted to cultivate spirit-swallowing bugs, but I didn't manage to cultivate the spirit-swallowing bugs. Instead, I cultivated some useless things that can eat soil. We call them earth-swallowing bugs. These things are really useless. After all, they are the hard work of our crazy beast mountain villa for generations. We can't bear to destroy them." Previously, when we heard Senior Yuan mention that the spiritual stone mine in Jianghu Mountain was hidden underground, our villa master thought of this thing. Ah, everything has its nemesis. Ying Chao laughed and said. Exactly. Everything in the world is bound to be restrained by something. Yuan Qing also nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said in a low voice, Senior Ying, the head of the Xuanyin sect in the country of Shi is Fairy Yingzhua. Her name is the same as yours. Are you her natural nemesis? Let me see which day you've cursed me? Damn it, hearing Yuan Qing mention Fairy Yingzhua for no reason, a bitter smile appeared on Ying Chao's face. I can't wait to jinx her one day. Even every day. But I can't compare to a nascent soul cultivator. That old woman sent me a message 100 years ago. Oh? There was such a thing? Could it be that she has taken a liking to you? Yuan Qing's eyes lit up. I don't like her. Ying Chao shook his head. That old hag wants me to change my name. Ha ha ha, Yuan Qing laughed. Even Zhang Jian, Li Min and the others couldn't help but smile. The earth-devouring insects lived up to their name. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the several mu of land that was covered with spirit insects had clearly caved in. Good boy. These earth-devouring insects are actually so fierce. If these were real spirit-devouring insects, what would we do? Li Min whispered as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hee brotherly, this time you've made a mistake. Zhang Jian laughed. Although these insects are innately earth-devouring insects, they aren't as fierce as you see. Oh, Li Min suddenly realized, and this is the acid that the blood calamity beast spewed out. Exactly. Zhang Jian clapped his hands. Didn't I just say it? It's all because of your Maze Valley that I'm here. General. We can only accept the challenge. Lan Xen whispered from within Gold Spring Mountain. Tell this disciple to take out the earth-firm talisman that I've been refining for many years. Tu Hong nodded as he heard this. I already knew that this day would come. The earth-firm talisman is for today. Yes. Lan Xen nodded and hurried out. Tu Hong's eyes didn't leave the light screen. Although the earth-devouring insects were fierce and had already swallowed up over a foot of the earth, Tu Hong didn't seem to panic at all. Between the layers of earth, there were flashes of brilliance. This was the sign that Gold Spring Mountain's disciples were about to attack. The sword cultivators that had been on guard all this time suddenly tightened their faces. They each urged their flying swords to attack the areas that they had already allocated. Kachacha. Instantly, the cultivators of Jinshan sect appeared, and the flying swords of the sword cultivators also attacked. Magic tools and magic treasures clashed with each other, and following that, it was the clashing of the flesh and magic tools. The flesh and bones clashed with the flying swords. Of course, there were careful defenses, of course there were quick dodges, but there were sharp weapons on all sides of the body, front and back were all ferocious. Even if one could dodge it once, how could one dodge it a second time? In just a moment, miserable screams sounded again. Everywhere there were lives being reaped. Just as both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, the layers of earth in the array flashed again. Hundreds of Gold Spring Mountain's disciples suddenly flew out from the array. As soon as they appeared on the battlefield, they didn't care about the other cultivators. Instead, they quickly flew towards the several acres of earth-devouring insects. Without waiting for Yuan Qing and the other sword cultivators to command, the sword cultivators that were extremely close to them immediately flew up to block them. However, this group of Gold Spring Mountain's disciples didn't even bother to fight. Their bodies flew extremely fast. Both of their hands slapped their storage bags and yellow talismans flew out. They turned into fist-sized balls of light that fell in the middle of the earth-devouring insects. Quick, block them. Yuan Qing and the others shouted. When the balls of light fell, the earth in the radius of a few feet immediately flashed with yellow brilliance. When the brilliance was slightly extinguished, it suddenly turned yellow as well. It was actually as hard as a piece of crystal. What shocked the sword cultivators the most was that when the yellow brilliance touched the earth-devouring insects, the earth-devouring insects also started to turn yellow. Following that, the earth-devouring insects stopped moving. It was completely similar to a fist-sized lump of earth. Not good. Zhang Jian was shocked. He anxiously transmitted his voice. The wild beast Manor's disciples who were protected by the swordsman immediately blew the soundless thing. The earth-devouring insects that weren't hit by the earth-hard talisman flapped their wings and wanted to escape. When the Gold Spring Mountain's disciples saw that the earth-hard talisman was effective, why would they let the earth-devouring insects escape? All of them waved their hands. They didn't hit the ground but directly hit the earth-devouring insects. Hundreds and thousands of yellow light balls exploded. Hundreds and thousands of earth-devouring insects turned into lumps of earth and fell to the ground. Chapter 2344. Haha, Tu Hong sat on a chair in the cave. This was the first time he had laughed so happily since the start of the battle. The heavens are really protecting my Dao sect. The heavens are really protecting my Golden Spring Mountain. That's right, this is a lucky hit. Lan Xen also smiled. Those spirit insects seem to be of the earth attribute. Since the earth firm talisman is effective against the earth layer, then it must be even more effective against the spirit insects. General, there is no need to worry about this battle. That's right. Tu Hong smiled as he sat on a chair. He waved his hand. Let the sword cultivators madly attack the earth layer. Once they are exhausted, we will kill our way out. General's plan is flawless. This old man truly admires you. Lan Xen was sincerely convinced. Quick, quick, the battle sword above the earth layer couldn't help but fly closer. He hurriedly urged his disciples to gather the earth-devouring insects and avoid the earth-firm talismans. Then, his killing intent surged and he began to kill the closest Golden Spring Mountain disciples. However, even before these Golden Spring Mountain disciples were killed, they still threw out all of their earth-firm talismans. They completely disregarded their own lives, truly facing death with equanimity. AI, seeing the Golden Spring Mountain disciples fall one by one, and the brilliance in the air gradually extinguished, there weren't many earth-devouring insects left. The battle sword sighed and looked at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing was also stunned. He never thought that there would be such a turn of events. The joy he had when he was teasing nascent soul cultivators had long disappeared. Fellow sword cultivators, I'm afraid there is no way to break through this earth layer today. Yuan Qing turned to the several leading illusory swordsmen to discuss. How about we temporarily withdraw our troops? Once we have some method, we can come back and kill the cultivators? That's the only way. An illusory swordsman nodded. If we swordsmen clear the earth layer, I'm afraid we will fall into the cultivator's trap. All right, Yuan Qing nodded. Just as he was about to wave his hand, he heard the fat manly Min point his finger and say in surprise, Senior Yuan, look, the spirit-devouring insects are starting to eat the earth again. No, they are starting to eat the earth that was hit by the cultivator's yellow talismans. Huh? Yuan Qing was overjoyed and looked over. Sure enough, the earth-devouring worms that were hit by the earth-sturdy talisman started to move again. They were devouring the yellow soil that was as hard as crystals. Rustle, rustle. The sound was extremely crisp. It seemed that the spirit-swallowing bugs liked it very much. The hard soil was no match for the spirit-swallowing bug's teeth. When the battle sword saw this, even he didn't know why such a mutation occurred. He could only secretly rejoice in his heart. The heavens have blessed my sword domain. Ying Chao laughed loudly. That's right, the heavens are really protecting our sword region. The swordsmen all laughed. Meanwhile, Tu Hong's expression had turned extremely ugly. How is that possible? The earth beneath the earth-firm talisman is even harder than a top-grade crystal stone. Lan Xen whispered, her face ashen. Everything has its vanquisher. Tu Hong sighed dejectedly. Of course, everything had to be subdued. What Xiaohua wanted to subdue was naturally the jade marrow. In order to not leave behind any jade marrow for the sword cultivators, Xiaohua had worked very hard and diligently for nearly 2 days. His heart began to whisper to himself. Damn it, I feel like something is wrong. If Cui Hongshan is Tu Hong's illegitimate son, then I can understand this arrangement. Otherwise, there would never be a meat pie that would fall from the sky. This young master will go and take a look. Xiaohua put away the wishful staff and used a concealment technique to return to where Cui Hongshan and the others were meditating. The 6 idiots were still sitting there obediently. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to put away his captain's token into his storage bag. Instead, he held it in his hands, looking at it from time to time for fear that he would delay the attack. Following the rules, Xiaohua sneered disdainfully. The disciples of the cultivation families are all so inflexible. It's no wonder that it's not easy for them to become characters that can stand proudly on the Dawn Rain continent. Cui Hongshan, if you are like this, then your bullshit dream. I'm afraid it will really be a dream. Then, without a word, Xiaohua fled towards the direction he had come from. Although Xiaohua's memory wasn't very good, after searching for half an hour, he still found the tunnel he had come from. However, at this time, the tunnel had been sealed, and a layer of solid restriction had firmly sealed the entrance of the cave. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the restriction, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. This restriction was very strange. Not only was it thick, but it also absorbed divine sense. Even the spiritual power fluctuations of the restriction were extremely unstable. Tisish, which cultivator laid this down? It's really rough. Xiaohua was somewhat disdainful. With a wave of his hand, he took out the rabbit talisman and was about to insert it into the array. However, when his first talisman touched the array, an earthy yellow brilliance immediately flashed, and an extremely slight explosion burst out from the array, like a fried soybean. Looking at the spiritual power fluctuations, it was like pouring water on oil, making a sizzling sound. Ouch, Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't dare to try again and immediately took back the talisman. It wasn't until the time it took to eat a meal that the spiritual power fluctuations gradually calmed down. Good boy, is the level of the cultivator who laid this array higher than this master or lower than this master? Xiaohua pinched his chin and was somewhat pensive. This array was the defensive array of Jianghu Mountain, and at this time the cultivators of Jianghu Mountain were fighting with the swordsmen of Huan country. Perhaps it was a cruel battle above. How could Xiaohua dare to carelessly destroy it? If he wasn't careful, he would become the eternal sinner of the Tao sect, right? This is difficult. Xiaohua shook his head and turned around to look at the surface of the earth. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. The area around him was filled with this kind of extremely unstable formation. Xiaohua frowned and no longer flew upwards. He also didn't check other places and returned to the place where Cui Hongshan and the others were resting. Seeing Xiaohua return, Cui Hongshan's heart inexplicably calmed down, but his face was still indifferent. He looked up and down at Xiaohua, not even greeting him. Get up. Xiaohua flew in front of everyone and shouted, "This Xiao found some problems." Everyone was surprised and hurriedly got up. Zhen Minghui glanced at Cui Hongshan and turned to ask Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao, what did you find?" "We are trapped in an array." Xiaohua glanced at everyone and said, "This array seems to be very big." This Xiao didn't have the time to examine it carefully, but it seems that there is only one team of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples here. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. "Fellow Cui, what is your relationship with Tu Hong?" Xiaohua looked up and down at Cui Hongshan and asked with bad intentions. "What relationship?" Cui Hongshan frowned and said curiously, "You have already asked this question before, and this Cui has also answered it." Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and pointed at Zhen Minghui. "Senior brother Minghui, go to the east side and see if there are any other teams of disciples. And this Zhen will go over now." Zhen Minghui saw Xiaohua's serious expression and didn't dare to be negligent. This time he didn't even look at Cui Hongshan and cupped his hands and said. When Zhen Minghui turned around, Xiaohua ordered again, "Senior brother Su, senior brother Qiu, don't be idle. Take Zhenhua and Bai Su Gu to the west side and other places." Yes. Su Qing and Qiu Su didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly waved their hands to take the two Qi refinement disciples. Unexpectedly, Cui Hongshan anxiously said, "Wait a moment." Su Qing and the others' eyes quickly turned, their gazes frequently moving between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan. "Why don't you go?" Cui Hongshan asked Xiaohua. "Ai, this Xiao was born with a bad sense of direction." Xiaohua sighed and shrugged. "Moreover, this Xiao has an important matter to do." "What matter?" Cui Hongshan asked. "Naturally, it is a mission to minimize the losses of my Dao sect." You won't understand even if I tell you." Xiaohua waved his hand and said. "Yes." Cui Hongshan nodded and turned his head. "This Cui will go to the north. You all follow Xiaohua's instructions and go to the west and south." Then he threw the captain's token to Xiaohua and said, "You stay here and guard the left side. If there are any abnormalities on the token, quickly send a communication talisman, or act according to the previous arrangements." "Yes." Xiaohua thought for a moment and took the token. He was also afraid that something would really happen. If he was here, he would be far more important than these 6 idiots. However, after watching the 6 people leave, Xiaohua only sat quietly for a moment. It was as if there were sores growing under his butt. The temptation of the jade essence was really too great. "Forget it. Let's go and mine the jade essence." Xiaohua got up and fled again. "As long as I am within the formation, the token will react. When the time comes, this young master will come back again." Not to mention the discovery of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, the earth-devouring worms that were hit by the Earth-Hard Talisman on the Quanjin Mountain Stratum became even more ferocious. Not only did they easily devour the soil that was as hard as crystals, even the speed at which they devoured ordinary soil was more than twice as fast. In just half a day's time, 100 zhang deep hole had already appeared in the soil stratum. Haha, cultivators really go for wool and come home shorn. Yuan Qing laughed loudly. Not only did they not use the talisman to kill our spiritual worms, they even helped our spiritual worms mutate. What made this old man the happiest was that their Quanjin Mountain's disciples lost quite a few again. Aha, that's exactly the case. Battle Sword also laughed loudly at the side. Even this old man did not expect that this cultivator's talisman would actually have an effect on the earth-devouring worms. In the future, this old man still has to try more. Who knows, maybe I can cultivate the spirit-devouring worms. Battle Sword friend, can your earth-devouring worms rest for a while? Ing Chao reminded, if you want to pull the cultivator out from the ground, these earth-devouring worms are a strong aid. You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Yes, this junior understands. Battle Sword nodded. In another hour, we will let the earth-devouring worms rest. Yes. Ing Chao nodded slightly and said to Yuan Qin, if the earth-devouring worms rest, we sword cultivators should not be idle. Let's all exercise our hands and feet. Consecutive sword formation. All right. Yuan Qin clapped his hands and said, this old man has been feeling a little lonely for the past half a day, let's use the flying sword too. Chapter 23:45. Sure enough, an hour later, after the disciples of the wild beast villa had collected the earth-devouring insects, the sword cultivators once again split into two groups. One group still stood on their swords and guarded in midair, while the other group formed into a formation and attacked the 300-meter-wide black hole. Several hundred sword cultivators with similar sword equipment each took out their flying swords. As the flying swords flew through the air, the similar sword intents on the flying swords resonated with each other, and the several hundred flying swords gradually condensed into a single massive flying sword. Wung wung, the humming of swords emitted from the massive flying sword. It was actually a cultivator's magic weapon. All sorts of heaven and earth spiritual energy began to rapidly surge forth, filling up the gaps between the small flying swords. Go! Several hundred sword cultivators moved their minds, all of them simultaneously chanting the same sword chant. The massive flying sword slowly began to move, and a multicolored sword light condensed into a massive sword light that pierced straight into the black hole. Woo! The flying sword seemed to tear the air apart. When it entered the black hole, it gave rise to a strange sound of wind whistling. Its power was extremely great. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless clouds of dust burst out from the black hole, shooting straight up into the sky. However, as the winter wind blew, all of this dust was blown away, turning into dust that drifted between the heavens and earth. Oh my god! Seeing the several hundred sword cultivators on the light screen, Lan Xang couldn't help but cry out. This is simply the cultivation of swords. At most, it's just a little bit closer to the realm of swords. Tu Hong sneered, if their array formation really had the strength to transform into swords, then who would want to fight them? Yes, this old man understands. Lan Xang smiled, it's just that seeing such a fierce sword array for the first time makes me a bit nervous. Tu Hong did not express his opinion. He only squinted his eyes as he watched the swordsmen keep their flying swords and slowly form their formation again. He said faintly, these flying swords look very powerful, but they are useless. Which cultivator would directly face these several hundred swordsmen as an enemy? Even a cultivator whose strength is comparable to a third-grade illusory sword cultivator wouldn't allow them to easily form their sword array. If it were the many cultivators of my Dao sect, would they have the time to form a sword array? It's only because my Jingquan Mountain's array is underground that they are wasting their sword origin for no reason. On top of that, you are strutting around in front of my Golden Spring Mountain. They're just a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate others. Tu Hong sneered, if old brother Lan goes out, they'll definitely be scared witless. I dare not, I dare not. There must be an illusory swordsman beside the sword cultivator. This old man is no match for him. Lan Xan was very humble. She asked, should we take advantage of this time and give them a head-on blow? Wait a little longer. Tu Hong only said 2 words before falling silent. As Lan Xan saw this, she could only stand there in silence, quietly watching this sword cultivator show off his might. He knew in his heart that his cultivation couldn't compare with Tu Hong's, and he was even more inferior to Tu Hong's when it came to commanding troops. In a battle where hundreds of people would die, he really couldn't deal with it. Ha ha ha, seeing the numerous swordsmen fly out one after another and the black hole being struck down several hundred feet, Yuan Qing also laughed out loud. He flew up and loudly shouted, all of you retreat, let this old man move his hands and feet. Yes. The swordsmen who had just put away their flying swords and were about to use them again hurriedly agreed and scattered to the side. Yuan Qing flew up into the air. He pointed a finger and the flying sword beneath his feet shot up into the air. Yuan Qing opened his mouth and a sword origin shot out, quickly catching up with the flying sword. With a sound, the flying sword suddenly accelerated, and a small spark flashed from the flying sword. The spark became increasingly hot, gradually expanding. In an instant, the flying sword flew up several dozen feet, and the spark had already turned into a fireball. However, this wasn't the end. The flying sword continued to fly up into the air. The bird cultivators in the air scattered, creating a large gap. Then, the flying sword suddenly burst apart, turning into a giant fireball. Yuan Qing's hands formed a sword seal, and he casually pointed his finger. His expression seemed relaxed, but there was a dignified look in his eyes. Wung, the sound of a sword humming came from the flying sword of a nearby swordsman. Looking at the fireball in the air, it was like a meteor but also like a blazing sun falling from the heavens. It cut across the horizon, emitting a loud rumbling sound as it smashed into the black hole. Now's the time. Tu Hong and Lan Xan were also watching Yuan Qing show off. Just as Lan Xan was dumbfounded by the might of this flying sword, Tu Hong suddenly shouted out. Oh, Lan Xan was stunned as if she hadn't reacted yet. Tu Hong's lips curved up in a smile. He pointed his finger at the triangular magic tool, and at the same time his figure also flew out. On the ground a little further away from the black hole, there was a faint flash of light. At this time, many sword cultivators were scattered in the air, smiles hanging on their faces as they watched Yuan Qing display his skills. No one thought that Tu Hong would suddenly attack the illusory swordsman while he was displaying his power. And Yuan Qing's attention was also on the flying sword. When the meteor-like flying sword smashed into the black hole, a burst of battle cries resounded through Gold Spring Mountain. Boom! There was an earth-shattering tremor. The entire ground was shaking. This boom was not only from Yuan Qing's flying sword, but also the sound of thousands of ambushing cultivators' artifacts and treasures hitting the sword cultivator's body. The sword cultivators were obviously caught off guard. As soon as they came into contact with the flying sword, over a dozen sword cultivators were struck by their magic tools, and their bodies fell from the sky. Damn it, Yuan Qing had already noticed the commotion when the flying sword fell. But his sword seal had already been formed, and he couldn't stop the flying sword, so he had no choice but to drive the flying sword into the black hole. Seeing the sword cultivators fall, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed his finger, and the blazing sun once again flew out from the black hole, piercing straight towards the many Foundation establishment cultivators. The intense sword light was like a glaring sun as it struck the cultivators. Not to mention the cultivators fighting back, they couldn't even open their eyes. Yuan Qing, your opponent is this general. A roar sounded from the ground. A yellow light flashed and Tu Hong's figure appeared in the air. Yuan Qing heard a cultivator call out his name. He was surprised, but he didn't withdraw the sword seal in his hand. Go. Tu Hong waved his hand, and the serpent spear he was holding in his hand flew into the air. The serpent spear whistled through the air, and it actually transformed into a yellow serpent that charged towards the scorching sun. The bloody snake opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow the blazing sun in one gulp. Chapter 2346. So you are the Golden Core Cultivator from Golden Spring Mountain. Yuan Qing laughed as he activated his sword art and said, You actually managed to find out my name. Seems like you want to have a taste of my power. Wu, the huge python circled in the air and a large amount of earth attribute spiritual energy quickly condensed, blocking many cultivators under its body. The huge mouth swallowed the sun into its stomach. Instantly, the entire battlefield dimmed and the screams of the sword cultivators and cultivators seemed to have weakened. However, Tu Hong's face was still grim while Yuan Qing's face was calm, which was thought-provoking. Tu Hong activated his magic power and while controlling his magic treasure, he quickly released his spiritual sense to scan Ning Chao and the rest. However, when his spiritual sense scanned Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsman, his face changed. Maybe it was because of his shock that his state of mind was disturbed, or maybe it was because his magic power was not enough to suppress Yuan Qing's flying sword. Yuan Qing slightly raised his sword art and shouted, Break! Numerous light rays faintly penetrated the body of the huge yellow python. Following which, the number of light rays increased rapidly and the huge python's abdomen expanded rapidly. With a loud ping, a scorching aura was emitted from the huge python. The flying sword actually broke through the huge python's encirclement and rushed out. Furthermore, the flying sword did not seem to stop. It rapidly expanded and contracted a few times and immediately turned into a fiery red stream of light and pierced towards Tu Hong. This time the flying sword was different from the previous one. It did not have much power and only countless sparks could be seen from the stream of light. However, Tu Hong, who was in the middle of the battle, did not have a relaxed expression on his face. A huge pressure appeared in the air, and when Tu Hong scanned the flying sword with his divine sense, he could feel the powerful force contained within the flying sword. He did not dare to slack off. The attack power of a sword cultivator was not a joke, not to mention the flying sword of an illusory sword cultivator. Go! Tu Hong waved his hand and the magic treasure which had already reverted back to its spear form drew an arc in the air and stabbed towards the flying sword. With a loud keng, the spear and the flying sword collided and countless sparks splashed out. An unpleasant screeching sound came from the point of collision between the spear and the flying sword, rapidly spreading to the entire battlefield. Nearly a dozen cultivators and swordsmen couldn't bear the ear-piercing sound and fell from the sky one after another. The flying sword looked like a fireball that had been doused with water, floating in the air dimly. Tu Hong's spear also flipped a few times in the air, floating at a slanted angle to the side. You also know sword cultivation? A trace of surprise flashed across Yuan Qing's eyes as he asked. Then he looked at Tu Hong's martial attire and said thoughtfully, even if you have never practiced flying swords, you are still somewhat related to my sword domain. Sword cultivators are indeed arrogant. You guys are too conceited. Could it be that the flying swords of my Dao sect are inferior to the flying swords of your swordsmen? Can't I too know a little bit about flying sword techniques? Tu Hong laughed coldly. If a cultivator from my Dao sect used a flying sword to kill a swordsman from Sword Cultivator, would you say that he was definitely a swordsman from Sword Cultivator? And all flows return to origin. It is said that no matter if it is a cultivator or a swordsman, they are all the same in the immortal realm. Your knowledge is not bad. Yuan Qing still had a strong attitude and asked again, since you know that I am Yuan Qing, why don't you report your name? When two armies are facing each other, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself will ensure victory. Tu Hong laughed coldly. You sword cultivators have besieged my Golden Spring Mountain for many days and have already investigated the situation of my Golden Spring Mountain. How is it possible that you don't even know my name? When Yuan Qing heard this, his face turned red. You really didn't think so much. Your father will kill you. Why would I care who you are? Yuan Qing waved his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. An illusory swordsman is only so. Tu Hong naturally wouldn't back down. Haha, then this old man will let you see what a real illusory sword is. Yuan Qing laughed loudly and his body slowly flew up. He activated the true Yuan in his body and a brilliant sword light shot out from Yuan Qing's body. An unusually hot sword essence rushed out uncontrollably. At this moment, Li Min and Ying Chao, who were the closest to Yuan Qing, couldn't bear it and hurriedly flew back. They only stopped after flying back a few hundred feet. Yuan Qing's body emitted flames which heated up the surrounding air. The sword light followed the flames and rushed into the long sword in his hand. Hence, the flying sword became even brighter and gradually elongated. At the same time as the flying sword elongated, Yuan Qing's body started to turn illusory and elongated. He seemed to be fusing with the flying sword. Seeing such a situation, how could Tu Hong wait any longer? He waved his hand and activated his true Yuan. The long spear once again turned into a giant python and rushed towards Yuan Qing. At the same time, Tu Hong's hands formed seals again and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed around him. It was another familiar sword hum. However, this sword hum was getting louder and louder. When it reached its peak, Yuan Qing's flying sword fused with his arms, and his figure was faintly switching between a sword and a human form. At this moment, Tu Hong's long spear was already in front of him. There was a faint stench coming from the bloody snake's mouth. Yuan Qing raised his arms slightly and the long sword drew a line in the air. It seemed slow but in reality it was very fast. In an instant, it reached the mouth of the long spear first. Clang, once again there was a collision sound. However, unlike before when the long spear collided with the long sword, it immediately split into three. The three shadows bypassed the flying sword and rushed towards Yuan Qing. Haha, your Taoist sect likes to play with such superficial things. Yuan Qing's voice was as sonorous as gold and stone. Then, the long sword split into 3 rays of sword light that were even faster than the long spear. In an instant, they hit the giant python's shadow. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. Hundreds of earth spikes suddenly shot out from the mountain where Yuanqing was. These earth spikes rushed into the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also condensed into a part of the earth spikes. They were all aimed at Yuanqing's legs at an extremely fast speed. "Io, you do have some tricks up your sleeve." Yuanqing was slightly stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and a few more rays of sword light flew over. Swoosh, 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 they cut off the earth spikes. They were extremely sharp. However, as soon as the sword light flashed, countless spikes suddenly appeared in the space several feet around Yuanqing like branches and vines, closing in on Yuanqing's body. Ah! Yuanqing was a little surprised. It was easy to cut off the earth spikes horizontally. However, the sharp spikes were shining with a dark light. They were not easy to deal with. Yuanqing did not dare to be careless. Sword light flowed around his body and his figure gradually disappeared. He turned into a long sword that pointed to the sky. Crack! The earth spikes quickly spread out and quickly covered Yuanqing. Then they suddenly closed up and tightly wrapped around Yuanqing. However, Ying Chao and the others watched from afar and had no intention of helping. Spike! Tu Hong's face flashed with a hint of savagery. He grabbed at the compressed earth spikes and was about to activate his Dharma power again. At this moment, a sharp ray of sword light suddenly shot out from the yellow earth spikes. It slashed through the earth spikes and a flying sword flew out from the earth spikes. Ha ha ha! Yuanqing's maniacal laughter came from the flying sword. Then his body could no longer maintain the sword form. A few rays of sword light flashed and appeared. How can the Taoist sect know about my sword cultivator's Dharma power? Yuanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Dharma power is indeed powerful. However, against a sword cultivator like me, it's just a small trick." "Is that so?" Tu Hong sneered. He suddenly waved his other hand that had been hidden in his Taoist robe. A wave of spiritual power suddenly trembled around Tu Hong. "This is?" Yuanqing was stunned. His eyes flashed as he saw the remains of the 6 long spears that he had cut in half earlier surrounding him. Rumble! As soon as Yuanqing saw the remains of the spear, the 6 spear remains began to shine with a bright yellow light and exploded like fireworks. An extremely strong tearing force rushed toward Yuanqing's body. "This is bad." Seeing Tu Hong explode his Dharma treasure, Yuanqing was shocked. He quickly flew up and tried to escape. However, he was still too slow. The 6 forces tore at his body like 6 large hands and threw him high into the sky. What scared Yuanqing the most was that he had barely dodged the 6 forces. The spikes that he had broken free from earlier were also ignited by the Dharma treasure. An even stronger explosive force rushed toward him. Pooh! Yuanqing was shocked. He could no longer hold back. He opened his mouth and a blood-red ray of sword light flew out. It was like a shooting star that pierced toward the exploding spikes. It was extremely strange. When the ray of sword light pierced through, it was as if it had pierced through a pocket. The exploding spikes suddenly deflated and shrank toward the spot where the ray of sword light had pierced through. Then they disappeared. The small sword that had pierced through the exploding spikes had also become much dimmer. "Haha, Yuanqing, you old thief, how's my technique?" Tu Hong laughed loudly. Then his body flashed with earth yellow light again. His body landed on the ground and disappeared. At the same time, many other Tao sect cultivators also left the battlefield and landed on the ground. They also disappeared like Tu Hong. Wung wung, a loud sword hum sounded and a fiery red ray of sword light flashed. Yuanqing transformed into a long sword and slashed at the spot where Tu Hong had disappeared. Boom boom boom. A huge crack that was dozens of feet deep appeared on the ground. When the long sword transformed back into Yuanqing's human form, his face turned pale. Despicable brat. Yuanqing's eyes were wide open as he stood in midair. The long sword in his hand was like a rainbow as he shouted loudly. Yes, Yuanqing was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman. His strength was comparable to a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. In terms of attack power, he was even stronger than a late-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Previously, when he used the flying sword, his strength was definitely not something that Tu Hong could compare to. However, Tu Hong made use of the flying sword divine ability that he had just used to attack him. Then he used the exploding spikes and the explosion of his magic treasure to trap Yuanqing. Although Yuanqing did not suffer any serious injuries and only suffered some minor injuries due to the depletion of his sword origin, but, When he thought about it, Tu Hong was only at the peak of the early-stage Golden Core realm. He had not even reached the mid-stage Golden Core realm. Yuan Qing's face was really a big loss. Chapter 2347. Haha, sword friend Yuan Qing. Ying Chao flew over and said with a smile, "This cultivator named Tu from Jingquan Mountain is really sinister. He actually took advantage of the fact that you just used up your sword origin to launch a sneak attack. It's normal that you couldn't kill him." Hearing Ying Chao mention Tu Hong's death, Yuan Qing's face turned red. To be honest, he really did look down on Tu Hong and wanted to play with him. He wanted to show off the power of the skyscraping sword sect in front of so many sword cultivators and bird cultivators, and vent the anger of the sword cultivators who lost their lives over the past few days. But everything seemed to be out of his expectations. "Sigh, I have still underestimated this Dao sect cultivator." Yuan Qing was helpless and could only sigh and admit, they definitely can't beat us sword cultivators in terms of fighting, but their mysterious secret techniques and spells are really troublesome. That's right. Ling Yunwu also flew over and said with a smile, "If not, how could a thunder-controlling sect disciple pretend to be a foundation establishment cultivator? How could a group of sword cultivators be intimidated? If not, how could I invite more than 10 illusory swordsmen to deal with this thunder-controlling sect disciple?" Yuan Qing seemed to empathize with him and immediately sympathized with Ling Yunwu. He asked again, "That golden core cultivator wasn't the one you were looking for, right?" "No." Ling Yunwu shook his head. This person was dressed in martial attire and called himself a cultivator from Jingquan Mountain. He's not a thunder-controlling sect disciple. Also, I've observed for a long time. None of the Dao sect disciples that appeared were wearing the thunder-controlling sect uniform. How's the damage just now? Yuan Qing glanced at Ying Chao and asked in a low voice. I've asked the disciples in the sky to do some calculations. The Dao sect cultivator's sneak attack just now killed about 230 warriors of the sword domain. Ying Chao also replied in a low voice, also the Dao sect cultivator was prepared. This time only 70 cultivator corpses were left. Yuan Qing let out a long sigh. He looked at the deep pit and said coldly, "Valley Master Li, how's your earth-devouring bug?" "Okay, Senior Yuan, we still have to wait for another 2 hours." Li Min hurriedly replied. "Alright, brave warriors of Sword Region. Continue to vent your anger on the cultivators underground." Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, "This time the Dao sect cultivators will definitely not dare to launch a sneak attack." Yes. The sword cultivators were already burning with rage after being ambushed by the cultivators. When they heard Yuan Qing's command, they cheered loudly and rearranged their formation to attack the black hole. Inside the Golden Spring Mountain, Tu Hong's face was covered in a layer of faint golden color. He was sitting on a chair and adjusting his breath. A layer of yellow brilliance was flowing around his body, emitting a faint glow. Lan Xen looked at him for a moment and then quietly walked out. After an hour, Lan Xen quietly returned once more. Tu Hong had already returned to his original appearance. "General," Lan Xen glanced at the light screen above the magic tool and whispered, "Those strange spirit insects have been released again. Let's hold on for now." Tu Hong sighed and waved his hand. "The cultivators of my Golden Spring Mountain are far too weak compared to the swordsmen. Let's gather our strength first and wait for the final battle." "General, for you to injure that illusory sword cultivator is already commendable. There is no need to blame yourself." Lan Xen misunderstood and quickly comforted him. "Haha, old brother Lan." Tu Hong waved his hand and smiled. "Although that Yuan Qing's cultivation is at the late golden core stage, I really made him eat a loss just now. Although I had to abandon my magic tool and was only slightly injured, Yuan Qing's injuries are definitely worse than mine. To be able to make a late golden core swordsman fall under my hands, even if I die I will still be happy." This old man was also frightened just now. Lan Xen didn't hide her feelings and smiled apologetically. Tu Hong pointed at the light screen and said, "Not only are the disciples of my Golden Spring Mountain inferior to the sword cultivators outside, but the high-level disciples are also inferior. Look here, where the light screen cannot see, there are dozens of illusory swordsmen standing there. None of them are inferior to Yuan Qing." Dozens of illusory swordsmen? Lan Xen was dumbfounded. How could a sword cultivator invest so many illusory swords in my Golden Spring Mountain? This doesn't make sense. Who knows? Tu Hong didn't lose his composure like Lan Xan. He coldly said, "The more they come, the happier I will be." "General." Lan Xian hesitated for a moment, hesitating. "What's wrong?" Tu Hong curiously asked, "Does old brother Lan have something to say?" "The cultivators of the Tao sect, they have something to say." Lan Xian whispered, "If General hadn't decisively killed a Golden Spring Mountain disciple last time, I'm afraid they would have come knocking on our door. These damned cultivators." Tu Hong gnashed his teeth. "They claim to be the orthodox disciples of the Tao sect. They don't even place my Sky Patrol city in their eyes. What do they know about deploying troops? What do they know about the Tao of illusions?" "That's right." Lan Xian bitterly smiled. "They say that my Golden Spring Mountain has too few disciples and that they are all hiding somewhere, so they have to go out and risk their lives." Hearing this, Tu Hong wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "These disciples of the Tao sect are quite smart. That's enough. Tell them to cultivate in seclusion. In a few days, that sword cultivator's spirit insects will swallow up the earth layer into the defensive array formation. At that time we will have our final battle. If we are not their match, then we will abandon this Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone mine." "That's not good." Lan Xan whispered, "Weakening our morale without fighting is not the way to win. Moreover, if those Tao sect cultivators hear this, won't they all run away?" "Hee, this old man wants them to run away, but do you think those sword cultivators will agree?" Tu Hong sneered, "If they want to live, then their only choice is to desperately kill the enemy." "Yes, this old man understands." Lan Xian nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Lan Xian's back, Tu Hong's eyes fell on the light screen. He frowned, thinking to himself, how come there are suddenly over a dozen illusory swordsmen? These illusory swordsmen don't seem to be from the sword faction that is responsible for this area. What are they doing here? That's right, even if Tu Hong cracked his head, he still wouldn't know that these illusory swordsmen had come for Xiao Hua, who was still at the bottom of the Spirit Stone mine. How is it? Several days passed. Seeing that there was no movement from the captain's token, Xiao Hua had no choice but to come out and take a look. At this time, Cui Hongshan and the others had already returned. Xiao Hua looked at their grim expressions and asked in a low voice. "Good junior apprentice brother Xiao knows." Zhen Minghui said, "We've looked all around and it really is the same as junior apprentice brother said. There isn't a single cultivator here. There isn't any movement at all." Chapter 2348. I also tried to send a transmission talisman to Fang Yuan and the others, but there was no response. Cui Hongshan's expression was somewhat abnormal, but it wasn't as ugly as Zhen Minghui and the others. He said, "It seems we are trapped in a formation. It's good that you know. Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Hua returned the captain's token to Cui Hongshan and asked. "Actually, there is no need for any good ideas." Cui Hongshan squeezed out a smile and said, "Maybe Senior Tu Hong has other arrangements. We have other important matters to attend to here. Are you sure you can send your magic power into the formation?" Xiao Hua couldn't help but mock. "In any case, I am confident I don't have this ability." "You." How could Cui Hongshan not hear Xiao Hua's mockery? He said angrily, "I know your cultivation is deeper than mine, but you don't need to remind me all the time, right? Senior Tu Hong is a senior expert, the commander of the army. He definitely has his reasons for arranging us here. Even if there are some mistakes, I'm afraid it is unintentional. As for the intention to harm others that you are projecting, he definitely won't have it." "How do you know? Is Tu Hong Cui Hong?" Xiao Hua asked. "Some people don't need to be understood." Cui Hongshan sneered, "You only need to look at these people and you will admire them from the bottom of your heart and obey them from the bottom of your heart. This is where the charm of a person lies." Although this Cui has only met Senior Tu Hong a few times, from the first time this Cui saw him, I knew that this was the kind of person he was. He is someone I can entrust my life to. "Good boy. You are really amazing." Xiao Hua smacked his lips and sneered, "You don't even recognize this Xiao as your senior brother from the same sect, and you don't even care about this Xiao saving your life. You dare to entrust your life to someone you've never met before? My life was saved by you. You can take it away at any time if you want." Cui Hongshan didn't show any weakness. "But you can't control my thoughts. Could it be that you've never met such a person? You only met once and you can treat each other with sincerity?" Xiao Hua was at a loss. There was Fairy Hong Xia, he only met her once and their hearts were connected. The second time they met, the third time, Damn it, it was even more excessive. Where's the guy? Naturally it was Ziyi. It was a very strange feeling. Although Xiaohua might not dare to entrust his life to Ziyi, the power of his trust was undeniable. All right. Your eloquence can't be said. It's much stronger than your cultivation. This Xiao won't compete with you in this. Xiaohua didn't admit it. He pointed his hand and said, Jinhua, come here. Oh yes, martial uncle Xiao. Jinhua said respectfully. At this moment he held this martial uncle Xiao in high esteem. Not to mention that Xiaohua's cultivation was so profound that it made him dizzy. Just the fact that Xiaohua didn't put in much effort and there were already a lot of good things in his storage bag was enough to make him obediently listen to Xiaohua. Come with me. Xiaohua turned around and left. Yes. Zhenhua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. After more than half a day, Xiaohua brought Zhenhua back again. Looking at Zhenhua's baffled appearance, Cui Hongshan was also baffled. He raised his eyes and asked, Xiaohua, in this gourd of yours, what kind of medicine did you buy? If you want to live, then listen to this Xiao. Xiaohua was too lazy to explain to him. If you have anything you're curious about, just ask him. After saying that, he flew away again without stopping. Zhenhua, what did he do to you? Cui Hongshan asked curiously. This disciple also doesn't know. Zhenhua was extremely bewildered. Martial Uncle Xiao only called this disciple out. Then this disciple's vision turned black and I didn't know anything. After waking up, Martial Uncle Xiao kept asking this disciple, how do you feel? How's the true qi in your body? Your cultivation hasn't changed, right? And other such extremely strange questions. And then? Cui Hongshan asked. And then? Then Martial Uncle Xiao brought this disciple back. Zhenhua was also puzzled. How long has it been? You don't know what happened? Bai Sugu asked in surprise. Half a day? Zhenhua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. This disciple's vision indeed turned black and I don't know anything. Then did your cultivation change? Zhen Minghui came to his senses and hurriedly asked. No, this disciple exercised his mental cultivation method. After checking for a long time, I didn't find any abnormalities. Zhenhua said very decisively. Zhen Minghui looked at Cui Hongshan. The two of them were a little dumbfounded. They really couldn't think of what Xiaohua did to Zhenhua. Forget it. Su Qing waved her hand and said, anyway, junior brother Xiao won't harm us. Let's just listen to his arrangements. What else could they do? Cui Hongshan was dejected and sat on the ground. Looking at the unresponsive captain's token in his hand, his eyes were dull. He really didn't know what to do. But at this moment, the captain's token emitted a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. Cui Hongshan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and hurriedly shouted, Xiaohua, quickly look, the captain's token has reacted. Senior Tu Hong ordered us to attack. Xiaohua, quickly send a message to Xiaohua. Cui Hongshan hurriedly ordered Jin Minghui, let him come and see. Senior Tu Hong definitely didn't lie to us. Cui Hongshan seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Yes. Zhen Minghui hurriedly sent out the communication talisman. When Xiaohua returned, Cui Hongshan handed the captain's token to him as if he was presenting a treasure and said, take a look, Senior Tu Hong has issued an order for us to attack. Attack from here? Xiaohua was obviously stunned and somewhat didn't dare to believe it. This seems a little inappropriate. Cui Hongshan released his divine sense and didn't see any formation, so he hesitated and said, then can we fly a little higher? Zhen Minghui's brain was active and he immediately asked, then let's go up and take a look. Cui Hongshan nodded. The closer we are to the formation, the more we can activate our magic power defense. Okay. Xiaohua could only agree and nod. Seeing that Xiaohua was the same, everyone flew out of the cave. Under Cui Hongshan's lead, they flew up the path that Cui Hongshan had previously explored. After flying for an hour, Cui Hongshan's captain's token suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Then, a fluctuation that was 100 times stronger swept across the captain's token and swept across everyone's body. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly released his divine sense. Previously, his divine sense couldn't reach far because it was blocked by the special layer of soil of Mount Quanjin. But now, without any obstruction, it swept out in an instant. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly and he shouted, Cui Hongshan, forget it, do you still want to live? Why is that? Cui Hongshan was also flustered. Just as he was about to sweep his divine sense out, who knew that before his divine sense could leave his body, dozens of divine senses swept over like sharp swords and locked onto everyone in an instant. And after the dozens of divine senses, there were even hundreds of divine senses following behind. Yes, everyone said without hesitation. Okay, Xiaohua also nodded. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and untied a spirit storage pouch from his waist. He reached out and grabbed the back of Cui Hongshan's neck. His thumb pinched the back of Cui Hongshan's neck and Cui Hongshan fainted. Xiaohua threw Cui Hongshan into the spirit storage pouch, no different from throwing a little duck. This. Zhen Minghui and the rest opened their eyes wide. They finally understood why Zhenhua had been unconscious for half a day and why Xiaohua asked if Zhenhua was injured. Damn it, do you still want to live? Quickly come over. Xiaohua shouted and waved his hand again. Zhenhua fell into his hand without any strength to fight back and was thrown into the spirit storage pouch again. I thought of this method with great difficulty. Don't worry, as long as I don't die, nothing will happen to you. Okay, although Zhen Minghui and the rest were extremely unhappy, who could say anything? Falling into the spirit storage pouch would be treated the same as a spirit beast. At least it was better than falling into the hands of a sword cultivator and dying. However, to put a cultivator into the spirit storage pouch, perhaps only a fierce person like Xiaohua could think of such a cunning idea. Xiaohua didn't care about what they thought. After putting the 6 dazed birds into the spirit storage pouch, he waved his hand and put them into the space. He raised his head and looked up, then turned around and flew down. Yuan Qing stood on the scorching sun sword with a trace of excitement on his face. He watched as the sword cultivators formed a group and struck the huge sword shadows into the ground. The dust that soared into the sky earlier could no longer fly high because the black hole that led to the Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine was already very deep. After waiting for the huge sword shadows to fiercely attack a few more times, Yuan Qing swept his divine sense and waved his hand. Disciples, take a rest. Conserve your energy. Disciples of the Mad Beast Manor, now that the Jingquan Mountain's defensive array is about to be exposed, release your earth-devouring bugs. Make the final attack. As long as we can take down this spirit stone mine, your Mad Beast Manor will have the greatest merit. At that time, there will be no shortage of spirit stones for you. Yes, this disciple understands. The many disciples of the Mad Beast Manor had excited expressions as they loudly responded. The battle sword flew to Yuan Qing's side and said with a smile, Disciples, all of you have worked hard for the past few days. Not only have I seen it, the warriors of Sword Region have also remembered it in their hearts. All of your hard work will not be in vain. Just like what Villa Master said before coming here, all of you are the role models of my wild beast villa. Good, this old man won't say any unnecessary words. You all can command the earth-devouring bugs and finish the job in one fell swoop. Yes. The disciples responded, accompanied by the buzzing sounds of insects. In these past few days, the earth-devouring bugs seemed to have grown in size as they flew out from the hands of the disciples. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky as they flew into the black hole. General. Lan Xian's eyes were a bit tired. She looked at the light screen and whispered, It's time for the disciples to go out. We've been avoiding battle for several days now. The momentum of these cultivators is very weak. Tu Hong had already returned to normal. His eyes shined as he glanced at Lan Xen and asked, Are the cultivators of the Dao sect still complaining? Chapter 2349. Yes, there are more and more complaints. Lan Xian replied without hesitation. Moreover, even my Golden Spring Mountain disciples have some doubts. After all, there are thousands of disciples that have gone missing. What did they say? What rumors are there? Our Golden Spring Mountain disciples are naturally incomparable to those Dao sect cultivators. General's military discipline is strict. They only have some doubts, but they don't dare to talk too much. Tu Hong's eyes flashed with gratification. He nodded. Fortunately, these disciples have not disappointed this old man's many years of training. But he also had some regret. He whispered, Unfortunately, in the face of such a great enemy, this old man cannot do anything alone. I fear that I will have to disappoint them. General can rest assured. Lan Xen cupped her hands across her chest. Not to mention the ordinary Golden Spring Mountain disciples, even this old man has long since decided to follow General. In my heart, I have already decided to live and die with Golden Spring Mountain and pursue General. Haha, since we can die together, then we can live together. Tu Hong lifted his hand and smiled. In truth, the situation isn't that terrible. Dozens of illusory swordsmen. Lan Xian's eyes flashed with despair. Tu Hong had already seen this, but he didn't say anything. He only smiled and said, "Old brother Lan, you can rest assured. Since I dare to say this, then the disciples of Golden Spring Mountain will definitely have a chance to survive." But Lan Xian was still skeptical. She knew that those thousands of Golden Spring Mountain disciples had been hidden by Tu Hong, but, no matter how many disciples there were, it was impossible for them to be a match for dozens of late Golden Core cultivators. Thinking of this, Lan Xian's eyes flashed with understanding. Good. At this time Tu Hong's eyes shrank. He grit his teeth and slowly stood up. He ordered, "Old brother Lan, the sword cultivators have already approached my Golden Spring Mountain's defensive array formation. Life or death will be decided here. Inform the disciples to immediately meet the enemy. As long as we can drag them into the Spirit Stone mine, their mission will be complete. They can escape." Lan Xian was stunned. But after a moment she hesitated. "Then, what about the Dao sect cultivators?" "Them?" Tu Hong smiled and waved his hand. "Life and death is up to fate, riches and honor is up to the heavens." "Yes, subordinate understands." Lan Xian cupped her hands together. Her eyes swept over the curtain of light, and then she hurried away. On the light screen, a deep black line had already touched the blood-red line. On the ground, Yuan Qing stared coldly at the black hole. The spiritual energy fluctuation in the black hole was getting stronger. Suddenly Yuan Qing raised his eyebrows and a hint of a smile flashed through his eyes as he shouted, "Disciples, prepare to attack. The cowardly cultivators finally can't take it anymore." Ah! Upon hearing Yuan Qing's voice transmission, all the sword cultivator disciples perked up. Each of them activated the flying swords beneath their feet and waited for the battle to begin. The bird cultivators in the sky also flew down, covering the sky above Golden Fountain Mountain. They seemed to be preparing to attack the cultivators of Golden Fountain Mountain, and also seemed to be preventing the disciples of Golden Fountain Mountain from escaping. Indeed, the moment Yuan Qing's voice landed, the entire area started to flicker. The cultivators of Jianghu Mountain all rushed out from the light like a swarm of bees. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were the same as before, attacking towards the sword cultivator. However, the cultivators this time were clearly different from before. Not only were there several times more people, but the cultivators' ranks were also much higher. Ah! The cultivators are still struggling on the verge of death. Yuan Qing laughed heartily, but he did not go up. His target was Tu Hong. Moreover, the swordsmen had indeed made great progress in the past few days of fighting. Regardless of whether it was their teamwork or killing, Yuan Qing and the other swordsmen were extremely satisfied. Yifang Yuan was feeling a little tired. He only had 3 Tai Ching sect disciples left. When his Tai Ching sect disciples left Patrol Heaven City, there were 11 of them. When they were attacked by the beast cultivators, 4 of them died, leaving only 7. When they encountered the bird cultivators, another disciple escaped and was killed by the bird cultivators. Thus, only 6 disciples came to Golden Fountain Mountain. In the previous few days of fighting, although he was extremely careful, 2 Foundation Establishment initial stage disciples were still killed by the sword cultivators. Where did Xiaohua go? At this moment, Yifang Yuan could not help but think of Xiaohua, who forced the bird cultivators to retreat. If this fierce person was here, I would not have died. However, Yifang Yuan had already released his divine sense. Like the previous few times, there was not a single Imperial Thunder Sect disciple on the battlefield. Maybe they have already escaped from the battlefield? Or there are other arrangements? Yifang Yuan only had this trace of doubt, but he did not think about anything else. The green ring in his hand flew out and blocked a dust-like flying sword that was flying towards him. However, it was only able to block it for a brief moment. The flying sword that was like smoke and dust wrapped around the ring in an instant. Then it split into several more flying swords that pierced diagonally and rushed out again. Quick! Yifang Yuan did not seem to panic. He made a hand seal and the green ring produced a strong suction force. The dust-like flying sword was immediately sucked into the ring and turned into a 1-foot-long flying sword. The other flying swords were also sucked back. However, the flying sword had just returned to its original form when a layer of dark blue sword light flashed on it. A tearing force that was comparable to the suction force of the ring was produced. With a buzzing sound, the flying sword spun and flew out like a sharp awl. It was like an arrow that had been pulled taut from a bow, pulling the ring down several feet. Hiss! He Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. The magic power in his body poured into the ring like a torrential flood. The ring also shone brightly, trying to restrain the flying sword. However, not far from He Fang Yuan, there was a petite female swordsman with a face full of disdain. She was wearing a sword outfit and her hands were forming a sword seal. Her small mouth slightly opened as she shouted, "Break!" As the female cultivator's sword essence circulated, a huge force was emitted from the flying sword. With a piercing sound, the flying sword flew out of the ring and pierced towards He Fang Yuan's forehead like an arrow leaving the bow. Ah! He Fang Yuan was shocked, but he was not too flustered. He was controlling the ring, and when the ring was unable to continue, he was already alert. Seeing the flying sword's sharpness, he did not have absolute confidence in blocking it. He could only use his magic power to fly and dodge to the side. He Fang Yuan had just dodged when a miserable scream came from behind him. He Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned and saw a fist-sized hole in the chest of a Jianghu mountain disciple. Blood was flowing out of the hole as his body fell from the sky. His eyes were still open as he stared hatefully at He Fang Yuan. "Sigh, brother, don't blame me." He Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. However, right at this moment, an unparalleled sense of vigilance emerged from his back. Almost without thinking, his body could not fly downwards, and instead, his body abruptly fell downwards. Chapter 2350. With a swoosh, a palm-sized flying sword brushed past his head, shattering his defensive yellow talisman and even slicing off a long strand of his black hair, causing beads of blood to appear on his pale white scalp. He Fang Yuan didn't dare to think any further. He clapped his hands and took out several defensive yellow talismans, hurriedly placing them on his body. At the same time, he was still worried and used a few spells. Only when his body emitted a faint light again, did he finally relax. However, he had just stopped when that fierce female cultivator's flying sword flew close again. The flying sword that was like mist and smoke covered him like a fine net. He Fang Yuan couldn't recall the cyan ring in time. He used both his hands to continuously use spells and slapped his storage bag, throwing out a dozen yellow talismans. With a rumbling sound, the fire net talisman transformed into a fire net that blocked in front of the flying sword. A series of ice balls also appeared in the air, but these yellow talismans, which usually looked powerful, were slightly penetrated by the smoke net. A crack appeared in the middle of all the talismans. They simply didn't wait for the magic power to explode before they were annihilated. Naturally, He Fang Yuan took advantage of this gap and held the ring in his hand. Just as he was about to activate his Fa Li, suddenly, a 1-meter-long fire crane appeared in the air with a caw sound. With a whistling sound, it pounced on the female swordsman who was proudly activating her flying sword in the air. Ah! The female swordsman was shocked. Sword light flashed around her body as she tried to dodge the flamingo while resisting the intense flames. The flamingo was too fast and too sudden. The female swordsman had just seen the flamingo when it pounced on her body. Moreover, it instantly passed through the female swordsman's sword light defense and set her body on fire. Ah! The female swordsman tried her best to use sword essence, wanting to extinguish the flames. However, the sword essence was like adding fuel to the fire, causing the flames to burn even more fiercely. Kill! He Fang Yuan was overjoyed at the sight of this, and without any hesitation, he took out the green ring. That ring spun in the air and directly hit the female sword cultivator's head, breaking it effortlessly. As the female swordsman's corpse fell from the air, He Fang Yuan shouted, "Xiaohua? Junior brother Xiao?" However, where would Xiaohua's reply come from? What was even stranger was that the flaming crane did not appear again, as if no one had sent it out. Run! He Fang Yuan scanned with his divine sense. The number of swordsmen had already exceeded the number of cultivators. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. Furthermore, he had already received private messages from the cultivators. This was the last battle. Jianghu Mountain's disciples were already prepared to retreat. Although the Dao sect's cultivators did not receive any orders, they had already decided as long as they fought, they would escape. Alas! He Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The Tai Ching sect disciple closest to him was currently engaged in a battle with a shining swordsman, and the situation was quite dangerous. He wanted to save them, but He Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before flying towards the gap behind the sword cultivator. Before he could even fly half a meter above the battlefield, the bird cultivators with sharp eyes in the sky had already seen him. Two tall and thin bird cultivators looked at each other, before flapping their wings and swooping down. Their target was He Fang Yuan. However, at this moment about 10 feet below He Fangyuan, a swordsman of about grade 5 had just killed a foundation establishment cultivator in front of him. He raised his head and saw He Fangyuan's figure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he formed a sword seal in his hand. A sword light as thin as a strand of hair flew towards He Fangyuan silently, reflecting the various colors of the battlefield. He Fangyuan saw that there were actually 2 bird cultivators attacking him together in the sky. He was greatly shocked and quickly used his flying technique to escape in another direction. After flying for about 20 feet he felt a strange movement. Before he could use his divine sense to check carefully, there was a flash of light in his chest. A flying sword as thin as a strand of hair had broken through his defensive light and pierced straight into his body. Ah! He Fangyuan could only barely move his body to the side. That flying sword had already pierced through his chest. With a miserable cry he fell down from the sky. The 2 bird cultivators saw this and spread their wings, flying into the sky to be on guard again. That sword cultivator who killed them swept his gaze with a cold gaze, ignoring them and stabbing at others with his sword. Sword light flashed, reaping the lives of cultivators one after another. With a series of explosions, the lives of sword cultivators were wiped out one after another. He Fangyuan was only an insignificant one among them. Seeing that the battle was already decided, Yuan Qing retracted his gaze and looked down at the black hole below him. He then raised his head and looked at Ling Yunwu and the rest who were scattered all over the battlefield, transmitting his divine sense. Friend Ling Jian. The cultivators that you are looking for, I'm afraid that they are the same as the golden core stage cultivators in Jingquan Mountain, hiding under this defensive array. If you want to force them out, it would be better if Friend Ling and the other sword friends of the Ling Feng sword sect worked together to break this defensive array. Ling Yunwu's divine sense swept over and thought for a while before smiling. Fine. I have been watching this farce for so many days. If I don't make a move, it would show that Ling Feng sword sect doesn't know the rules. Saying so, Ling Yunwu waved his hand and the flying swords under the feet of the dozen illusory sword cultivators flew out. The swordsmen raised their hands and held the flying swords in their hands. Wung wung, with a series of sword cries, the swordsmen's bodies turned illusory and gradually transformed into flying swords of different shapes. Immediately after, dozens of flying swords rushed into the air, and a powerful sword intent swept through the entire battlefield. Not only did the flying swords of the swordsmen tremble slightly, but they also bowed down. Even the cultivator's true essence was suppressed, and all kinds of magic tools and treasures fell from the sky. However, this only lasted for a short moment before the powerful sword intent retracted into the huge swords. The huge swords formed by the dozen illusory sword cultivators actually danced in the air slowly. Although it wasn't as strong as the old man who transformed into a sword back at Chicken Crow Mountain, the sharp edge of the sword was enough to tear apart a nascent soul cultivator. Wu, the huge sword slowly pierced into the black hole. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was pierced through. Small hurricanes formed around the huge sword, blowing the swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting each other off their feet. Rumble, the earth quaked and the entire ground trembled. Cracks of a few feet wide and thousands of feet deep appeared on the ground of Golden Spring Mountain, splitting the entire ground apart. Great! Yuan Qing's divine sense swept over and he clapped his hands and laughed. The defensive formation of Quanjin Mountain has been destroyed. Many thanks to the sword cultivators of Ling Feng sword sect. You're welcome. Ling Yunwu and the rest revealed themselves and immediately used their divine senses to scan the area under the restriction. Naturally, Ling Yunwu's divine sense was also blocked by the special layer of soil of Quanjin Mountain and was unable to penetrate. At this time, thousands of cultivators rushed out from the black hole that had just been destroyed. The one leading them was naturally Tu Hong. Tu Hong did not hold a spear in his hand, but a triangular-shaped magic tool. Old fool Yuan Qing. Do you dare to fight with this old man again? Tu Hong shouted arrogantly as soon as he appeared. Haha, this Yuan has been waiting for you for a long time. Yuan Qing laughed as he heard this. The flying sword under his feet flew up and immediately turned into a round sun that pierced towards Tu Hong. Tu Hong was already prepared. He pointed his finger at the triangular-shaped magic tool and a bright light flew out from the magic tool and rushed towards the blazing sun. Go. Lan Xian and the rest were naturally on the side. Without waiting for Tu Hong's orders, they all stimulated their magic power and rushed towards Ying Chao and the other high-level swordsmen. How could Ying Chao put these late Foundation establishment cultivators in his eyes? With a loud scream, the bird cultivators in the air swooped down and began to fight with the cultivators. Tu Hong's light was very fierce. As soon as it touched Yuan Qing's flying sword, it extinguished the flames on the flying sword, leaving behind only a foot-long flying sword body. Oh! Yuan Qing was also a little shocked, but there was more to come. After the clear light destroyed the flames, it did not stop. It continued to corrode the body of the flying sword. In the blink of an eye, small brown dots were born from the sound of the flying sword. You dare! Yuan Qing's heart ached. He knew that his flying sword had been damaged and he would have to spend a great deal of effort to repair it. Although it wasn't as humiliating as last time, the price he had to pay was far more disastrous. Yuan Qing was furious. He had suffered defeat again and again in front of Tu Hong, and now in front of the other sword cultivators of Heavenly Sword region. At this time he wanted to kill Tu Hong with a single sword strike. But what was strange was that Tu Hong's eyes swept over and he pointed at the triangular-shaped magic tool. The magic tool began to emit an overwhelming light. This light not only covered Yuan Qing but also Ying Chao, Li Min, Ling Yunwu and the others. Ignorant cultivator. Ying Chao was furious. His body suddenly swayed and two wings appeared on his back. His whole body shot up into the sky and flashed past the light. Ling Yunwu and the others didn't dare to be negligent. They stepped on their flying swords and rushed up into the sky. Without knowing the details, they didn't dare to be as reckless as Yuan Qing. Don't go. When Yuan Qing saw Tu Hong's arrogant behavior, he had already guessed what he was thinking. When he saw Tu Hong release the light and fly in another direction, he immediately shouted. Ying Chao, Ling Yunwu and the others were naturally alert. They flew up and surrounded Tu Hong. Tu Hong's body flew rapidly, but he still couldn't escape from the encirclement. When he saw the others taking out their flying swords, he quickly pointed at the magic tool again. But this time, the light from the magic tool only flew out a thin layer and stopped. Tu Hong frowned. It seemed that the magic tool wasn't suitable for him. Forget it. Tu Hong's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Disciples of the Dao sect, we will retreat back to the Spirit Stone mine. There are still a few defensive arrays inside. We will resist stubbornly and kill the swordsmen in the mine." Yes. Hearing this, the disciples of Golden Spring Mountain shouted in unison. Then Tu Hong pointed at the triangular-shaped magic tool again. A tricolored light rushed to the ground, and another burst of light appeared. Chapter 2351. Tu Hong and the rest of the Golden Spring Mountain disciples, as well as the Dao sect cultivators, rushed towards the flickering light. Everyone's figure disappeared into it. When the disciples disappeared, the light also disappeared. This time it was different from the previous few times. The faint spiritual energy ripples also disappeared. Yuan Qing and the rest scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Once again, they realized that the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone vein seemed to have been stripped of its clothes. Everything could be seen through by their spiritual senses. Even the jade essences and spirit stones that were hidden deep underground could be seen at a glance. Haha, great. So it wasn't because our spiritual senses were restricted by the layer of earth. It was because of the Golden Spring Mountain's array. Yuan Qing laughed heartily. He looked at the ordinary layer of earth and laughed. Let's all go down. Leave a small group of swordsmen to guard the outside. I'm afraid that was the last time the cultivator used the array? Brother Yuan. Ying Chao shook his head. Didn't you see how cunning the cultivators of Golden Spring Mountain were? We should leave more swordsmen. But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yunwu's face changed. He waved his hand and the Ling Feng sword sect's illusory swords scanned the area with their spiritual senses. Then they stepped on their swords and rushed into the black hole. The other 4 illusory swordsmen rushed into the layer of earth. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and said to Ying Chao, I also have the same thoughts. But, the spirit stone vein has already been revealed. How many people can hold themselves back? Sigh, all right. Ying Chao looked above his head and saw the greedy beast cultivators. He could only nod his head. The reason why the swordsmen attacked the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone vein was for the spirit stones. It was unwise to restrain them now. Furthermore, it was the alliance of several sections. This made things even more difficult. Let's go. Yuan Qing waved his hand. The sword cultivators who were already prepared flew out and rushed into the black hole. Since Yuan Qing and Ying Chao did not say anything, the swordsmen from the other sects also flew in. At this moment, the fact that the disciples from the other sects did not rush in was already very praiseworthy. After waiting for most of the swordsmen to enter the spirit stone vein, Yuan Qing and Ying Chao instructed the 100 or so swordsmen and beast cultivators who were still in the air, and the two of them also flew into the vein. The spiritual stone vein of the Golden Fountain Mountain really lives up to its name. Yuan Qing flew down and spread out his spiritual sense as he commented with a smile. That's not all. Ying Chao pointed in the direction of the jade marrow. That's the top-grade jade marrow. It's very useful for bird cultivators like us. I didn't expect there to be so many here. The sword friends of the Ling Feng sword sect are rushing towards the jade essence. Yuan Qing naturally saw Ling Yunwu and the others rushing towards the jade essence. Fellow swordsman Yuan, you have to look carefully. There really is a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect to the left of the jade essence, Ying Chao said with a smile. Moreover, he's an early Foundation establishment disciple. It's true. Yuan Qing scanned the area with his spiritual force and saw it clearly. Wow, there really is such a cultivator. I thought, that's not right. This guy isn't some Foundation establishment cultivator. What? Ying Chao was also slightly stunned. He also spread out his spiritual sense and looked at Xiaohua again. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept through the entire Golden Fountain Mountain spiritual stone vein and discovered that the entire defensive array of the spiritual stone vein had disappeared. Thousands of swordsmen swarmed in. What made him even more surprised was that the dozens of illusory swordsmen actually used their spiritual sense to scan his and Cui Hongshan's whereabouts. They immediately locked onto them and flew towards them along the tunnel. Xiaohua was shocked. These were dozens of swordsmen comparable to late Golden Core Realm swordsmen. They really wanted his life. However, Xiaohua didn't think that these high-level swordsmen were coming for him. However, under the siege of thousands of swordsmen, Xiaohua didn't have the confidence to bring Cui Hongshan and the others away safely. Therefore, he thought of using the spiritual storage bag. And since spirit beasts could stay inside, what problem could cultivators have? In any case, he had already tested it with the thunder fire. Therefore, Xiaohua put away the spiritual storage bag and immediately flew towards the distance. Moreover, he didn't dare to use any earth escape technique for fear of attracting the swordsman's attention. However, Xiaohua's calculations were wrong. He thought that because he was too close to the jade essence, he was locked onto by the illusory swordsman. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he once again released his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover that Ling Yunwu and the others were still chasing after him. Furthermore, the 4 swordsmen who came from underground were closing in on him. Damn it, I am not Tu Hong. Why are you looking for me? Xiaohua was anxious. Without hesitation, he used the hibernating thunder escape technique and increased his speed again. He flew towards the direction he came from, wanting to get away from these jade essences. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept through an abandoned spiritual stone vein and was slightly stunned. This spiritual stone vein was clearly empty. Moreover, his spiritual sense was also empty, but it seemed like. Therefore, without hesitation, Xiaohua swept out his spiritual sense. Sure enough, in his spiritual sense, there were actually some fluctuations of spiritual energy in this abandoned spiritual stone vein. It was no different from a pile of spiritual stones. What is Senior 2 doing? Xiaohua was a little confused. Immediately after, he spread his spiritual sense all over the surroundings. Indeed, there were strong fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Is Senior 2 trying to lure the sword cultivators in? So that the disciples of Jinshan Quan and my Dao sect can escape? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Senior 2 is indeed generous. To actually set up such an array to actually... Thinking till here, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked. Something's wrong. This Jinshan Quan spiritual stone vein is filled with abandoned spiritual stones. There are no extra spiritual stones to be mined. But why was it that when we came that day, there were actually some Jinshan Quan disciples carrying bulging storage pouches on their waist? What are they hiding? Are they trying to deceive us Dao sect cultivators? Furthermore, why did Tu Hong place us Imperial Thunder sect disciples beside these jade essences? These jade essences, why did Jinshan Quan not mine them? Is it really because they are too hard? Xiaohua pondered as he flew. His spiritual sense swept out once again. But this time he actually did not find any traces of Tu Hong. Furthermore, within the Jinshan Quan spiritual stone vein, among the cultivators who were being chased by the sword cultivators, 60% of them were Dao sect cultivators. There were only 4 Jinshan Quan disciples. It was far from the previous ratio. Something's fishy. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. But his flying speed was definitely not slow. However, no matter which direction he flew towards, dozens of illusory sword cultivators were chasing after him. It was as though they did not care about the jade essences. So much so that they did not even check on the spiritual energy fluctuations that were clearly nearby. At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know what was going on? Chapter 2352. Damn it, they really did come for this young master. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Who did this young master provoke? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua no longer flew along the tunnel of the cave. Instead, he formed a seal and escaped underground. Sure enough. Seeing Xiao Hua escape underground, the swordsman of the Ling Feng sword sect understood that this early-stage foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect had some secrets. Therefore, the 4 swordsmen with flying swords that could escape underground did their best to stimulate their sword energy and chased after Xiao Hua from all directions. This was almost the same as when Xiao Hua was chased by the Fu family in Jinhua Mountain. The only difference was that in addition to the 4 swordsmen of the Ling Feng sword sect who could escape underground, there were 10 other swordsmen with illusory sword cultivation in the passage of the Spirit Stone vein. Moreover, these 10 swordsmen seemed to be using their flying swords to rush into the earth. Damn it! What should I do now? After a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. His speed of earth escape was not as fast as thunder escape, and the speed of a sword cultivator's flying sword was not much affected in the earth layer. The 4 illusory swordsmen were chasing him very fast. It was impossible for Xiao Hua to escape their pursuit just by relying on earth escape. I'm afraid I can only kill a few illusory swordsmen first. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and used his Buddhist awareness to scan the 4 swordsmen flying towards him. Not far away there were more than a dozen swordsmen who had also drilled their swords into the ground and were approaching Xiao Hua. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua immediately stopped and turned around to face the 4 illusory swordsmen. Just as Xiao Hua turned around, Xiao Hua opened his mouth slightly and the Dream Executioner flying sword flew out. Unfortunately, the flying sword was extremely nimble in the air, but in the earth layer, it was as if it had fallen into a sticky liquid. It was extremely difficult to fly, just like when Xiao Hua changed from thunder escape to earth escape. Oh, so troublesome. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization and said, now that we are inside the earth layer, this young master's various magic treasures are all restricted. If the Dream Executioner flying sword is like this, then the Soaring Dragon Scissors is also like this. In this way, I can only use... Thinking of this, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the Dream Executioner flying sword fell into it. The 4 swordsmen were originally trying their best to catch up, but when they saw Xiao Hua suddenly stop, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They understood very well how difficult it was to suddenly stop while flying at high speed. When they saw Xiao Hua unexpectedly rushing towards them, their hearts were pleasantly surprised, but they were even more doubtful and even somewhat surprised. They are 4 second-grade and 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen, comparable to late-stage Jindan stage cultivators. How could Xiao Hua, an early-stage foundation establishment stage cultivator, dare to fight recklessly? But when they thought of Xiao Hua's terrifying Phoenix nickname, the 4 of them were still exceptionally cautious. The 4 of them turned their heads slightly and scanned each other with their divine senses. They immediately understood each other's intentions. Quick! The flying swords under their feet immediately appeared in their hands. The sword origin in their bodies was activated, and their bodies gradually became one with the flying swords. Their bodies also began to transform into flying swords. And with the appearance of the 4 flying swords, 4 powerful sword intents fiercely rushed towards Xiao Hua from 4 different directions, instantly forming a relatively balanced sword array. The sword intents turned into a powerful force that firmly pressed down on Xiao Hua like 4 giant hands, squeezing him from all directions. Hiss! Xiao Hua, like the 4 swordsmen, also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He inwardly pondered, the 4 illusory swordsmen are only Jindan stage cultivators, but when the 4 of them join forces, they actually have the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator. When I was in Ink Cloud Black Forest, wasn't the nascent soul stage cultivator's primordial spirit hand like this? If I was surrounded by more than 10 illusory swordsmen, how would I still be alive? Xiao Hua trembled in fear, and his desire to kill the swordsman became even stronger. Once he activated his magic power, his body flew towards the swordsman at an even faster speed. Xiao Hua and the swordsman were originally moving very quickly, but when Xiaohua suddenly changed direction, the distance between the two of them shortened even faster. In just a few breaths of time, the four swordsmen's figures had just transformed into flying swords, and the distance between the two of them was only a few tens of feet. Moreover, these four transformed flying swords were connected to each other, as if they were an even larger flying sword. Sword light overflowed from the flying swords, and the sword light swayed as it approached. It was so sharp that it could almost tear through the void. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly waved his hand again, and used the earth shield technique that he hadn't used for a long time. A yellow light flashed, and a yellow shield several feet long condensed in front of the flying swords. The power of this earth shield was just as Xiaohua had expected, several times stronger than the one on the ground. However, this earth shield technique that Xiaohua used was enough to resist the attack of a late Jindan stage cultivator. As soon as it came into contact with the sword light of the flying swords, it immediately produced a rumbling sound, and a dent was imprinted on the earth shield. Then this dent rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, countless deep cracks appeared on the earth shield. Then the entire earth shield collapsed, shattering like glass. Good heavens, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. As expected of a sword cultivator, the power of your attack is unparalleled. Our Dao sect cultivators are unable to reach this level. Seeing the large swords approaching, Xiaohua hastily waved his hand, and the soul-absorbing bell appeared in his hand. Then he also held the toad soul tool in his hand, and the soul strands from his Dharma eye imprint shot into the toad soul tool. With a loud clang, the soul-absorbing bell rang like a big yellow bell. Ah! A soul artifact. Upon hearing the ringing of the soul-sucking bell, not only the four sword cultivators, but also the dozens of sword cultivators who were attacking from the side were shocked. They had fought with millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains for countless years, so how could they not know the power and function of a soul artifact? How could they not be shocked when this soul tool was suddenly used by a Dao sect cultivator? What made them panic the most was that although this soul tool's function was not great, its power was rare. The bodies of the dozens of swordsmen who were slightly further away swayed slightly, and their souls were beating rapidly in their minds. The four illusory swords were even worse. The swords that they had transformed into swayed rapidly, emitting sword cries. The four flying swords that had transformed into swords could no longer take shape. They separated, and four extremely shocked human figures appeared in a flash. Of course, these illusory swordsmen were also panicking. They hurriedly urged the secret method to deal with soul tools, stabilizing their souls and bodies, and then gritted their teeth to transform into swords. In just a few breaths of time, Xiaohua temporarily broke away from the tearing force of the four long swords. His speed of escape increased by half a point, but he saw that the soul-absorbing bell and the toad soul tools were stored in the space, and the wishful rod was taken out again. Fight! Xiaohua shouted majestically, and the wishful staff turned into a thick staff and smashed toward an illusory swordsman who had not completely transformed into a long sword. That illusory swordsman was Ling Yunwu's wife, Yuan. Courting death. Yuan's voice also revealed a kind of sword cry. Although her figure had not yet transformed into an illusory sword, the long sword like an arm with a heavy sword intent stabbed at Xiaohua like a boulder. Although it had not yet reached his body, the sharpness that had already penetrated Xiaohua's skin had already penetrated through the wind. Humph! Xiaohua sneered, and the wishful staff in his hand smashed horizontally at the long sword. Sure enough, as he expected, this wishful staff was different from the slaying dream. There was almost no sluggishness in this layer of soil, and it was basically no different from playing in the air. Seeing the wishful staff hit the long sword like a meteor catching up with the moon, the long sword suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared about a foot behind the wishful staff, stabbing toward Xiaohua's eyebrows. Just so. Yuan saw the long sword approaching Xiaohua's eyebrows and sneered. In close combat, how could a sword cultivator be afraid of a cultivator? Even if Xiaohua could kill a bright sword swordsman in close combat, in her eyes, he was still far inferior. However, a strange thing happened. The wishful staff suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes and attacked the long sword again. It was one of the moves of the heavenly staff technique. And Yuan instantly noticed and frowned slightly. However, at this time, it was too late for her to urge the long sword to dodge. However, she did not care too much. The sword in her hand was urged, and the sword light flashed, wanting to compete with the wishful staff. Dang! With a crisp sound, the wishful steel staff hit the ridge of the long sword. An unparalleled force hit Yuan's heart. Yuan felt that her heart was broken, and a sense of powerlessness that she had never felt before welled up in her heart. Immediately, Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yuan's heart was really broken, and it was shattered into pieces by the wishful staff. The flying sword of a second-grade illusory swordsman, under Xiaohua's wishful staff, did not have the power to fight back and was shattered in one blow. Ling Yunwu shouted. He suddenly activated his sword origin and risked his life to fly towards Yuan. Xiaohua glanced coldly at Yuan, and the wishful staff in his hand danced again, rushing towards the other three illusory swordsmen. Stab! The three illusory swordsmen saw Xiaohua easily break Yuan's flying sword, and their hearts trembled. The swords that had just turned into the shape of a sword quickly rotated, and the three flying swords gathered into a large sword shape to stab Xiaohua. These three flying swords formed a small sword array, and the force from top to bottom was like a big hand, pressing straight towards Xiaohua. The power in the sword array was comparable to Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeves, and it suppressed Xiaohua. Moreover, the sword intent that could pierce through the boulder also penetrated Xiaohua's body. It pierced the true essence in Xiaohua's body. Fight! Xiaohua did not hesitate, nor did he urge his true essence. The wishful staff in his hand swung again, and smashed towards the large sword shape. Dang! There was another loud sound, and the three illusory swordsmen flew back. They could no longer maintain the shape of a sword and reverted back to their human forms. Moreover, each of them had blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths, and the sword in their hands had very deep cracks that were visible to the naked eye. Xiaohua seemed to ignore the life and death of the four people, and hurriedly urged his true essence that was almost solidified and rushed to the ground. However, just as Xiaohua seriously injured the four illusory swordsmen, the dozens of illusory swordsmen also flew to the top of Xiaohua's head, and faintly surrounded him. Chapter 2353. Fortunately, this encirclement has not yet formed, and there are still flaws in the farthest place. Moreover, Xiaohua flew a few more feet, and it just happened to be 100 feet wide space which should be an abandoned spirit stone mine. Xiaohua did not hesitate and immediately urged Imperial Thunder travel. Thunder roared all over his body, and he flew toward the flaw. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had arrived at the weak point. Just as he was about to break through the air with joy, a mournful sword cry came from behind him and pierced towards his back. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The wishful steel staff struck out, but to his surprise the flying sword seemed to be psychic. With a sudden turn, it disappeared in mid-air. When the sword reappeared, it had already surpassed Xiaohua and filled in the gap where he wanted to escape. Hiss! Xiaohua stopped and swept his divine sense around. The 12 illusory swordsmen were divided into 7 places, and surrounded him in the middle. The closest to him was the flying sword that just passed him. Swordsman. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the swordsman who did not transform into a human form. Imperial Thunder Sect's Foundation Establishment Disciple? A sword sound came from the flying sword. Your Foundation Establishment Disciple is really promising. You are all illusory swordsmen, but you actually formed a sword array to deal with me. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiaohua waved the wishful staff in his hand a few times and said coldly. This sword has never seen a cultivator who can break the flying sword of an illusory swordsman. You are the first. The flying sword said coldly, you hurt this sword's lover. This sword will not let you escape from this 7-star sword array. However, if you take out the sword pouch in the black silk wood, this sword can release your soul and let you have a chance to enter the reincarnation cycle. Otherwise, you should know that we sword cultivators have ways to make your soul disappear, and there will not be a trace of God left in this world. 7-star sword array? Sword pouch? Black silk wood? Xiaohua's gaze swept across the swordsmen who were all transformed into swords and pointed at him. He muttered in his heart and then said, I don't understand what you are talking about. What sword pouch? What black silk wood? Aren't you looking for the wrong person? The flying sword snorted, and a small sword flew out from the flying sword, and a sword light shot into the small sword, and the previous image appeared on the small sword. Xiaohua looked at the image of his figure and slightly understood. He nodded and said, I understand. Those dozens of villains who raped and killed my Dao Sect's cultivators were your disciples? Good, take out the black silk wood and the sword. This sword will release your soul. Ha ha ha. I will give it to you. Xiaohua laughed loudly and waved his hand. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon shears immediately flew out and slashed at the flying sword. If you insist on being stubborn, then die. Seeing the Tingjiao scissors slashing towards him like lightning, Ling Yunwu's incarnation sneered. The 12 flying swords in the 7 celestial sword formation flashed at the same time as if they were breathing at the same time. Clack. The Tingjiao scissors slashed through Ling Yunwu's flying sword and was knocked back, only leaving a slight scratch on the flying sword. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He already understood that this 7-star sword formation gathered the sword energy of the 12 illusory swordsmen together. No matter which swordsman he fought against, he would be directly facing the 12 illusory swordsmen. 12 illusory swordsmen. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. This Huan country swordsman really overestimated himself. Fight. When Xiaohua saw that the Tingjiao shears were ineffective, he immediately put it into the space. He raised the wishful staff in his hand again and mercilessly attacked Ling Yunwu. The power of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, Ling Yunwu already knew in his heart. He did not dare to be careless. He did not even dare to really touch the wishful steel staff. 12 sword lights flashed, 12 turned into 24, 24 turned into 48. Finally, the sky was filled with sword lights that surrounded Xiaohua. Grandma, isn't this young master's sword acting the world? Xiaohua was surprised. However, at this time he did not dare to take out the slaying dream to show off. The wishful steel staff in his hand did not care to kill Ling Yunwu. He could only use the heavenly staff technique to protect himself. He did not dare to use his body to try the sword lights of the illusory swordsman. Pa pa pa, with a series of sounds, the sword light fell like rain and hit Xiaohua from all directions. However, the Tong Tian staff technique was indeed powerful. The wishful staff danced like a ball of golden light, protecting Xiaohua so that not even a drop of water could leak out. All the sword light was shot down by Xiaohua. This, Ling Yunwu, who had already turned into a flying sword, was anxious. When he saw that his beloved was injured by Xiaohua, his heart was furious. Regardless of the consequences, he used the secret technique of the Ling Feng sword sect and forcibly merged himself with the flying sword. This was how he was able to stop Xiaohua, who almost escaped from the encirclement. However, this was, after all, a secret technique. He had not reached the level of illusory sword transformation. If it was too long, he could only transform into a flying sword and merge with the sword spirit in the flying sword. He could no longer restore his body. What he did not expect was that Xiaohua was so difficult to deal with. The wishful steel staff was so unpredictable that it could resist the 7 stars great array formed by 12 illusory swordsmen. This 7 stars great array was what the Ling Feng sword sect relied on. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to escape from the sword array. Feeling the cold sword intent wave after wave of impact on his soul, Ling Yunwu knew that he did not have much time. If he could not kill Xiaohua in a short time, he could only get out of the flying sword. Naturally, he could imagine that if he were to fly out of the flying sword, the 7-star grand formation would definitely collapse, and Xiaohua would definitely flee like a wisp of smoke. Ling Yunwu had already experienced Xiaohua's lightning flight, and if he hadn't risked his life to exhaust his sword essence, it would absolutely be impossible for him to catch up to Xiaohua. It was even to the extent that Ling Yunwu had some lingering fear. If he were to fly another 30 meters, he would definitely fall behind Xiaohua. While Ling Yunwu was thinking, Xiaohua moved again. His figure quickly flew up, waving the wishful steel staff while flying towards another sword cultivator. Ling Yunwu was anxious when he saw this. The sword cultivator was not a disciple of the Ling Feng sword sect and was not particularly familiar with the 7 stars great array. This was one of the few flaws. If Xiaohua used the wishful steel staff, it was really possible for Xiaohua to rush out. This guy, could it be that he also knows about arrays? Ling Yunwu was a little surprised. This is really difficult to understand. This guy is obviously a cultivator. In a battle, cultivators do not have many means. On the contrary, other means are endless. Fight. Ling Yunwu felt a burst of cold sword intent rushing into his brain and unconsciously gritted his teeth. Buzz. Ling Yunwu's flying sword emitted a burst of sword sound that shook the space. The sword light of the flying sword converged and a dignified sword intent was emitted. Chapter 2354. Immediately after, the other flying swords of the 7 stars formation also responded, each with a sword hum. 7 sword intents filled with incomparable hatred and incomparable coldness appeared. Accompanied by a powerful force, they slowly surrounded Xiaohua in a very mysterious trajectory. These forces were like a palm with 7 fingers slowly closing in. Xiaohua did not move. The wishful staff in his hand became heavier and heavier. For the first time there was a feeling of sloppiness. Oh no! Xiaohua's eyes turned sharply. Not only was his true essence completely solidified, but his body was also under a heavy pressure that he had never felt before. This kind of heavy pressure was enough to crush his body. Moreover, this heavy pressure also prevented Xiaohua from approaching the sword cultivator and also prevented the wishful staff from hitting the sword cultivator's flying sword. Dang! Xiaohua very nimbly put the wishful staff into the space, and the soul-absorbing bell once again sounded with difficulty. Unfortunately, the 12 sword cultivators were already prepared. Except for the flying sword transformed by Ling Yunwu, there was no movement. The other 11 flying swords only flashed at the same time and did not react anymore. I'm afraid I have to use the spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart sank. With a GA sound, the phoenix celestial body was released. The imposing aura of heaven and earth was released again. Thunder and lightning flashed in the phoenix celestial body, resisting the pressure of the 7 stars' great array. Unfortunately, Ling Yunwu was already prepared. 3 of the flying swords flew out of 3 blood-red sword lights and directly hit the phoenix celestial body. The phoenix celestial body waved its claws and 3 thick lightning struck the sword light. Wu, the sword light was not afraid of the lightning and rushed straight through the lightning and hit the phoenix celestial body. With a GA sound, the 3 sword lights flashed quickly, like 3 red lines binding the phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua clearly felt that there was an unbreakable force of imprisonment coming from the blood-red sword light. Go! Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and a little spiritual fire finally rushed out, burning the long sword transformed by Ling Yunwu. However, the spiritual fire only burned for a few feet before it was annihilated. It seemed that it could not resist the power of the great array. Of course, the spiritual fire also burned the power of the 7 stars' great array, and Xiaohua's body relaxed a lot. Fight! Xiaohua was furious. He did not dare to release the spiritual fire again. As long as he roared, he once again raised the wishful steel staff and fiercely slammed it against the heavy pressure. Peng! The wishful steel staff hit the place where the spiritual fire had burned before, breaking the power of imprisonment again. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use the wishful steel staff again to see if he could break through the 7 stars array, there was a loud bang. In the distance of the lower right side of Xiaohua and the others, an extremely brilliant brilliance flashed, like a firecracker lit up in the dark night. What happened? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, and his Buddhist perception immediately swept out. However, before his Buddhist perception could sweep out of the 7 stars grand formation, another loud bang resounded diagonally above the source of the sound. Immediately after, bang bang bang, a series of explosions rang out around Xiaohua and the others, completely surrounding Xiaohua and the 7 stars great formation. Even more than that, when Xiaohua's Buddhist perception swept out, the 9 places surrounded by the brilliance of the loud noise completely covered the entire Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. I don't know about the other places, but the place where the disciples of Jingquan Mountain rest, isn't it the place where I wanted to go out to check the restriction? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Needless to say, these 9 places must be the eye of the great formation laid out by Tu Hong. The restriction that Xiaohua encountered before was also at the edge of the great formation. And fortunately, I did not break this restriction at that time. Xiaohua thought very happily, otherwise Senior Tu's formation would have caught nothing, and I would have been trapped by these sword cultivators. Well, now I don't have to worry about it anymore, just wait for Senior Tu's ruthless hand. Just when Xiaohua was secretly happy, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out from the 9 eye of the formation. An unparalleled pressure rushed out from the 9 eye of the formation at the same time, enveloping the entire Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone vein. Although Xiaohua was still far away from the 9 eye of the formation, his Buddhist perception was already suppressed by that kind of pressure. This is extremely pure earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was very sharp. Furthermore, his Buddhist perception was actually attacked by that enormous amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and had no choice but to retreat. Something's not right. Something's not right. When Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was forced to retreat, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He seemed to have encountered this kind of suffocating Buddhist perception somewhere before. Avalanche. Xiaohua instantly thought of the avalanche that he encountered when he came to Jingquan Mountain Spirit Stone. Although that avalanche was not especially scary to Xiaohua, that earth-shattering snowflakes piled up and smashed down really left a deep impression on him. At this time, this extremely pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured in, and it was so unimaginable. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist perception again, and at this time in his Buddhist perception in his ears he could already hear a burst of huge wind that was like a tsunami on the sea. Spirit howl, a seemingly unfamiliar word was born from his mind, and a kind of extremely terrifying feeling was born from an unknown primordial spirit. Immediately, countless goosebumps rose on Xiaohua's body, and the waving of the wishful steel staff in his hand also slowed down. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a bit strange. Xiaohua's Buddhist perception was still not able to explore too far before it was suppressed by the pressure of the spirit howl, but he still used his Buddhist perception to keenly feel that this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth was different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he usually used for cultivation. This was a kind of strong, tyrannical, and extremely aggressive spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Senior 2, this is. Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Without waiting for him to have any more superfluous thoughts, the tide-like spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the Seven Stars Great Array, and suddenly submerged Xiaohua, Ling Yunwu, and the others. Not good. Xiaohua was originally ignorant, and did not know what Tu Hong was planning. However, when his whole body was submerged in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have spiritual intelligence, and flocked around his body, madly pouring into his meridians. Only then did he suddenly realize, old man. This old ghost Tu Hong actually has such a scheme. Xiaohua was shocked, and a kind of crisis that he had already experienced in the ink shadow black forest was actually quietly approaching him without him noticing. Run! Facing the surging spirit howl, Xiaohua no longer had any chance of survival. At this moment, perhaps the only way to survive was to escape from the spirit stone mine of Mount Quanjin. But how could he escape? Ling Yunwu and the other sword cultivators were also frightened out of their wits like Xiaohua. The massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth also poured into their bodies like a tide, quickly wrapping around their sword origins, and then rapidly expanding. Their bodies quickly reached their limits, and could no longer accommodate the sword origins and spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Quick! Use the secret technique to transform into a sword. Ling Yunwu had already transformed into a sword, and seeing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into his body and accumulating in his sword, his primordial spirit was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even felt somewhat strengthened. He was much calmer than the other sword cultivators, and immediately called out his sword. Damn your grandmother! Xiaohua was furious and shouted, this young master will give you the sword pouch and you all will withdraw this great array. We can all escape. As Xiaohua spoke, he did not hesitate to throw out the sword pouch, and even the black silk wood from the heaven of heaven and earth was thrown out with his soul strands. 1. The moment the sword pouch came out of the space, it was immediately filled with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and instantly expanded. The black silk wood was the same, and it emitted a dazzling brilliance, absorbing the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You all? Xiaohua knew the importance of this sword pouch to sword cultivators, and did not dare to let the sword pouch expand, and immediately put it back into the space and shouted, you all release the great array, this young master will immediately return it to you all after leaving the great array. How could Ling Yunwu and the others have the time to dawdle with Xiaohua? They were using their secret technique to transform into swords, and resist the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was like a tide. However, their 7 stars great array was becoming more and more powerful, and Xiaohua's entire body and Dharma body were confined by the great array, and he could only barely move within a few chi radius. Husband. Not far away from the 7 stars great array, the heavily injured Yuan had already woken up, and she saw that everyone was transforming into swords, and her primordial spirit was damaged, so how could she use her secret technique? She was panicking, and her body was already filled with the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and she was doing her best to suppress the spiritual energy in her body. Sword friend, quickly release this young master can save your beloved. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the spiritual storage pouch. Seeing this, Ling Yunwu immediately thought of the situation when Xiaohua took in several thunder-controlling sect disciples, and he had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, before Ling Yunwu could withdraw the 7 stars Great Array, another change occurred. Rumble, 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 several loud tremors sounded, and just near Xiaohua and the others, several spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly erupted like the explosion of the Great Flag Reef in the Bodhisattva Sea. Chalcedony, at this time, how could Xiaohua not know where the problem was? These several chalcedony veins turned into pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and they completely disrupted the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the pressure of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to increase by more than several times? Yuan, who was closest to Xiaohua, simply didn't have time to scream, and her body was immediately burst by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then her body was torn apart, and her flesh and blood disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Seeing this, Xiaohua's face turned pale and he didn't say another word. The dragon transformation art was once again activated to the limit, and the cultivation method in his meridians was also activated to the limit, and the immortal body bestowment technique was also activated. However, the immortal body bestowment technique only focused on refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the body, and he simply didn't dare to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the body. When the second wave of spiritual energy of heaven and earth arrived, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already scattered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Xiaohua also didn't dare to take it back into his body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed in, mixing with the netherworld wind. The Dharma body that was originally not filled by the netherworld wind gradually solidified. Chapter 2355. However, how could Xiaohua have the time to observe the changes in his Dharma body? He grumbled bitterly in his heart, trying his best to refine the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed into his body, preventing his meridians and body from exploding from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Previously, Xiaohua had racked his brains to increase his cultivation, wanting to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had rushed in like a swarm of bees, he was worried. Not only was he worried, but he was also worried about his life. It was even more dangerous than Mo Zhao in the Black Forest. Several times, Xiaohua's meridians had exceeded their limits, almost bursting, but the dragon transformation art had refined the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, allowing him to escape the disaster. The current Xiaohua was like dancing on the edge of a sharp blade. If he was distracted for even a moment, he would either be stabbed to death by the blade or fall into the abyss to his death. Even the hidden Xiaohua was in such a dangerous situation. What else was there to say about the others? The entire Mount Quanjin Spirit Stone vein within a few li radius had already turned into a living hell. As early as the first wave of spiritual qi was produced from the 9 formation cores, the sword-nurturing swordsmen and qi-refining disciples scattered around the periphery of the formation were already unable to withstand the impact of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. One by one, their meridians exploded and their bodies were torn apart amidst their miserable screams. When the spiritual qi rushed into the range of Xiaohua and the others, among the swordsmen and cultivators who were the first to be affected by the spiritual qi, the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage and Brightsword Stage cultivators had already begun to flee to the surface. However, it was fine if they did not flee. As soon as they used the flying technique or rode on the flying sword, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would surge into their bodies. However, if they continued to rush for another 100 zhang, or even 100 zhang, all of them would die from their meridians exploding. Even the bird cultivators with especially strong bodies and fast flying speed could only rush up a few hundred zhang before they were caught up by the second wave of spiritual qi caused by the jade essence. Without any suspense, they all exploded and died. By the time the second wave of spiritual howls had passed, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within the entire MT Quanjin mine was filled with an endless flow of spiritual qi that swept back and forth, reaping the lives of swordsmen and cultivators over and over again. There was basically no distinction between friend and foe. Gradually, there was no sound within the space. At this moment, dozens of rather large bubbles appeared in dozens of places that were previously undetectable by divine sense. These bubbles seemed to be floating in the sea and slowly floated to the ground. Inside each bubble, there were at least 100, and at least 20 to 30 stunned cultivators. However, it was obvious that these cultivators were all wearing the disciple attire of Golden Spring Mountain, and none of them were wearing the Dao sect's robes. General. Within a bubble-like array formation, Lan Xan was horrified. She had an incredulous look on her face as she whispered with a sound transmission. This This is the general's plan? Tu Hong's face was also pale. He weakly sat cross-legged in the center of the bubble. He raised his head slightly and looked at the orange-yellow expanse outside the bubble. His nose and mouth smelled the heavy smell of blood and earth that permeated through the bubble, and his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. But, the lives of thousands of Dao sect disciples. Lan Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. She asked again, General, how will you explain this to the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall? Ah, hearing this, Tu Hong laughed. He no longer sent a sound transmission to Lan Xian. He pointed a finger and said, Old brother Lan, take a look. Of my MT Chuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples, just how many are left? Besides, you also saw it. Just how many swordsmen invaded my MT Chuanjin's spirit stone mine? Just this father alone exterminated dozens of their illusory swordsmen. What can the Dusk Sunset Mansion's assembly hall blame this father for? They only want to kill sword cultivators, but they don't want to harm the lives of their own cultivators. Even if they lose the lives of their cultivators, they don't want to lose the lives of their own disciples. They only want my Sky Patrol City's disciples to pay with their lives. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Aren't these thousands of disciples of the Dao sect being buried with my MT Chuanjin's tens of thousands of disciples? Aren't these thousands or even tens of thousands of swordsmen dying here? This father only serves my Sky Patrol City's city lord, so what does the assembly hall have to do with me? Cough cough. Tu Hong was a bit agitated. Several mouthfuls of blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Lan Xian quickly took out several pills and handed them to Tu Hong, saying, General, please don't be so agitated. Your golden core was damaged when you activated the array formation. If you don't repair it in time, it will affect your pregnancy. Humph, to be able to kill dozens of illusory swordsmen, that is this father's dream. Even if my golden core is damaged, this father is still willing. Tu Hong sneered, but he still took the pills. After Tu Hong took the pills, Lan Xian asked, General, are you sure that these dozens of illusory swordsmen will all perish? Of course. That tide of heaven and earth spiritual energy just now scared this father. This father never thought that this array formation would be so fierce. Tu Hong said with lingering fear, even if a nascent soul cultivator enters, as long as he doesn't rush out of the array formation, I fear that his nascent soul will explode. At this time, this father can guarantee that there won't be a single survivor. Just as Tu Hong finished speaking, there was a shrill eagle cry in the distance. This cry was naturally the voice of Ying Chao, the bird cultivator. His cultivation was the highest amongst the bird cultivators, and he had been hiding all this time, struggling bitterly. Now that he saw a Dao sect array formation appear beside him, how could he endure it? A black shadow rushed towards a bubble not too far away from Tu Hong. With Ying Chao's sharp wings he easily drilled in. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy swarmed in from the hole he had just entered. In a moment, the entire array formation burst open. Over 100 Golden Springs Mountain disciples were only able to resist for a moment before their meridians burst open. Their corpses fell to the ground. Only Ying Chao was left standing where the bubble was, slightly stunned. However, in just a few breaths of time, Ying Chao's entire body began to tremble. The bird feathers that he had transformed into began to rapidly tremble, and his body began to slowly expand. With a light ping, a bloody light flashed. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bird feathers fell everywhere. Ying Chao had also fallen within the array formation. Ying Chao's fall wasn't too far away from Lan Xian. Lan Xian was barely able to see everything that happened. She was horrified and couldn't help but look down at her feet. Don't look. Tu Hong sneered, if that bird cultivator attacks our array formation we will also die. As the saying goes, life and death are ruled by fate, riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Yes, this subordinate understands. Lan Xian nodded. But this matter involved her own life, so she couldn't feel relieved. It was only after the bubble had risen for nearly an hour and neared the edge of the array formation that she was finally able to relax her restless heart. Chapter 2356. All disciples listen to my orders. Tu Hong shouted, there must be sword cultivator disciples outside the array. If we want to escape, there will be a fierce battle. Only by killing all the sword cultivators outside the array can we be considered to have escaped. Yes, this subordinate understands. All the disciples responded and prepared their magic tools and treasures. When the dozens of bubbles from Tu Hong's group came into contact with the restriction of the Grand Array, which was the edge of the tyrannical formation that Xiao Hua had encountered previously, a small passageway immediately appeared at the edge of the bubbles. Tu Hong and the others flew out one after another. On the ground of Gold Spring Mountain, the dozens of sword cultivators and the bird cultivators in the air were also panicking. After all, the activation of the array an hour ago had caused a huge change in the world's spiritual energy, and there were strong fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the bottom of Gold Spring Mountain. However, in this hour there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy. Moreover, the surrounding world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a hurricane, and there was no other movement. Thus, they were at a loss and could only wait quietly. Seeing thousands of Golden Spring Mountain disciples coming out from the ground, they first rushed down and prepared for battle. However, when Tu Hong and the rest flew up into the air and there were no sword cultivators or beast cultivators chasing after them, they felt that something was amiss. Thus, without thinking, they turned around and fled. Lan Xan sent out enough people to chase after them, and she accompanied Tu Hong. Beside her, there were dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators quietly standing in the air, looking down at the messy Gold Spring Mountain. Look, this is the place where we Gold Spring Mountain disciples live and die. On the ground are the corpses and blood of your brothers. It's not that this old man doesn't want you to snatch their corpses, but it's just that the time hasn't come yet. If it weren't for us sacrificing too much, these sword cultivators and bird cultivators wouldn't have been fooled. In order to kill them all, this old man endured the pain in my heart. This old man's heart is silently bleeding like all of you. However, at this time, you have all seen that this old man's plan has finally succeeded. Although I have lost thousands of Gold Spring Mountain disciples' lives, and thousands of Dao Sect disciples' lives, in the end, thousands of sword cultivators and bird cultivators were killed. Among them there were even 20 illusory swordsmen. These are swordsmen that are comparable to late Golden Core cultivators, and even close to nascent soul cultivators. Their sacrifice was worth it, and their sacrifice had a price. Yes, your subordinates understand. The disciples of Jin Shan Quan replied mournfully. We are here to send off our brothers who died here and the Dao Sect disciples who came to reinforce us. As he spoke, Tu Hong took the lead and bowed. The numerous disciples and Lan Xen all had tears in their eyes as they bowed in respect. Even if we leave today, we are still disciples of Golden Spring Mountain. We will definitely return in the future. Tu Hong waved his hand. This Golden Spring Mountain will forever belong to my Golden Spring Mountain. Yes, we will follow the orders of the general. Everyone shouted in unison. Tu Hong flew to midair and scanned the battlefield with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and instructed, "Disciples, search the battlefield carefully. If you see any intact corpses, regardless of whether they are disciples of Jinquan Mountain or Dao Sect, bury them properly. If there are any disciples who haven't fallen yet, try your best to save them." Yes. As they spoke, the dozens of disciples flew off in different directions, releasing their divine senses and searching inch by inch. After the time it took to eat a meal, the hundreds of disciples that had chased after the swordsmen and bird cultivators had all returned. Like this, there were even more disciples searching for corpses and survivors. Another half an hour passed before a disciple came to report to him. Reporting to the general, the corpses, those that are intact or those that we were able to piece together, there are a total of 423 corpses. We were able to identify 201 corpses of Jin Quan Mountain disciples, 91 corpses of Dao Sect disciples, and 131 corpses that we were unable to identify. As for those that have not fallen yet, there are a total of 42 people. There are 31 disciples of Jin Quan Mountain and 11 disciples of Dao Sect. Oh. Tu Hong's eyebrows relaxed and he excitedly said, "That's great. Take care of these surviving disciples and bring them back to Sky Patrol City. They are all meritorious service in this battle." Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple left. Tu Hong's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Lan Xen and said, "This old man never thought that there would be 11 Dao Sect disciples that survived. This is truly this old man's good fortune." Lan Xen shook her head. "General, this old man is not good at war, but when it comes to guessing people's hearts, this old man is much better than you." In this old man's opinion? No. Tu Hong waved his hand and smiled. "These surviving disciples are all meritorious service in this battle. Since they are still alive, that is the will of the heavens. This old man cannot kill them. Moreover, truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. If no one attacked this old man in the discussion hall, then those old fogies in the discussion hall might think of ways to deal with this old man. Also, if this old man killed these disciples, it was inevitable that news would leak out. At that time, wouldn't this old man be asking for trouble? Yes, the general's thoughts are meticulous. This old man cannot compare. Lan Xien thought for a moment and understood. Then she pointed to the ground and whispered, "This old man used his divine sense to sweep the area. This great array formation's heaven and earth spiritual energy is like a tide. My divine sense cannot penetrate it. I wonder how far the general can see." As far as you can see, this old man can see. Tu Hong's eyes shined with pride. Even if a nascent soul cultivator or swordsman were to come, they still wouldn't be able to see as far as you and I can see. Hiss, Lan Xen sucked in a breath of cold air. She asked, "Then this great array formation, how do we deal with it?" "Deal with it?" Tu Hong glanced at Lan Xen. "If you were to deal with it, what would you do?" Lan Xen thought for a moment and then shook her head. "This old man has no method. If I were to forcefully use a magic tool to break through the edges of the great array formation, then the heaven and earth spiritual energy within the great array formation would violently explode outwards. This old man would not be able to protect himself." Tu Hong said with a sound transmission, "I won't hide it from old brother Lan, but I don't dare to casually deal with this array formation. Even the Lord City Lord may not dare to touch it." Lan Xen didn't seem surprised as she heard this. She nodded and said, "How many top-grade spirit stone pillars, how many jade quintessences, all of it has turned into pure heaven and earth spiritual energy that has gathered in this several miles of space? Who would dare to touch it? The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, the edges of this great array formation are abnormally stable. Even if a sword cultivator or a bird cultivator were to try and break through it, they wouldn't be able to do anything without the strength of a nascent soul. This place. I'm afraid that before the heaven and earth spiritual energy slowly dissipates, no one will touch it." "That's right. Even if one covets the magic tools and magic tools inside, they still have to be famous." Tu Hong sighed. "Ah, that's right." Lan Xen suddenly realized. The storage bags and magic tools of tens of thousands of cultivators and sword cultivators, who wouldn't covet them? Haha, I'm afraid that the storage bags won't be preserved. Those low-level magic tools won't be able to do anything either. Tu Hong laughed. Perhaps only high-level magic tools and magic tools will be preserved. We still have to hurry and report this to the Lord City Lord. This is also a great merit." Lan Xien nodded vigorously. However, Lan Xien hesitated again. She asked, "Do we have to stay here, on guard?" "Guard my ass." Tu Hong sneered, "My Golden Spring Mountains matters have already been completed. The rest will naturally be taken care of by the other disciples. Besides, there are still disciples of the Tao sect in Sky Patrol City. It's impossible for them to let us continue to guard these treasures." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Lan Xien looked up at the Golden Spring Mountain disciples who had already packed up. She waved her hand and said, "Disciples, let us return to Sky Patrol City." "Yes." The Golden Spring Mountain disciples replied in unison. Everyone flew up into the air and flew towards Sky Patrol City. Inside the formation that Tu Hong had described as a lifeless place, right below the formation, where the waves of spirit howls had swept across, 12 dazzling flying swords had formed into 7 balls of light. These 7 balls of light were emitting a murderous sword intent, and a powerful force was strangely intertwined with each other, firmly confining a space of several hundred feet around them. The spirit howl swept through this space of several dozen feet, but it didn't dare to fly. It was blocked by the sword intent and force, so it easily penetrated. And the imprisoning force didn't weaken in the slightest because of the spirit howl's attack. Needless to say, this was the 7-star great array laid down by the 12 illusory swordsmen of the High Wind Sword sect. However, the spirit howl from several hours ago had been too violent. Even the illusory swordsmen were unable to resist it. They had no choice but to listen to Ling Yunwu's advice and temporarily use their secret technique to become one with the sword, entering the sword transformation realm in order to escape the spirit howl's destruction. However, the spirit howl seemed to be endless. After they entered the sword transformation realm, they couldn't escape from it. So, in order to have a chance of survival in the future, They had no choice but to fuse their primordial spirits with the flying swords and use their bodies to feed the swords, becoming sword spirits. Of course they hated Xiaohua to the bone. Even when they died they still kept the 7-star Great Array intact. They wanted to firmly imprison Xiaohua in this Great Array formation and allow the spirit howl to kill him. However, even when their consciousness was completely controlled by the flying swords and turned into flying swords, they still didn't see Xiaohua's meridians burst open or his mortal body burst apart. This was something that they couldn't understand even when they died. Yes, they didn't know that when Xiaohua was attacked by the spirit howl for the second time, his meridians were already unable to withstand such a huge amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He was completely disheartened and almost gave up. However, at this critical moment, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the phoenix celestial body that had just been released from its shackles. His thoughts turned rapidly, and he thought of the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had obtained in the ink cloud black forest. Immediately, Xiaohua let the phoenix celestial body descend and protect his body. Fortunately, the phoenix celestial body actually formed a barrier to resist the spirit howl, slightly blocking the wave-like spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed into Xiaohua's body decreased slightly. However, this still wasn't enough. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth that rushed in still exceeded the limit that Xiaohua's meridians could withstand. Xiaohua had no choice but to harden his heart. While desperately urging the dragon transformation art and the celestial body enhancement technique, he endured the pain of splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and sending it into the phoenix celestial body. According to the cultivation method of the phoenix celestial body that he had previously comprehended, he began to cultivate the celestial body. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Chapter 2357. It was also a coincidence that when Xiaohua was comprehending this secret method in Sky Patrol City, he couldn't cultivate it because there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into his embodiment. Now that he was in danger, the overwhelming spiritual howls became the best opportunity for Xiaohua to cultivate his phoenix embodiment. Because of the cultivation of Xiaohua's phoenix embodiment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into the 7 stars array was absorbed into his body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with the wind of hell and ink sand to form hundreds of millions of rotating vortexes. These vortexes were driven by the secret method and rotated according to an extremely mysterious trajectory in the array. The mysterious trajectory seemed to be the trajectory of the planets Xiaohua saw in the secret realm of Sunset Island, but it also didn't seem to be the same. Although this kind of rotation couldn't isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from impacting Xiaohua's body, it could still consume a lot of it. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing into Xiaohua's body could only be barely suppressed within the limit of what he could bear, and Xiaohua could still survive in the spiritual howls. At this moment, within the confined space of several tens of feet, a phoenix celestial body the size of Xiaohua's pring wrapped its 2 wings tightly. The head and tail of the phoenix celestial body were also tightly hooked. Below this phoenix celestial body was Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. The waves of spiritual howls were like the wind and waves of the sea. When they hit the phoenix embodiment, they weakened a little. When they hit Xiaohua's body, it immediately caused a burst of brilliance to flash around Xiaohua's body. His whole body seemed to expand a little, but after a moment as the brilliance was annihilated, his body gradually shrank and returned to its original state. In Xiaohua's space, Cui Hongshan and the other 5, who were kept in the spirit storage bag, had been released from the spirit storage bag by Xiaohua. They were lying there calmly. Xiaohua didn't dare to keep them in the spirit storage bag. If they were really suffocated to death, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Although Cui Hongshan and the other 5 were lying there, the spiritual light of reverse light shone on their bodies. Even the fluctuations of the heavenly starry sky slowly passed through their bodies. Fine. All kinds of things had been arranged properly. Xiaohua was also under the protection of the embodiment. Even if he stabilized, he still didn't have the ability to break free from the 7 stars array for the time being, so he could only go with the flow. Falling into such a dangerous situation is a blessing in disguise. This young master's wish of meditation has been fulfilled. I'll wait until I can break through this 7 stars great array before I break out. Alas, Tu Hong's plan to kill so many sword cultivators and so many path sect cultivators must have caused a stir in Sky Patrol City. In a few days, someone from Sky Patrol City will break the formation that generates the spirit howl. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Tu Hong. I swear I won't let you off. This young master has never seen you before and you actually want to kill this young master. If I don't cut off your head, my surname isn't Xiao. Unfortunately, is Xiaohua really surnamed Xiao? Moreover, Xiaohua had originally thought that he would be able to break out of the seal in a few days or even a few dozen days, but he had waited all this time, for as long as 5 years. It was a rare sunny day in Sky Patrol City. A round sun that was emitting a faint white halo hung in mid-air, like a huge Minghua stone that shone the few rays of light in Sky Patrol City. The snow in Sky Patrol City did not melt at all because of the sunny day. Without Xiaohua and the other board people trampling on the snow was flat and tight. One by one, cultivators with faces of panic, joy, luck, jealousy, and other all kinds of expressions flew over the snow one after another. The clear sunlight cast their shadows on the snow, but it didn't leave any traces on the snow. In the center of Sky Patrol City, there was a huge bluestone building like Yanxi Mansion, but this building far surpassed Yanxi Mansion in terms of grandeur and scale. Moreover, this building was surrounded by spacious bluestone avenues. There was no snow on these avenues and even to the extreme, there was not a single speck of dust. This was naturally the City Lord Mansion where the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Shuiyu Master, lived. The City Lord Mansion had always been secluded. Whether it was the huge mansion door or the avenues around the City Lord Mansion, there was usually no one. No cultivator would come here to disturb the meditation of a nascent soul cultivator. Even after the sword battle began, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the Yanxi Mansion. No one would look at the City Lord Mansion because they knew that it was not yet time for Shuiyu Enlightened Master to appear. However, it was different in recent days. Many guards of Sky Patrol City went in and out of the City Lord Mansion. There were even many late-stage Foundation establishment and even Golden Core cultivators coming in and out. Their faces were dignified. Inside the City Lord Mansion, in an extremely splendidly decorated palace, a futon was floating in the air. On it was a young cultivator in a Taoist robe holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was expressionless. This young cultivator's eyes were slightly narrowed. He looked extremely handsome with white teeth and red lips. However, his 2 white eyebrows were so eye-catching, slender and long. This nascent soul cultivator was none other than the City Lord of Sky Patrol City, Shuiyu Master. In front of the praying mat stood 2 gold core stage cultivators. Behind the gold core stage cultivators were a dozen Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. They held their breaths and stood respectfully, not daring to make the slightest sound. At this time, a clear voice rang out in the palace. It was the Golden Core cultivator standing on the left. Reporting to the City Lord, the battle for the Spirit Stone Veins has more or less concluded. At this point, the Golden Core cultivator stole a glance at Shuiyu Master. Seeing that there was no reaction, he looked at the Golden Core cultivator next to him and coughed. My Sky Patrol City has 3 large Spirit Stone Veins and 4 small Spirit Stone Veins on the Shuiyu Plateau. In order to cooperate with the plan of the Dao sect cultivators, this subordinate followed the City Lord's instructions and informed the Yanxi Mansion of the locations of 1 large Spirit Stone Vein and 2 small Spirit Stone Veins. Now, we have received accurate information that the 7 Extremes Mountain Range and Flowing Ice Valley have completely fallen into the hands of the sword cultivators. There is still no news from Jinshan Quan. Shuiyu Master raised his head slightly and responded non-committally. What about the Dao sect Spirit Stone Veins? From what I know of the 7 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian, the Dao sect still has the 4 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Shi and the 3 Spirit Stone Veins in the state of Lian. The rest have been taken by sword cultivators. The Golden Core cultivator said angrily, I have something to say. Jin Keng, is this what you said before the battle? Shuiyu Master said with a smile. That's right, City Lord. Jin Keng said. Isn't the result of this battle the same as what this subordinate said that day? No matter how many Spirit Stone Veins my Sky Patrol City offers, they will all be taken away by the sword cultivators. There will not be any Spirit Stone Veins left in the hands of my Sky Patrol City. Looking at the Spirit Stone Veins of the Dao sect, most of them are still in their hands. The disciples they sent to my Sky Patrol City Spirit Stone Veins are all Qi refinement disciples. How can they hold on to them? Chapter 2358. Besides, this kind of low-level trick to test the waters can only be thought of by these closed-door cultivators. If it were any of the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City, they would never do such a stupid thing. Jianghu said with a hint of dissatisfaction. In that case, doesn't Sky Patrol City have a seat in Yanxi Mansion's meeting hall? I asked you to go, why don't you go? Shuiyu Master said with a smile. I'm not going. Jianghu proudly said, this subordinate would rather accompany the city lord than be a decoration for them. Ah, senior brother Jin is right. The golden core cultivator at the side also rolled his eyes and said with a smile, these Dao sect cultivators are too full of themselves. They think that only the disciples of their cultivation sects have a gully in their hearts. We are all just wild foxes. Even if senior apprentice brother Jin went, it would be difficult for him to do anything alone. So it's better not to go. Junior brother Fong really knows me. Jianghu hurriedly nodded and said, it's the strategy of testing the waters. When I told the location of the spiritual vein that day, I repeatedly mentioned it to the Taiching sect's Sun who was on duty that day. That old thing simply laughed and pretended not to understand. That's right. The golden core cultivator with the surname Fong said. Leng Biao? You seem to have something to say? Shuiyu Master looked at the golden core cultivator and asked curiously. No, I have nothing to say. The golden core cultivator was called Fong Leng Biao. He smiled apologetically. I just feel that these Dao sect cultivators think too much of themselves as the masters of Sky Patrol City. Shuiyu Master still responded in a low voice and did not comment. Jianghu glanced at Fong Leng Biao and reported to Shuiyu Master. City Lord, I feel that the sword cultivators' attack on Sky Patrol City is a little strange. How strange? Shuiyu Master asked faintly. In the beginning, this subordinate thought that this battle was the same as the previous one. It was just a sword cultivator who wanted to gain some benefits from the three kingdoms of cultivation. They wanted to get some materials for refining weapons, top-grade spirit stones or pills and the like. However, a few aristocratic families were in trouble. They even planned to attack and occupy those spirit stone veins. And then, look at the current battle situation. The sword cultivator's goal doesn't seem to be the spirit stone veins. If the Dao sect cultivators did not take the initiative to defend the spirit stone veins, they might not have thought of the spirit stone veins. We should be able to find out from the disciples they sent into the battle of the spirit stone mines. So? I don't understand the purpose of the sword cultivators. Don't think too much if you don't know the truth. There is only one truth to everything. All guesses are just guesses until the truth is revealed. Shuiyu Sage said with a smile. But, our Sky Patrol City's disciples. Jianghu's lost? That's a loss. Does your heart ache? Sage Shuiyu smiled. Yes, these disciples were all killed under this subordinate's command. This subordinate can't bear it. Jianghu nodded his head. You're too soft-hearted. You won't be able to achieve anything great. Shuiyu's spiritual master pointed with his hand and smiled. City Lord, please teach me. Jianghu bowed and said. Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly. Lengbi tell Jianghu. The snow region sage did not explain. Fong Lengbai bowed and said, your subordinate understands. Then he explained to Jianghu, in my opinion, since the flames of war are in the snow highlands, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of it. The Dao sect cultivators are not in the Sky Patrol City, but the sword cultivators came to attack the Sky Patrol City. Senior Brother Jin, what do you think of the damage to the Sky Patrol City? Well, Senior Brother Jin, you don't have to answer my question first. Think about it again. If our Sky Patrol City didn't suffer so much damage, wouldn't our Sky Patrol City be stronger than the other cities? How could the other Dao sects be at ease? In addition, it's only the first stage of the sword battle and our Sky Patrol City has suffered heavy losses, far more than the other sections. In the second stage, when the late stage of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators fight as the main force, would the nascent soul cultivators sitting in the meeting hall of the Yanxi Mansion have the nerve to ask the city lord to send more disciples? Jianghu was a little enlightened and nodded. Your subordinate really didn't think so much. Today's little sacrifice could prevent even more losses tomorrow. In fact, most of the disciples who died were Qi refinement disciples and early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples. There are very few above the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. It's not that Senior Brother Jin didn't think so much. Senior Brother Jin is in the middle of the situation. Fong Lingbai laughed. Those disciples are all fresh lives. One by one they left us. How can senior brother Jean not feel guilty? Besides, those spirit stone veins are in the territory of Shi. How long can the sword cultivators occupy them? Let them dig with all their might. They can't take much away. Fang Lingbai added a few more words. Oh, is there any news from Jinshan Quan? Hearing Fang Lingbai's words, the Snow Region sage seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyes to ask. Reporting to the governor. Jean King hurriedly said, there is no news from junior brother Tu for now. However, according to what I know, junior brother Tu sent a disciple from Jinshan Quan and 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder Sect to escort some things back to his residence 10 days ago. Jean Keng was a little puzzled because he had just said that there was no news from Jinshan Quan. He didn't know why the Snow Region sage was asking about it again. No news, I'm afraid there is good news. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, go and take a look. What does the governor mean? Jean Keng was stunned. Aha, do you want this old man to participate in the matters of you little dolls? The Snow Region sage laughed loudly. This old man only needs to listen to your complaints. There is no need to say anything more. Yes, your subordinate understands. Jean King hurriedly cupped his hands. Speak of Tu Hong and Tu Hong will be here. Go and welcome him. The Snow Region sage raised his white eyebrows as if he had seen something and said, perhaps Tu Hong will bring you good news. Junior brother Tu has returned to the Sky Patrol City? Jean King was shocked. That means, the spiritual stone mine in Jinshan Quan has been taken by a sword cultivator? The Snow Region sage did not say anything but Fang Lingbai pulled Jean King's robe. Jean King hesitated for a moment before following Fang Lingbai out of the main hall. Junior brother Fang. Once out of the main hall, Jean King transmitted his voice. Why didn't you let me finish? Fang Lingbai smiled bitterly. Without turning his head, he transmitted his voice back. Senior brother Jean. Jin Quan Mountain is a huge spirit stone mine in our Sky Patrol City. Both you and I are unaware of the situation inside. Junior brother Tu Hong reported to the city lord alone. Didn't you see that the city lord had already asked about Jin Quan Mountain twice? There must be something fishy about it. Since junior brother Tu Hong is back, you don't care if he lost the Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine or not. You just need to welcome him in and wait for him to explain everything. Won't you know everything then? Sigh, alright, it's all because I was too stubborn. Jean Keng also smiled bitterly. It's okay for me to do some chores in the city. As for other things, it's impossible. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's even more difficult for me to handle these trivial matters. Fang Lingbai replied with a smile. Not long after, Fang Lingbai and Jean Keng brought Tu Hong into the main hall. Subordinate Tu Hong greets the governor. When Tu Hong saw the main hall, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed. Tu Hong, you've worked hard. The Snow Region sage flicked his sleeves and said, you don't have to rush back. You just need to send a disciple to send the message. When your senior brother Jean receives the message, he will definitely send a disciple to receive you. Sword cultivators have invaded the country of Shi. There must be a lot of things happening in the Sky Patrol City. I dare not distract senior brother Jean Kung because of Quan Jinshan, and I dare not let the city lord worry. Therefore, I hurriedly rushed back to the city lord to ask for forgiveness. The Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine was lost in the end. The Snow Region sage said faintly. Yes, it's all because of my incompetence. I lost the spiritual stone mine. Tu Hong bowed and said, are you guilty of anything? Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine was already emptied. The Snow Region sage laughed. Jean Keng and Fang Lingbai were stunned. They looked at each other and suddenly realized that there must be something wrong. Sure enough, Tu Hong shook his head and said, even if the spiritual stone mine was emptied, it is still the foundation of my Sky Patrol City. It is also the foundation of my Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine. I lost the face of my Sky Patrol City by abandoning it. Jinshan Quan spiritual stone mine is gone, but there are other places. The Snow Region sage waved his hand and said, you are a disciple of Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine. I will not forget about it. You can rest assured. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded. No matter where I am, I will always be a disciple of Sky Patrol City. You've worked hard. I know about Jinshan Quan's spiritual stone mine. You should report the results to Jean Keng and go back to rest. If you have nothing to do, you can go to Yenshi residence in a few days. Your senior brother Jean does not like to go, it's better for you to stay there. The Snow Region sage seemed to know about Jin Shanquan's spiritual stone mine like the back of his hand. He did not wait for Tu Hong to report and said with a smile, "Yes, I thank the city master for not pursuing my crimes." Tu Hong quickly bowed and said, "However, I still want to report the results to the city master personally." Hee, alright, tell me. The Snow Region sage laughed, "You are good at setting up formations. You should have gained a lot from this battle. If you really exceed my expectations, I will not treat you unfairly." Tu Hong's expression did not change. He bowed and said, "I do have something that I would like the city master to make a decision on. However, I would like to ask the city master to listen to me first." The Snow Region sage was stunned and asked curiously, "Could it be that the formation you set up is useless?" Chapter 2359. That's not it. Tu Hong shook his head. The effect of the array was surprisingly good. Then why? Shuiyu Sage's face turned cold. Reporting to City Lord, this time, only 2,237 disciples of my Golden Spring Mountain survived. Tu Hong said calmly. What? Without waiting for Taoist Master Shuiyu to reveal a surprised expression, Jean King immediately jumped up and shouted, "According to what I know, your Golden Spring Mountain has over 31,000 disciples, yet..." Shuiyu Sage's face turned cold as he asked, "What about the Dao sect's reinforcements?" The Dao sect sent 5,608 people, but only 11 disciples survived. Tu Hong's tone remained calm. What? This time even the nascent soul cultivator, Master Shuiyu, was unable to maintain his calm. He stood up from the praying mat and flew in front of Tu Hong with a single step. Say that again? Only 11 Dao sect disciples survived, and all of them were seriously injured. Tu Hong looked up and stared at Shuiyu Sage without fear. Tu Hong, you're too bold. Sage Shui's face was ashen. I allowed you to set up that vicious formation in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, but I didn't allow you to bury all of my Sky Patrol City's disciples, nor did I allow you to bury all of the Dao sect's disciples who went to reinforce them. So many Sky Patrol City's disciples, so many Dao sect disciples. How can I explain this to the sect leaders of the Three Kingdoms? I'm afraid I can't protect you. When this subordinate set up this plan, he had already disregarded life and death. Tu Hong was not afraid at all. He bowed and said, "For Sky Patrol City, for the sake of killing sword cultivators, I'm willing to give up my head. I don't need the governor to make any promises for me. I'll explain everything to the governor, and then I'll go to the Yanxi mansion to receive my punishment." What's the result of the battle? Shuiyu Sage asked coldly. With so many Jinquan Mountain disciples dead, I don't have the face to talk about the result of the battle. Tu Hong looked up at Shuiyu Sage and said sincerely, "Governor, please listen to my analysis of the battle at Jinquan Mountain." Alright, go ahead. Sage Shuiyu looked deeply at Tu Hong, and the anger on his face disappeared. He slowly flew back to the praying mat and sat down. Yes. Tu Hong bowed respectfully. He slowly explained the order he had received from the Sky Patrol City to cooperate with the Dao sect cultivators. He explained how he had lured all the sword cultivators and beast cultivators who were attacking Mount Quanjin into the Great Formation of Mount Quanjin, and how he had borrowed the power of the Great Formation to escape from the spirit howl of Mount Quanjin. Finally, Tu Hong said earnestly, "I'll let the city lord know that when I saw so many Jinquan Mountain disciples and Dao sect cultivators perishing, my heart felt as though it was being sliced by a knife. These were all warriors who had defeated sword cultivators. I can't wait to protect all of them. However, they are entangled with the sword cultivator, and I am powerless to separate them. Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people that the formation can protect, and I am powerless to do so. I also gave them some yellow talismans that allowed them to enter the sanctuary, but they only focused on killing the enemy and did not activate the yellow talismans at all. When I saw them die, I really wanted to die with them. However, I still had to escape with these 2,000 people, and I also had to report the whole story of Mount Quanjin to the city lord. I also had to report the righteous deed of the Dao sect cultivators to the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. That's why I suppressed my grief and returned to the Sky Patrol City. Don't tell this to me, just keep it for the Yanxi Prefecture." Shuiyu Master flicked his sleeves and said, "You sacrificed so many disciples, how many sword cultivators did you kill?" "I'll let the city lord know. I roughly estimated that there should be more than 40,000 people. Tu Hong said softly. There are so many? Shuiyu Master raised his white eyebrows and looked at Tu Hong from head to toe. He asked in disbelief. Tu Hong nodded. Yes, I was also surprised at that time. I don't know why the sword cultivators valued my Mount Quanjin so much. That's why I made a sudden decision. You should have reported this to me first. Shuiyu Master's voice softened. Since you can send disciples back to the Sky Patrol City, why didn't you report it? If I don't take responsibility for this, how can I be worthy of the City Lord's cultivation? Tu Hong puffed out his chest and said, and if the City Lord knows about this, then the City Lord won't. MMI no. Shuiyu Master flicked his sleeves and said, take the image of the array to Jin Kang and go back to rest. Yes, I know. Tu Hong clapped his hands and took out the triangular magic weapon from his storage bag and handed it to Jin Kang. Then he respectfully bowed and slowly retreated. When Tu Hong left the main hall, Jin Kang was still holding the magic weapon in his hand and was slightly dazed. Fang Lung looked at Jin Kang and then looked at Shuiyu Master, who closed his eyes and said with a sigh, Junior brother Tu is really a great talent. What great talent? Jin Kang snapped out of his daze and said sternly, he's simply a butcher. Just like his name. That's 20,000 disciples of my Sky Patrol City. He actually said that they were dead and they were dead. And he sent them to their deaths with his own hands. Senior brother Jin, don't forget that Tu Hong also killed 40,000 sword cultivators. This kind of military service has never been seen since the beginning of the war. Fang Lung laughed at the side. Jin Kang sneered, if I can disregard the lives of 30,000 cultivators, I can definitely kill 40,000 sword cultivators. Can you do it? Fang Lung laughed. I don't think I can. My surname is not Tu, of course I can't. Jin Kang was still angry and was very disgusted by Tu Hong's actions. After all, that was the lives of tens of thousands of people. Shuiyu Master did not speak. Although his face had calmed down, there was still some anger in his eyes. It was obvious that he had some complaints about Tu Hong's extravagant spending. However, Tu Hong also made it clear that he did not report the news to Shuiyu Master beforehand because he wanted to bear the consequences alone. Shuiyu Master wanted to scold Tu Hong, but he could not say it out loud. Show us the image of Jinquan Mountain. Shuiyu Master looked at the angry Jin Kang and Fang Lung and said calmly. Jin King didn't dare to be negligent. After responding with a yes, he channeled his spiritual power, and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew into the air again. After the yellow light flashed, a light curtain sprinkled on the main hall. On the light curtain of 10 feet in size, the snow-covered Quanjin Mountain forest appeared. Then, the light screen began to show the sword cultivator's attack and the blood disaster beast in the distance gradually approaching. The entire battle was shown in full detail. Chapter 2360. Needless to say, although Jin Kang and Fang Lingbai were also Golden Core cultivators, they had never commanded tens of thousands of people to fight. Unconsciously, they were affected by the intensity and blood on the battlefield. They clenched their fists and felt their blood boiling. When they saw the corpses of the cultivators being eaten by the blood calamity beast, Tu Hong did not organize the Spring Gold Mountain disciples to rush out. Although everyone in the hall knew that it was not appropriate to take such measures, they could not help but show anger on their faces. Even the Foundation establishment disciples could not help but whisper. Sage Shuiyu's white brows could not help but frown. This video had to be given to the Yanxi Prefecture. How could the Golden Core cultivators of the Dao sect see this tragedy? Sage Shuiyu really wanted to cover something for Tu Hong. He really valued Tu Hong's talent. But looking at this video, how could he cover it up? However, if Sage Shuiyu was confused, Tu Hong couldn't have kept this video until now, right? Could it be that he changed his personality? Isn't this Yuan Qing from the Skyscraper Sword sect? Seeing Yuan Qing, Jin Kang and the others naturally recognized him. Fang Lingbai's eyes turned slightly and he said anxiously, why didn't junior brother Tu mention this sword cultivator? If he can kill this guy, he can recover some losses. There's also a beast cultivator? This beast cultivator seems to be Ying Chao from the Valley of Owls? Jin Kang was stunned. Not only. Fang Lingbai's eyes were sharp. He saw several sword cultivators and beast cultivators and he said anxiously, There are also several unknown illusory swordsmen and several high-level beast cultivators. Behind them, the Foundation establishment cultivators were in an uproar. The discussion became louder. Junior Brother 2, sigh, it's really too difficult for Junior Brother 2. Fang Lingbai stole a glance at the calm sage Shuiyu and sighed, if there were only one or two illusory swordsmen, it would be fine. But now there are several of them, plus the beast cultivators, the blood calamity beast and the spirit-swallowing bugs. He can kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators, it's definitely a great achievement. Under such circumstances, the Spring Gold Mountain disciples and the Dao sect disciples can't escape. Jean Keng also nodded, just now. I wrongly blame Junior Brother 2. With so many sword cultivators attacking together, there would not be many left even if they could escape, let alone kill tens of thousands of sword cultivators. But Jean Keng looked at Sage Shuiyu and asked doubtfully, these illusory swordsmen, have they all escaped? True Master Shuiyu did not say anything and only looked at the screen. 10, 16 illusory swordsmen. When Tu Hong left Jingquan Mountain to face Yuan Qing, Ling Yunwu and the other swordsmen appeared on the screen, causing Jean Keng to be even more shocked. Which sword faction is this disciple from? Sage Shuiyu asked. City Lord, please wait a moment. Jean Keng hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it for a moment and asked curiously, reporting to City Lord, this seems to be Ling Yunwu of the High Wind Sword Sect. According to the information we received, they should be near the Spirit Stone Vein of the Lian country. How did they come to the Golden Spring Mountain? Sage Shuiyu only frowned slightly and did not say anything. Jean Keng and Fang Lingbai did not dare to ask more and continued to look at the screen with doubts. In the end, Yuan Qing and the other swordsmen, Battle Sword, Li Min and the other beast cultivators as well as the ordinary swordsmen, chased the group of sword cultivators underground. Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsmen also rushed into the Golden Spring Mountain vein without hesitation, completely ignoring the other swordsmen and cultivators. Jean Keng and Fang Lingbai looked at each other in confusion. However, the screen did not show the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. It only showed the bitter battle in the Golden Spring Mountain vein. Just as everyone was nervously watching, a yellow light appeared from the corner of the light screen and quickly covered everyone's line of sight. In just a few breaths of time, the entire light screen turned yellow and nothing else could be seen. Those dozens of illusory swordsmen, have they been killed? Jean King asked anxiously. Go and call Tu Hong back. Sage Shuiyu sneered. He hasn't returned to his mansion yet. Yes. Jean King turned around and said, this subordinate will go personally. This guy, he's actually still hiding something. City Lord, this subordinate will also go. Fang Lingbai bowed and said, if Tu Hong killed those illusory swordsmen, it would be a great merit. As for the tens of thousands of Taoist sect cultivators, it would definitely be justifiable. Of course. Their Dao sect's cultivators put out a bounty just for Avoid Heaven Sword School's Qingjian. What can they say when our Sky Patrol City's disciples killed more than a dozen Qingjians? Jean King echoed. Go. Sage Shuiyu narrowed his eyes. Although there was no expression on his face, his words revealed his meaning. Yes, killing 20 illusory swordsmen would definitely be a great merit in the Sword Dao War. The lives of tens of thousands of cultivators were nothing compared to that. In the time it took to eat half a meal, Tu Hong followed Jean Kang and Fang Lingbai back to the main hall. Tu Hong didn't look proud, but Sage Shuiyu was slightly angry. When he saw Tu Hong, he didn't wait for him to speak and coldly said, Tu Hong, how dare you? Blah. Tu Hong immediately knelt down and begged with his head, City Lord, Your Excellency. This subordinate isn't trying to hide anything, nor is this subordinate trying to take credit. It's just that this subordinate is nervous. When this subordinate made up his mind to kill all the sword cultivators, this subordinate will definitely not accept this merit. This subordinate must take responsibility. City Lord. Jean Kang and Fang Lingbai bowed and said, the two of us are pleading for Tu Hong. Just now, this subordinate was too impatient and didn't wait for Tu Hong to finish speaking before condemning him. There is a reason why he didn't dare to tell us the result of the battle. You wait, Sage Shuiyu waved his hand and said, this old man is not a muddle-headed person. How can I not know the pros and cons? Since there is merit, there should be a reward. If there is a fault, there should be a punishment. This old man is asking Tu Hong in front of this old man? What kind of trick is he playing? Yes. When Tu Hong heard this, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face was ashen and he kowtowed again. This subordinate deserves to die, this subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate did have a trace of a plan to present the result of the battle to the city lord after you are angry, so that the city lord can forgive this subordinate's sin of using the Dao sect's cultivators as bait without permission. Sage Xueyu snorted coldly. It wasn't clear if he heard it or not. In the main hall, only the sound of Tu Hong kowtowing could be heard. After a while, Sage Xueyu said faintly, "You brought Quan Jinshan's subordinates back to Sky Patrol City and didn't leave anyone to guard Quan Jinshan. When you came to this old man, you didn't even mention the great array of Quan Jinshan. Are you sure that the great array cannot be broken by sword cultivators?" When Tu Hong heard this, he stopped kowtowing. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. He said softly, "The edge of the great array is now stable and has merged with the spiritual howl. If one doesn't have the strength of a nascent soul, one can't break it by force. If someone tries to break it by force, the spiritual howl will rush out and it will be more powerful than a dozen magic treasures exploding. Even if a nascent soul can teleport, I'm afraid they will also be affected by the spiritual howl. What if a formation master breaks the array from afar?" Reporting to the city lord, "The spiritual howl is like a tide in the great array. This spiritual howl is caused by the 9 formation eyes. In each formation eye, there are 81 huge spirit stone crystal pillars and 5 extremely hard jade essences in the depths of Quan Jinshan's spirit stone mine. All spiritual senses can't be used. Even if someone tries to break the array, they can only do it from nearby and not from afar." Tu Hong replied calmly. Sage Xueyu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What's the matter with the 16 Lingfeng Sword Sect swordsmen?" When Tu Hong heard this, his face was filled with doubt. He raised his head and said, "I don't know either. I only realized that there were 16 illusory swordsmen after I left the Great Array. It was because of them that I made this decision." When the 16 swordsmen entered the Great Array, they immediately rushed towards the jade essences in Quan Jinshan. They probably wanted to snatch those jade essences, right? Tu Hong thought for a while and said hesitantly, "That's because I have to observe the situation of the swordsmen attacking the Great Array. I can't look at them. They won't be able to escape. I can assure you of that." Tu Hong still didn't have a trace of arrogance. He nodded and said, "Even that beast cultivator Ing Chao died when I left. There won't be anyone left alive in the Great Array." Inside the Great Array are the remains of tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, as well as magic treasures and other things. You have to be careful. Sage Xueyu nodded. "When will the Great Array calm down?" This. Tu Hong became even more hesitant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The power of this array is beyond this subordinate's expectations. This subordinate originally thought that it would be able to recover in 3 years, but from the looks of it, it will not stop until 10 years have passed. 10 years later, those illusory swordsmen and nascent soul cultivators will come out. We'll talk about it then." Sage Xueyu nodded and said, "At this time, it's still your golden core cultivators hunting. This old man won't interfere." City Lord, Jean Kang said anxiously, "If you don't come out, how can we explain it to the Yanxi Manor? Those are the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators." "Haha, this old man already said that this is your business and Tu Hong's business. What does it have to do with me?" Sage Xueyu flicked his sleeves and his figure gradually faded away as if he was about to disappear. Tu Hong's face was filled with joy. He kowtowed and said, "This subordinate thanks the city lord. This old man knows you have a gully in your heart, but don't play any tricks in front of this old man. What happened at Golden Spring Mountain will only happen once. There won't be a next time. Yes, this subordinate understands." "All right." Sage Xueyu suddenly remembered something. His figure gradually appeared again. "This old man was a little angry just now. I forgot to ask you. What do you want from this old man?" Chapter 2361. This. Hearing this, Tu Hong's face turned slightly red. He was actually a little bashful as he said softly, "This subordinate saw a female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect during the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. But I would like to request the city lord." Yuqing, ha ha ha. Seeing Tu Hong's expression, Xueyu Master was very happy and laughed. No wonder you sent a disciple of Jianghu Mountain back to Sky Patrol City to deliver things. It turns out that you have such a plan. Well, love between a man and a woman is the natural law. You have done a great service for my Sky Patrol City, how can I not agree? Thank you, City Lord. Tu Hong was overjoyed and kowtowed again. However, the voice of Shuiyu Master could no longer be heard in the hall. Get up, Junior 2. Jean King laughed, you are really hateful. No wonder the City Lord is angry. He didn't even let you get up when he left. Sigh, Tu Hong looked up and saw that Shuiyu Master was gone. He stood up trembling and smiled bitterly, Senior brothers. This little brother is also completely helpless. Tens of thousands of lives. I don't have any confidence at all. It's useless to say more now. Fang Ling nodded. The City Lord has already let you go and even admitted that you have done a great service. Now the plan is to persuade those Taoist sect cultivators. The City Lord is kind. I will never forget it. Tu Hong said respectfully, the fact that he did not pursue the matter is my biggest hope. I have never thought about the merits. As for the Taoist sect cultivators, I really don't care. Jean Keng was speechless. That's tens of thousands of lives. Aren't you afraid that you can't explain it to Yanxi Prefecture? I am a disciple of Sky Patrol City. There are many disciples of Yanxi Prefecture. Why should I be afraid of them? Tu Hong sneered. Don't talk to me about this. Fang Ling said, the City Lord has ordered you to represent Sky Patrol City to enter Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. You have to explain. That's Senior Brother Jean Keng's business. I don't want to get involved. Tu Hong quickly waved his hand. Jean Keng clapped his hands and took out the City Lord token of Sky Patrol City. He handed it over and said with a smile, I didn't want to go in the first place, that's why I've been delaying it. Moreover, you've made such a big mistake and you want to clean up the mess yourself. I can't help you. Furthermore, if you want to dual cultivate with a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect, how can you do it if you don't interact with Qian Mo of the Imperial Lightning Sect? Fang Lingbai laughed. Brothers, please don't laugh at me. Can't this little brother go over now? Tu Hong's face was flushed red as he took the City Lord token and smiled apologetically. Good, that's right. Jean Keng looked at Fang Lingbai and said with a smile, we'll send you to Yanxi Mansion. When you sit down in the conference hall, we'll go to your mansion to nag. Thank you for supporting me. Tu Hong bowed and thanked them. If it weren't for the two brothers, I wouldn't have dared to go. Jean Keng and Fang Lingbai both laughed. Each of them grabbed Tu Hong's hand, and the three of them walked out of the main hall. Behind them, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were also laughing and chatting with the three of them. When the three of them came to the conference hall of Yanxi Mansion, the Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Taoist sect were discussing. Seeing Jean Keng and others appear in the conference hall, Qing Ming, who was in charge today, raised his eyebrows and said, it turns out that the friends of Sky Patrol City have come to visit. Come, please take a seat. With that, he clapped his hands and two futons appeared out of thin air, spinning and landing in front of the three of them. Then he looked at the empty futon opposite him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Jean, it is said that this seat in the conference hall is prepared for you. Why haven't you come after so long? Are you going to sit on it today? No. Jean King smiled and shook his head. Someone is going to sit on it today, but it's not me. Could it be fellow Taoist Fang? Or this fellow Taoist? Qing Ming obviously did not know Tu Hong and looked him up and down. Later, I will naturally take out the City Lord token. Jean King's face tightened. He did not sit down and said lightly, however, before that, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Qing to tell me about the battle situation. This. Qing Ming hesitated and said with a smile, the battle situation of the Sword Dao battle. My conference hall will basically prepare another copy and send it to the City Lord Mansion. I think fellow Taoist Jean can see it in the City Lord Mansion, right? Why bother with Qing Ming's nagging? Of course I can see it. Jean King said with a smile, however, my Sky Patrol City's 3 Spirit Stone veins have been lost. Fellow Taoist Qing has to give my Sky Patrol City an explanation, right? Oh? The Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone veins have also fallen into the enemy's hands? Qing Ming was shocked and immediately came to a realization. He looked at Tu Hong and asked, could it be that this fellow Taoist has returned from Jinquan Mountain? That's right, I am Tu Hong from the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone veins. Tu Hong stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists from Dao sect. Greetings, fellow Taoists too. The crowd did not dare to delay and stood up to return the greeting. Cheng Ming asked curiously. The Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone veins have already fallen into the enemy's hands. Why didn't my Dao sect disciples return? Only 3 Imperial Thunder sect disciples returned first? Haha, who said that the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone veins have fallen into the enemy's hands? Jin King laughed. I only said that 3 Spirit Stone veins have been lost, right? What do you mean? Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect was stunned and asked. Huanhua sect had sent the most disciples to Jinquan Mountain. How could he not be anxious? Haha, Junior Brother 2 set up a formation at Jinquan Mountain and killed close to 40,000 sword cultivators and beast cultivators in one fell swoop. Furthermore, there were 20 over illusory swordsmen and 10 over high-leveled beast cultivators and bird cultivators who were buried in the formation. On the way here, Tu Hong had already warned Jin Keng. Jin Keng laughed heartily and told him what Tu Hong had said. 20 over illusory swordsmen? That is comparable to a late golden core stage cultivator. Even if they were to meet a nascent soul stage senior, they might not necessarily fall, right? Xiang Ming was dumbfounded as he spoke in disbelief. All the other gold core cultivators looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they immediately began to discuss loudly. All of their words were filled with disbelief and doubt. Fellow Taoist too. Qian Imo opened his mouth. Qian Imo asked the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who returned. According to them, your Jinquan Mountain disciples are not that many. How could they have killed so many sword cultivators? What about your Jinquan Mountain disciples? What about the casualties of my Dao sect disciples? Haha, I know that all of you won't believe me. Tu Hong laughed. However, I have evidence in my hands. I will let all of you know immediately. In this battle, my Dao sect has indeed killed 20 over illusory swordsmen. Chapter 2362. Haha, if that's the case. Fellow 2, your contribution is the greatest since the start of the war. No wonder the Snow Region Senior entrusted you with the important task of managing the conference hall. That's right. Congratulations, Fellow 2. The Gold Core cultivators came to a realization and cupped their hands to congratulate him. Thank you, Fellow Taoist. This contribution of mine is inseparable from the plans that you've made in the conference hall. This is all thanks to you, fellow Taoists. I don't dare to praise myself. Tu Hong humbly took out the City Lord token of Sky Patrol City and handed it to Cheng Ming. He smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Taoist Cheng, please verify it. Today, I have been entrusted by the City Lord to enter the conference hall. Good. Cheng Ming took the City Lord token and looked at it for a moment before passing it to the other cultivators beside him. He cupped his hands and said, In the future, with the help of Sky Patrol City's fellow Taoist too, our conference hall will be like a tiger that has grown wings. We will defeat the sword cultivators of Huan country. I still need to borrow the strength of all of you. Sky Patrol City will definitely do its best to support you. Tu Hong said with a smile. After everyone had checked the City Lord token, Tu Hong took it again and said with a smile, Can I take a seat now? Please. Cheng Ming raised his hand and said, Please. The other cultivators said in unison, Thank you. Tu Hong stepped forward and sat on the empty praying mat. Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai also sat on the 2 praying mats. Fellow Taoist 2 has killed 40,000 sword cultivators and nearly 30 more sword cultivators. This achievement should be immediately transmitted to the Dao sect cultivators who are currently fighting. It will also let them know that sword cultivators are nothing in the hands of our cultivators, unable to withstand a single blow. This will also boost their morale. Cheng Ming smiled. Yes, morale is the most important thing in this war. Even if we are going to lose, we can't lose morale. A cultivator clapped his hands and said. When Tu Hong heard this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai. Their eyes were still the same. Yes, that's right. I will immediately issue the conference hall token. Cheng Ming clapped his hands and said. Fellow Taoist Cheng, don't worry. Tu Hong's expression changed slightly. His smile turned into a miserable one. He waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, please listen to my explanation. You can make a decision later. Hee, fellow Taoist too, please speak. Cheng Ming laughed. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I can't help but share this good news with all the disciples who are fighting hard. Well, I can understand fellow Cheng's feelings. Tu Hong nodded. However, this war has always been cruel. It's never a place that only gives out good news. Oh. Qingming's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition. I too have killed 40,000 sword cultivators. But, my Golden Spring Mountain's 30,000 men also fell in this battle. Tu Hong said sadly, even when I return to Sky Patrol City, I can't bring their bodies back. Hiss, the meeting hall immediately fell silent. Apart from gasps of surprise, there was no other sound. What about my Path Sect's disciples? Xiang Ming said coldly, don't tell me that all of them fell? Tu Hong looked at Xiang Ming and replied calmly, of course not. Oh, hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, everyone almost fainted. I too have brought 11 severely injured Path Sect's disciples back to Sky Patrol City. They are now on their way to the other sect's encampments. What? My Path Sect's disciples. That's more than 5,000 people. Xiang Ming stood up suddenly and said angrily, gone just like that. You have to give me an explanation. Yes, Tu Hong, 5,000 people. How could you let them all fall? Many Golden Core adepts scolded. This situation was indeed within Tu Hong's expectations. However, his face still revealed a miserable expression as he stood up and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoists, this old man feels guilty in his heart. Those 31,000 disciples of Golden Spring Mountain had gone through life and death with me. As for your 5,000 disciples, although I do not have such a deep relationship with them, but since all of you sent them to Golden Spring Mountain, how could I not treat them as my own disciples? Rest assured, my friends, I am not disloyal. Even during the battle, I placed these disciples in the middle and did not let them fall so easily. Tu Hong. Qian Mo's expression did not change. After all, only Xiao Hua and the other 6 disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen. Their losses were the least. Tell me, how did these disciples fall? What is your big formation? Tu Hong nodded and took a deep breath. He suppressed his sobbing tone and said, Senior Brother Jean just said that the spiritual stone vein in Mount Quanjin has been lost and is no longer in the hands of Sky Patrol City. Yes, of course, it is not in the hands of the sword cultivators. It was I, too, who had laid down a large array in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. My Golden Spring Mountain's disciples and Dao Sect's disciples had lured several tens of thousands of sword cultivators, especially close to 30 Golden Dan stage sword cultivators, into the large array before falling. To be honest, if not for the fact that I have to preside over the big formation and cannot die, otherwise, I would have entered the formation to fight. Those 5,000 Dao Sect disciples are really adorable. They are really the most adorable people in this battle. As he said, Tu Hong looked at Jin Keng. Jin Keng clapped his hands and the magic treasure of Mitsubishi flew up. The screen once again showed the bloody battle situation. When the cultivators finished watching, their hearts were shaken. They were even more excited than Jin Keng and Fang Lung. They were cheering for the cultivators who fought to the death. They were also praising Tu Hong's decision that day. Of course, this praise was more derogatory, but at this point, what else could they say? After more than 10 Golden Core cultivators inquired about the details in detail, Qingming and the rest transmitted their voices and said coldly, Fellow Taoist too. Although you are now a member of my discussion hall, you have killed 5,000 of my Dao Sect's cultivators. We need to discuss this. Fellow Taoist too, please leave us for a moment. Alright. Tu Hong stood up and bowed to everyone. I feel guilty in my heart. Fellow Taoists, please make a decision. After speaking, he looked at Jin Keng and Fang Lung. The 3 of them left the discussion hall. After 2 hours, Tu Hong and the other 2 were invited back into the discussion hall. At this time, the atmosphere in the discussion hall had calmed down. Fellow Taoist too. Qingming went straight to the point. This time, Fellow Taoist too has contributed greatly. However, the number of cultivators who died in this battle is also the highest. I am ashamed. Tu Hong bowed humbly. However, we have already reported to our respective mountain sections. Although some of the sect heads were extremely dissatisfied, most of them understood Fellow Taoist too's difficulties. Qingming continued, as the saying goes, killing 1,000 enemies is equivalent to sacrificing 800 of your own men. Furthermore, there were close to 20 Golden Core cultivators among them. Many thanks to the various sect heads. Tu Hong immediately bowed to the sky. Of course, we will not erase Fellow Taoist too's contribution. Qingming continued, however, half of the contribution is taken up by our Dao Sect's disciples. fellow Daoist Cheng. Jin Kang was unhappy. He stood up and said, "My Golden Spring Mountain's tens of thousands of disciples." Senior Jin. Tu Hong hurriedly stopped him and said, "Half of the contribution is taken up by those tens of thousands of disciples. I will definitely not take up half of the contribution." Golden Spring Mountain's tens of thousands of disciples are all fellow Daoist Tu's disciples. Naturally, their contribution will be taken up by fellow Daoist Tu alone. Cheng Ming laughed. My Dao sect's 5,000 disciples are not represented by anyone. Therefore, I have no choice but to inconvenience the Golden Spring Mountain's disciples. And whatever you say. Tu Hong smiled apologetically. All right. Cheng Ming nodded and said, "The magic tools and treasures within the Golden Spring Mountain's great array, as well as the flying swords of the sword cultivators, Sky Patrol City can take half of it. The remaining half will be distributed by the various Dao sects according to the number of disciples they have lost. Consider it as compensation for us." Jin King still wanted to say something but was stopped by Fang Lung. Tu Hong said without hesitation, "Of course, I have no objections to this. However, these things will only be distributed after 10 years. No worries." Cheng Ming nodded and said, "As long as fellow Daoist Tu agrees, we will go to Golden Spring Mountain to distribute it after 10 years. All right. Also, fellow Daoist Tu's contribution will be publicized by the various Dao sect sections. Fellow Daoist Tu is the greatest contributor to this battle." Cheng Ming continued, "As for the other 11 disciples who survived, our conference hall will reward them heavily and record their contributions. As for the 5,000 warriors who died, they will also be recorded as their contributions." Yes, that should be the case. Tu Hong agreed obediently. Great. Cheng Ming did not expect Tu Hong to be so easy to talk to and did not refute him at all. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Tu is decisive and excellent in commanding. The conference hall welcomes talents like fellow Daoist Tu." "I don't dare. It's all thanks to the support of fellow Daoists." Tu Hong hurriedly got up and said. However, when Tu Hong got up, his eyes looked around. Although many Golden Core cultivators returned the salute, some of them had gloomy eyes and only raised their hands perfunctorily. At this moment, the center of the conference hall flashed with a strong brilliance. Before Cheng Ming could activate his magic power, a human figure slowly flashed out from the brilliance. Everyone was shocked. When they saw clearly, they all stood up and bowed, shouting, "Junior greets Master Shuiyu." The person who appeared in the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall was actually the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. This was the first time he came to the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall. "All of you get up." Shuiyu Enlightened Master waved his sleeves, and everyone felt a force supporting them. It was as if two warm hands were supporting their shoulders. "Thank you, Senior." No one dared to struggle. They straightened up and respectfully replied. Master Shuiyu walked a few steps in the air and came to Tu Hong's side. He lifted his leg and sat on it. Seeing this, everyone no longer dared to stand next to the praying mat. Their figures fluttered and slowly flew to the place where Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai were standing before. They were standing respectfully below Master Shuiyu. Chapter 2363. Cheng Ming stood in front of everyone and said, "I'm Cheng Ming from the Meng country's Celestial Ascension sect. I'm in charge of today's meeting hall. Senior, please tell me what you need." I haven't seen Li Feng from your sect in a long time." Shuiyu Enlightened Master looked around and smiled. "Yes, and the sect masters of my little friends, we old farts have been cultivating every day. We can't compare to your hot-blooded and exciting lives. Senior is well versed in the Tao of Heaven and your path of cultivation leads to the heavens. You are our role model." Cheng Ming smiled apologetically and said, "How could our game be worthy of Senior's attention?" Shuiyu Enlightened Master only smiled. He looked around and said, "I haven't been to this hall in a long time. Alas, perhaps it won't be long before I have to meet the sect masters of my little friends. Every time we meet, people are in a terrible situation." Hearing this, Cheng Ming and the others could guess why Shuiyu Enlightened Master was here. Cheng Ming turned around and looked at Shanghua Zong and the other cultivators from the 3 cultivation countries. They all nodded. "You're right." Cheng Ming turned around and respectfully replied, "Every battle was started by the sword cultivators. Every time, the Dao sect and the sword cultivators lost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of corpses. This is also unavoidable. After all, this is a cruel war and it can't be compared to a normal dispute. Then he hesitated for a moment and said, also regarding Tu Hong we have already decided. Although my sect lost 5,000 disciples, the results of this battle are obvious. 5,000 men sacrificed their lives for the Dao sect. Their deaths were worthy and as heavy as a mountain. Regarding this matter, fellow Daoist Tu Hong's methods were indeed a little inappropriate. However, under the circumstances at that time, he had no choice but to do so. We have already discussed the details with fellow Daoist Tu Hong. Shuiyu enlightened master waved his hand and laughed, this is your game. I won't participate. Tu Hong can decide what he does or doesn't do. I won't interfere with your decision. Yes. Qing Ming didn't understand. He thought the same as everyone else. He thought that Shuiyu Jinren was here to defend Tu Hong. Haha, I'm here today because I have something good to discuss with the Imperial Thunder sect. A smile appeared on Sage Shui's face as his gaze fell upon Qian Mo. Oh? Not only was Qian Mo shocked, even Tu Hong himself was absolutely shocked. Then he became wild with joy. His original intention was to mention this to the old man in advance. After this matter was over, he would ask the old man to pass on a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. This way he would be able to speak to Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he had never expected that Shuiyu's sage would personally come to the conference hall and propose marriage in front of all the golden core cultivators of the Dao sects. This face was too big. So much so that it might even become a story to be told by the cultivators of the three kingdoms. What made Tu Hong the happiest was that not only was Master Shuiyu's trust and encouragement in him, but Master Shuiyu's arrival also meant that the Imperial Thunder sect definitely wouldn't have any reason to refuse. The Imperial Thunder sect definitely valued the face of a nascent soul cultivator. Under the circumstances where Cui Hongshan had already died in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, Dui Qiming could only agree to the proposal of dual cultivation. Qian Mo's face was filled with doubt as he stepped forward and bowed. Junior Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect greets Master Shuiyu. May I know? Oh, so it's the young friend from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Master Shuiyu smiled. I'm here today to make a proposal for a marriage alliance between my Heavenly Thunder sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Huh? Qian Mo was even more surprised as he looked at Master Shuiyu in confusion. He smiled apologetically. May I know which disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect you're talking about? Is it a male disciple or a female disciple? Young friend, you should know about the 3 female disciples who returned from the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. Master Shuiyu went straight to the point and said, one of them was chosen by Tu Hong. Oh, Qian Mo understood and naturally turned to look at Tu Hong. Tu Hong was very obedient at this moment as he lowered his head slightly and didn't say anything. I won't talk about Tu Hong's merits and demerits. Master Shuiyu smiled. However, since he's a capable disciple of my Heavenly Thunder sect and he rarely speaks in front of me, I can't just ignore his matters. Besides, this is the first time I'm matchmaking someone. I don't know if it's appropriate. Alright. Qian Mo muttered in his heart. Why didn't you propose earlier or later? Why did you propose now? How could it not be because of Tu Hong's merits? Even if my conference hall judged that Tu Hong was at fault, now that you're here, I can't not reconsider, right? This is the first time I'm matchmaking someone. Sigh, my Imperial Thunder sect must accept this. However, he had seen the 3 female disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect who went to Golden Spring Mountain. They seemed to be the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and weren't particularly outstanding. If they could really form a marriage alliance with the Heavenly Thunder sect, it would be considered as the female disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect climbing up the social ladder. Oh, Qian Mo suddenly realized, those who went to Golden Spring Mountain? Aren't they the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect from the Shocking Thunder Palace? Damn it, the fate of the first team. Why is it so tragic? First, they were besieged by thousands of sword cultivators at Chicken Crow Mountain. If they hadn't left first, they would have all died in the first battle. What a pity. Even if they escaped the first hurdle, they couldn't escape the second one. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators besieged them, TSK. However, they died a worthy death. I reckon the conference hall will reward them handsomely. It's better than being killed silently in the wilderness. Qian Mo then bowed and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. May I know which female cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect you're referring to? Tu Hong has to say it himself. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a smile. Thank you, city master. Tu Hong's eyes were almost filled with tears. He bowed deeply. I didn't expect the city master to care so much for me. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Tiske. Speak auspicious words on auspicious day. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a smile. Since you want to be their son-in-law, you have to be sincere and cooperate with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, I understand. Tu Hong nodded. Qian Mo smiled apologetically. Since you came to the conference hall and proposed marriage in front of so many fellow cultivators, I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to accept it in person. Would you like to ask Chen Lei of my humble sect to come forward? Fine. I haven't seen Chen Lei for a long time. Shuiyu spiritual master said with a wave of his sleeve. For the sake of the younger generation, it's good to see an old friend. Qian Mo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly activated a secret technique. Not long after, Chen Lei's red face appeared on the light screen. Chapter 2364. Oh, that's right. Chen Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall? After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiang Yang, go with Chen Diheng and have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted. Yes, I'll go now. Xiang Yang was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. Martial Uncle Zhua. Shui glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered some private words to them. In just a few hours, Xiang Yang and Chen Diheng had returned. Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy. Chen Diheng cursed. I knew that guy had a long life. He wouldn't die just like that. What? Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, Where's Hongshan? His natal spiritual tablet. Haha, good, I know. Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiang Yang smiled and said, I followed junior brother Chen to the Zhenlei Palace. I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed by the sect leader at the beginning of the sword battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter. Chen Diheng was a little angry. Even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiang Yang and scolded, Since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy? Master. Xiang Yang smiled apologetically. I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhen Liang who was on duty. What did he say? Did he know that Hongshan's natal spiritual tablet wasn't damaged? Helplessness asked helplessly. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained, The sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon. He wanted to scold Xiang Yang, but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long, he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiang Yang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiang Yang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so happy. All right, teacher, mother understands. Xiang Yangfen said, when Zhen Liang saw that it was me and junior brother Qin, other than explaining to junior brother Qin who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhen Liang say? Zhen Liang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall to look at the natal spiritual tablets of the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect leader's handwritten order in their hands. They specially sealed the natal spiritual tablets of some disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Other than the sect leader, no one can look at them. Xiang Yang emphasized the words, some disciples, as if Zhen Liang was the one explaining. That dog. Chen Diheng curled his lips and sneered. He didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Chen Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiang Yang, are you sure that what Zhen Liang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua? Yes, I'm sure. Then Xiang Yang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiaohua. He explained with a smile, Junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader clearly knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die. Why did he still give out the reward? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Qian Diheng said bluntly. Then he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiaohua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiang Yang nodded and said to Xiang Yang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Qian Diheng nodded slightly to everyone again, turned around and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy, Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiaohua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said to himself, what's this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Shui chatted with Zhuo Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however this old man feels a little rushed. Even, there are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, is Martial Uncle Sun Ming free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Shui covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Shui said with assurance, Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, really? Of course. Shui nodded and said firmly, this junior has some insignificant premonition. It's similar to Xiaohua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Shui who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiaohua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, Shui, do you think this old woman can condense the core? Shui was stunned and then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older. This old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Shui glanced at Zhuo Minghui's abdomen and bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Zhuo Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years. Really? When Zhuo Minghui heard this, her face was overjoyed like a blooming flower. Shui also showed a smile on her face. Chapter 2365. Oh, Shuiyu, why are you here? Qian Lei was stunned. He did not expect to see Shuiyu Sage. Do you want me to go to Sky Patrol City now? No. Shuiyu Sage cupped his hands. It's very lively here, the juniors are having fun, how can it be my turn? This poor Taoist is here to discuss something with the Imperial Thunder sect. Alright, I'll let sect leader know. Qian Mo naturally would not let Shuiyu Jinren repeat himself. He hurriedly took half a step forward and explained what had happened. He smiled and said, this is a joyous occasion for the Imperial Thunder sect and the Sky Patrol City. I dare not make a decision. I hope that sect leader will step forward and not disappoint Shuiyu Jinren, who personally came to the meeting hall. Oh, Qian Lei smiled and said, this is indeed a joyous occasion. True love can be seen on the battlefield. Only those who can withstand the test of blood and fire can be considered true dual cultivation. Come, let me see who is worthy of Shuiyu Sage's visit. Tu Hong hurriedly went forward and bowed. Junior Tu Hong greets Senior. He is indeed a talent. Qian Lei nodded. He is worthy of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Then he looked up. Qian Mo, which female disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect is Tu Hong marrying? Yes, Senior, it is Dui Qiming from Sky Patrol Palace. Tu Hong hurriedly said. Ah, Tu Hong, why are you so anxious? This old man hasn't promised you anything yet. Qian Lei laughed heartily, thinking that Tu Hong was anxious, so he turned to Qian Mo and said, Go and bring Dui Qiming here. Let this old man take a look. Which beautiful female disciple is it that made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City so worried? Yes, disciple understands. Qian Mo bowed and sent out a message. Qian Lei and Shuiyu Sage chatted for a while as they waited for Dui Qiming. Qian Lei naturally asked about Tu Hong's reason. He was curious why Shuiyu Sage would come to the meeting hall to propose marriage for a golden core cultivator. As for Qian Mo, he knew that he couldn't let Shuiyu Jinren tell him the reason, so he respectfully told him about Quan Jinshan. Even though Qian Lei was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he was still shocked when he heard that almost 50,000 sword cultivators and Taoist sect cultivators had died in Tu Hong's hands. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Tu Hong. Previously in the message that disciples sent to the sect, the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, other than Dui Qimeng, Ming Mao and Dui Ling, the other 7 members died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. Qian Mo continued, this is also the total number of people that died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. This disciple was just about to report to the sect master to reward Thunderclap Palace. It's just that. Master Qian Lei was about to say, only 7 people? But when he saw the cultivators behind Qian Mo, he changed his mind and said, yes, of course. These 7 people must be well rewarded. Their masters and relatives must be well compensated. Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo didn't tell Master Qian Lei the name list of the 7 people. Not long after, Dui Qiming arrived at the meeting hall. This was the first time she came to such an important place and she was confused. Seeing Master Qian Lei in the image, Dui Qiming didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately bowed and greeted the sect master. Not bad. You are indeed outstanding. Master Qian Lei said with a smile. He looked at Shuiyu Jinren and said, the disciples of your Sky Patrol City have good taste. When Shuiyu Jinren saw Dui Qiming, there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Even the corner of his eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Tu Hong thoughtfully. Hearing Master Qian Lei's question, Shuiyu Jinren smiled and said, this is the opportunity of the younger generation. I was just helping out. Dui Qiming, this is Shuiyu Jinren, the city master of Sky Patrol City. Come forward and greet him. Qian Mo reminded her in a low voice. Yes, I am Dui Qiming from Dui Lei Palace of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings to the city master. Dui Qiming was even more confused. She didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly went forward to greet the city master. Get up. Shuiyu Jinren waved his sleeves and said with a smile, Dui Qiming, do you have a dual cultivation partner? Dui Qiming was slightly stunned, but she still said truthfully, I don't have one. Not bad. Master Qian Lei laughed and said, it seems that the disciples of Sky Patrol City have done their homework well. You should have asked about Dui Qiming's background. Well, since Dui Qiming doesn't have a dual cultivation partner, I will make the decision. I agree to this marriage. Thank you so much, fellow Daoist Qian. Shuiyu Jinren cupped his hands and said, when fellow Daoist Qian comes to Sky Patrol City, I will invite you to a cup of wine. Well said, well said. Master Qian Lei nodded and was about to end the video. But at this moment Dui Qiming came to her senses and shouted, Sect leader, I have something to say. Oh, what else do you have to say? Master Qian Lei was a little displeased. It was just a dual cultivation between a Foundation establishment disciple. If the other party was not the city lord of Sky Patrol City, he would not have asked. I don't know what's going on. Dui Qiming's face turned red. I don't know which fellow Taoist I'm going to dual cultivate with. Haha, Master Qian Lei pointed at Tu Hong and said, of course, it's Tu Hong from Jingquan Mountain whom you met before. He is now the representative of Sky Patrol City in the conference hall. He performed well in the war. You have such a dual cultivation partner, it's not a disgrace to your family background. Don't worry, if you are bullied in Sky Patrol City in the future, you can go directly to the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. If he doesn't care, you can come to me. I will definitely make the decision for you. Ah. Sect Master. Dui Chi Meng glanced at Tu Hong. When she came in, she saw the two nascent soul seniors, Master Chen Lazy and Master Shuiyu. She was so scared that she did not dare to be distracted. Now that she saw Tu Hong, she never thought that this gold core senior would covet her. She hurriedly shouted, although I don't have a dual cultivation partner, but I already have a lover in my heart. It's just that because of the war between Dao cultivators, I didn't have time to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with him. Master Chen Lazy was stunned and unconsciously looked at Master Shuiyu. Master Shuiyu was even more surprised. He firmly believed that Tu Hong would not report to him without checking Dui Chi Meng's background. If what Dui Chi Meng said was true, this rash act would immediately become a big joke in the three kingdoms of cultivation. Tu Hong looked even more innocent than Master Shuiyu. He was even more surprised than Master Shuiyu. He felt that it was unbelievable. He looked at Dui Chi Meng with a deathly gaze and said in a low voice, Chi Meng, I have never been able to forget you since the first time I saw you. You're the most attractive female cultivator I've ever seen in my life. This too doesn't care who your lover is. This too wants to compete with him. I must snatch you from his hands. Senior 2. Dui Chi Meng's face turned even redder. She said softly, I'm just an ordinary female cultivator. I don't deserve this kind of praise. As for my lover, it's Cui Hongshin, the captain of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Senior, you've seen him, on Mount Quanjin. Ah? When Tu Hong heard this, his face turned pale. His lower lip shrank and he clenched his teeth. His eyes showed a trace of pain and disbelief. It's all my fault. Tu Hong sighed and lowered his head deeply. Senior 2? Dui Chi Meng looked at Tu Hong in confusion. She then looked at Master Chen Lazy and Master Shuiyu. Cough cough. Those two naturally wouldn't explain it to her. Only Chen Mo coughed twice and said, Dui Chi Meng, there's actually something. I haven't announced it to the public yet. Once this matter is over, all the cultivators in Sky Patrol City will know about it. It's that the battle on Mount Quanjin has ended. Fellow Daoist 2's battle achievements are outstanding. He killed more than 40,000 sword cultivators. However, the 5,000 disciples of my sect who went to support him also sacrificed their lives. Ah? Cui Lang. Also among them? Dui Chi Meng was shocked. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She then shouted, Xiao? Junior brother Xiao Hua, also died? Xiao Hua. Qian Mo frowned. He didn't know who Xiao Hua was. Oh, Xiao Hua also died? Master Qian Lazy raised his eyebrows. His face was slightly shocked. He was a sect master. Although he knew Xiao Hua, he didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua's every move. He didn't even know that Xiao Hua participated in this battle. Xiao Hua? Heavenly Music Sect's Li Qingshu's face flashed with a trace of refreshment. However, it was followed by a trace of shame and anger. He tilted his head slightly to look at Ardent Fire Mountain's Huoping. However, Huoping's face didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if she didn't recognize Xiao Hua. If you really know how to act. Li Qingshu sneered. Don't talk about a Foundation establishment disciple. Qian Mo shook his head. His face was filled with regret. In this battle, 20 Golden Core late-stage swordsmen were killed. The scene was really tragic and heroic. No matter if it's Cui Hongshin or Xiao Hua, they are the role models of my Imperial Thunder Sect's outstanding disciples. My Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely commend and reward them. And Chen Mo, give me the name list of these 5 people. I'll get people to prepare. To be able to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and kill tens of thousands of swordsmen, this kind of merit must not be ignored. Yes, this disciple will send it to Sect Master. Chen Mo said. He activated a secret technique and gave the name list of the 5 people to Master Chen Lazy. Why are they all disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace? Master Chen Lazy was slightly stunned. This Cui Hongshin and Xiao Hua are also disciples of Helpless? This old man remembers. Master Chen Lazy didn't say anything. He turned his head and ordered the disciples beside him. Hearing that even Xiao Hua had fallen, Dui Chi Meng no longer had any doubts in her heart. Her face was deathly pale, but her mind kept flashing the sweet memories she had with Cui Hongshin. Chapter 2366. Dui Qimeng. Naturally, Qian Mo could not allow the two nascent soul stage seniors to speak. He reminded them, since Cui Hongshan has already died, it means that you have nothing to worry about now. The matter of Sky Patrol City? Daoist Qian. Tu Hong opened his mouth and said very elegantly, it's all because I didn't investigate thoroughly. I didn't expect Dao friend Dui to have such matters. As for fellow Daoist Chui's tragedy, I'm also responsible for it. In I's opinion, let's put this matter aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to consider it after fellow Daoist Dui has recovered from his grief. Furthermore, this two's golden core was also damaged during the battle at Mount Quanjin. Right now, I need to recuperate and recover as well. Oh, so it's like this. Qian Mo's gaze swept past Dui Qimeng and then back to the two nascent soul seniors. It's all because of the Great War. Shuiyu Sage sighed. He looked at Chen Lezi and then at Tu Hong. Tu Hong, when will your gold core be repaired? About 5 years should be enough. Tu Hong said after thinking for a while. Alright. Sage Shuiyu nodded and said to Chen Lezi, Cultivator Qian, it's settled then. Since Dui Qimeng no longer has any worries, let's wait for Tu Hong to repair his gold core. 5 years from now, let's hold the dual cultivation ceremony. And I have no objections. Chen Lezi glanced at the pale Dui Qimeng, who seemed to have lost her soul, and said, Poor child, 5 years is enough for her to recover a lot. Thank you, Brother Qian. Shuiyu Jinren did not want to stay in the meeting hall any longer. He stood up and cupped his hands. You're welcome. Chen Lezi returned the salute and said, This is a joyous occasion for Sentry City and Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man is also very happy. Okay. Sage Shuiyu nodded and waved his sleeves. Light flashed around him and he left the conference hall. Farewell, Daoist Shuiyu. All the golden core cultivators bowed. Only Dui Qimeng remained in a daze. Qian Mo, take good care of Dui Qimeng. Qian Lezi sighed. Don't let her go to the battlefield for the next 5 years. Yes, I understand. Of course, Qian Mo agreed. Of course, he would not dare to send a female cultivator who was going to marry into the Sky Patrol City to the battlefield. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Lezi glanced at the others and said with a smile, We've all seen your contributions, you. When Chen Lezi was about to say something, his face suddenly showed a trace of astonishment as if he was looking at something. After waiting for a while, he turned around and said with a smile, All of you can leave now. Qian Mo, I have something to ask you. This junior will take his leave. Even though Chen Lezi was speaking to Qian Mo and the others might not be able to hear them, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, all the cultivators bowed respectfully. One by one they formed hand seals and left the hall. Junior will also take her leave. Dui Qimeng finally regained her senses and bowed respectfully. Alright, Dui Qimeng, you should go back and rest. Qian Lezi nodded. It's your fortune to be able to marry a golden core cultivator from Sentry City. However, this is all up to you. If you're unwilling, I won't let you stay in Sky Patrol City. Yes, I understand. Dui Qimeng smiled bitterly. However, with two nascent soul cultivators personally speaking, she couldn't have any rebellious thoughts in her heart. Especially after Cui Hongshan had fallen. As for Qian Lezi's words, she didn't hear any other meaning at all. After Dui Qimeng left, Qian Mo then respectfully said, Regarding the incident at Jinshanquan, only 7 of our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples died. Among all the sects, we suffered the least losses. Therefore, this disciple did not personally report to the sect master. Yes, I'm not talking about this. Chen Lezi waved his hand and said, You all are at the front line and have to make your own decisions. You can't report everything to me. Yes. Qian Mo bowed, but his heart was puzzled. Have you confirmed that Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan died? Qian Lezi asked inexplicably. This disciple just heard from Tu Hong. Qian Mo was stunned. This disciple hasn't confirmed it yet. However, this disciple has already seen the video. Although there were no Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples in it, the scene was indeed tragic. The cultivators in the middle stage of Foundation establishment were killed by the swordsmen, and the 20 to 30 illusory sword cultivators were also killed by the formation. Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan shouldn't have survived. Yes, you tell me about the battle. Qian Lezi nodded. After Qian Mo told him about the formation, Qian Lezi nodded. This Tu Hong is indeed a cruel and merciless person, and also a rare talent. No wonder Shui Yu's spiritual master came personally to propose marriage. Yes. Qian Mo smiled apologetically. In addition, this disciple even thinks that Tu Hong may not be unaware of the relationship between Dui Qi Meng and Cui Hongshan. Yes, this kind of thing can't be verified by the dead. You don't need to say more. Qian Lei naturally understood. Dui Qi Meng marrying into Sky Patrol City. Qian Mo thought Qian Lei was going to say this, so he hesitated. If the sect master doesn't agree, why would this old man not agree? Qian Lei sneered. Shui Yu's spiritual master went all out to encourage his subordinates. How can this old man not give him face? Besides, isn't it just a Foundation establishment disciple? My Imperial Thunder sect even got a gold core son-in-law. Why would this old man not be happy? Sect master, what do you mean? Qian Mo was even more confused. Just now, this old man told the disciples to prepare the rewards for Cui Hongshan and the other disciples. Qian Lei said patiently. However, the disciples checked the Jade Archive Hall of Zhen Lei Palace as usual. Only then did they find that Cui Hongshan, Xiao Hua, and the other 5 people's natal spirit tablets were all intact. This doesn't seem possible, right? Qian Mo was shocked. This disciple saw with his own eyes that thousands of Dao sect disciples were killed, and even eaten by the blood disaster beast. Yes, this old man has heard of the great formation that Tu Hong set up. Qian Lei nodded. The spiritual howl of that great formation is very powerful, and even if this old man and the others went there, we wouldn't dare to break it. Moreover, that spiritual howl also isolated all divine sense so no one could see what was going on inside. Or, maybe this is why the natal spirit tablets are not damaged. At this point, Qian Lei found it hard to explain. After all, the natal spirit tablet was different from divine sense. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will go and check on the disciples of the other sects. Qian Mo nodded, but then he scratched his head. Should we inform Dui Qiming about the rewards for these 7 disciples? This naturally has to be done. Qian Lei smiled. We can't disappoint the other disciples because of some suspicions. Moreover, if they can survive, their contributions will be great, and they deserve to be rewarded. As for Dui Qiming, she doesn't need to know. From the moment Tu Hong saw her, her fate has already been decided. Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo nodded. Even if Cui Hongshan survives facing a gold core cultivator like Tu Hong, he can't compare at all. Yes, Qian Lei nodded. Shui Yu's spiritual master personally proposed marriage. How many people can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? Yes, this disciple understands. Qian Mo replied respectfully. Qian Lei waved his hand, and his figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 2367. Only Qian Mo was left standing in the meeting hall in a daze. Although today's matter was simple, it was really strange. It had nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder sect, but in the end, it fell on the Imperial Thunder sect's head. The strangest thing was that although the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect had died, their life spirit tablets were not damaged. According to Tu Hong's decisiveness in the video, such a situation would never happen. Even if they didn't die, what does it have to do with me? After thinking for a moment, Qian Mo shrugged. After all, it was only a small team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the first team only had 7 people, and they were disciples of the Thunder Palace. Compared to thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, it was nothing. Subsequently, Qian Mo secretly inquired about the other sections. Unexpectedly, all the disciples of the other sects who died in Jingquan Mountain had their life spirit tablets damaged without exception. When he reported this to Qian Lei only frowned slightly to indicate that he understood, and did not say anything else. Qian Lei did not care about this matter even if Qian Mo did not care about it. Therefore, the rewards of the 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were announced together with the rewards of the other Dao sect cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Naturally, Tu Hong's name was at the top. After all, this was killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators. It was definitely a great merit. Although the Yanxi Prefecture in Sky Patrol City would announce the results of the battle every once in a while, and the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein had become the focus of everyone's attention. However, once the Battle of the Spiritual Stone Vein in Jingquan Mountain was announced, all the other battles were overshadowed. 5,000 Dao sect cultivators. 30,000 disciples of Jingquan Mountain. 40,000 sword cultivators. Nearly 30 illusory swordsmen. Just by looking at these numbers, not to mention the illusory swordsmen, it was enough to make all the cultivators speechless. Just as the Snow Region sage said, Tu Hong's generosity was too great. So great that even he was a little surprised. These results should only be achieved after the nascent soul cultivators and illusory swordsmen came out, but Tu Hong had done it 10 years earlier. Tu Hong's name instantly swept through the entire Sky Patrol City like a hurricane. It swept through the entire 3 cultivation countries and even reached the ears of the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Above the blue lake, Lu Ruochang of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect had a look of shame and anger on his face. He coldly looked at a white-haired swordsman not far from him. The swordsman's face was somewhat similar to Ling Yunwu's. His lips were slightly pursed and he did not say a word. The swordsman also narrowed his eyes and stared at LV Ruochang. Both of their gazes were like electricity and sparks were about to fly. Ahem, a female swordsman not far from LV Ruochang was failing sword Zhuang Ruoling. Looking at the two of them, she coughed a few times and said, "Friend LV Jianyu, friend Ling Jianyu, we are all swordsmen of the sword region. At this time, we should be united against the outside world. Why do we have to exhaust ourselves here?" I don't want to either. The one called friend Ling Jianyu was Ling Moyu of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect. He was Ling Yunwu's senior brother. He sneered and said, 10 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect and the swordsmen we invited were all buried in the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin. I only said a few words and friend LV Jianyu actually gave me such a look. Why should I be nice to her? Ling Yunwu messed up the mission I gave him. He went to Mount Quanjin to look for clues. He encountered a great battle and died. It's fate. How can you blame me? Your nose is not your nose and your face is not your face. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Do you know? Ling Yunwu lost my black silk wood and sword pouch. How big of a delay did he cause? Because of this, the beast cultivator's senior Qing Feng will lose his life. Moreover, more swordsmen will lose their lives. What you said is only a possibility. Our Soaring Wind Sword Sect has already paid for this with the lives of 10 illusory swordsmen. Ling Moyu said angrily. Swordsman, there's no need to argue. The short beast cultivator, Qing Feng, said with a bitter face, swordsman Ling Yunwu died in Mount Quanjin. Presumably, the cultivator he was looking for also died. I'm afraid there's no hope for the sword pouch and black silk wood. I will go to Chestnut Valley to look for the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, LV Jianyu, I'm not black silk wood. Even if I risk my life, I won't be able to find it in a short time. You have to be prepared. The great array of Mount Quanjin is actually so terrifying? Even Senior Hua Jian can't break it at will? Maybe the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside. LV Ruochang said with a frown. Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School said with a bitter smile, it's true. I personally went to check it. The spiritual roar inside is extremely powerful. At this time, even Senior Hua Jian will be injured. Even if the sword pouch and black silk wood are inside, I'm afraid they have already been destroyed. No wonder. The conference hall of the Yanxi Mansion would send a message through a disciple. Within 10 years, everyone will hide the great array of Mount Quanjin. Wait until the spiritual roar of the great array stops, or wait for Senior Hua Jian and the nascent soul cultivators to make a move. LV Ruochang said thoughtfully, if they can handle it, why would they think of us? Yes, the cultivators of the Dao sect. I'm afraid they have some intention of delaying. Qin Jian also nodded. Anyway, we still have to pay close attention to Mount Quanjin. Alas, Senior Qing Feng, how much time do you need? LV Ruochang knew this and looked at Qing Feng again. Qing Feng was born with a bitter face. After thinking for a while, his wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. I can't be sure about this. At least a few months, at most a few years. Even, I won't get anything. Yes, I understand. LV Ruochang nodded and said to Qing Feng seriously, I'll have to trouble Senior Qing Feng with this matter. My sword domain will never forget Senior's contribution. In addition, I will also ask the sword friends of the 7 spiritual mountains to make a move. Good. Qing Feng nodded and said no more. Tu Hong. He is indeed vicious and merciless. LV Ruochang gritted her teeth. Why haven't I heard of this person before? My sword domain's warriors have mostly won in the fight for the spiritual stone mines. It was only at this Mount Quanjin that we suffered such a huge loss. close to 40,000 swordsmen. I don't even know how to explain this to the sword heads. LV Jianghu, you don't have to worry about it. Qin Jian laughed. The Dao sect's cultivators also lost close to 40,000, similar to our sword domain's losses. It's just that, it's because the sword friends of the Soaring Wind Sword sect went to help, that's why the losses were greater. Alas, that's right. LV Ruochang had to admit that if not for the matter with Ling Yunwu, she definitely wouldn't be so angry. Following which, LV Ruochang clasped her hands and said, "Brother Ling, I'm really a little anxious, please forgive me." Ling Moyu saw that LV Ruochang actually took the initiative to apologize and hurriedly returned the greeting. "My Soaring Wind Sword sect has suffered heavy losses this time. I'm also angry I was too rash." "Haha, isn't that all right?" Ruo Ling laughed. "Our sword domain swordsmen have always been honest with each other, 100 times better than the Dao sect's cultivators who scheme against each other." "That's right." Qin Jian sneered. "Tu Hong is just a golden core cultivator, I'll find an opportunity to kill him. That way, I'll be able to resolve my hatred as a swordsman." "Brother Qin, you're right." Ling Moyu shook his head and said, "It's a pity that this fellow has already entered the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and won't easily leave the Sky Patrol City. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill this fellow." "And I know. I've fought with the Dao sect's cultivators for so long, I've learned some things, I'll think of a way." Qin Jian nodded. The Battle of the Spiritual Stone Mines was just a test. However, we also know that cultivators are treacherous and cunning. In the future we still have to be more detailed in our plans. Don't let the cultivators beat us at our own game again. Lu Ruochang pondered for a moment and discussed the next step with many swordsmen. The Huan Kingdom swordsmen hated the battle at Mount Quanjin to the bone, and the battle at Mount Quanjin had attracted the attention of many swordsmen and cultivators. One must know that there were tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen's remains. There must be a lot of magical treasures left behind. If anyone could obtain some magical treasures from Mount Quanjin, it would be worth a lot of spiritual stones and e.g. Who wouldn't be jealous? But the strange thing was that the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall and the Huan Kingdom sword cultivators had issued a ban. All cultivators and sword cultivators were prohibited from entering the 100-mile radius around Mount Quanjin. Once they were discovered, they would be killed immediately. Such a ban naturally couldn't stop the greedy cultivators. Even some sword cultivators secretly went there. The city guards and sword cultivators of the Sky Patrol City had a tacit understanding, each of them patrolling different areas at different times. After killing many cultivators and sword cultivators, the number of people who went to Mount Quanjin had decreased. As for whether there were any high-level cultivators who secretly went there, that wasn't something that the patrolling disciples would know. But one thing was certain, that Mount Chuanjin's Great Array had no movement at all. If Mount Chuanjin's Great Array didn't have any movement, then no one would disturb Xiaohua's forced cultivation. However, Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley had caused a great disturbance. Today was Xiang Zhili's resting day. He was following Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian as they flew towards the sky of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiang Zhili was flying around his father and mother restlessly, and at the same time, he was asking some questions in a low voice. These questions were naturally not about his cultivation in Zhenlei Palace, but the simplified cultivation method of the dragon transformation art. The dragon transformation art was indeed broad and profound. Even someone as strong as Xue Xue had to spend a long time comprehending it under Xiaohua's guidance. How could Xiang Zhili be able to do it in one go? Usually, the little fellow was very cautious and never revealed anything. Only after he finished a day's worth of cultivation, did he go into the quiet room to comprehend and cultivate the dragon transformation art alone. The questions that he had accumulated over the past month could only be found at this time to ask his parents. Furthermore, Xiang Zhili followed Xiaohua's instructions and didn't read out the complete cultivation method to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. He only told them the parts that he didn't understand and his own comprehension and doubts, allowing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to explain. This kind of happy situation was what Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian liked the most. Not only could they watch their beloved son grow up, but they could also enjoy the happiness of family. It was really rare. However, as Xiang Zhili's cultivation of the dragon transformation art deepened, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian started to be surprised. Because Xiang Zhili's questions were becoming more and more profound, not only did they far exceed the knowledge of Qi refinement cultivators, but even more so, they far exceeded the cultivation of Dao sect cultivators. Furthermore, from Xiang Zhili's questions, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian could faintly deduce the power of the dragon transformation art after successfully cultivating it. It was definitely several times stronger than the same level of cultivation. Chapter 2368. Xiang Yang, who had always been cautious, was somewhat anxious. Occasionally he would express some thoughts in front of Yan Qinglian, wanting Xiang Zhili to stop a little and wait until Xiao Hua returned. After all, having someone to guide him was completely different from not having anyone to guide him. But Yan Qinglian was extremely confident in Xiao Hua, knowing that he would absolutely not do anything he wasn't confident in, especially when it came to her beloved son. Therefore she always disagreed with Xiang Yang's caution. Just like today, after Xiang Zhili stopped Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, his little mouth pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He activated the flying talisman and flew several zhang forward, looking left and right at the familiar scenery, even whistling the tune he had just learned. Xiang Yang transmitted his voice to Yan Qinglian. "Wife, I think it's better to let Li-Er stop a little. The thing he cultivates, even we middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators can't answer. If he continues to cultivate, won't there be a problem?" "Humph, middle-stage foundation establishment." Yan Qinglian raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "You seem to be more than middle-stage foundation establishment, right?" Yi wife also noticed. Xiang Yang had a smile on his face. "I've also caught up with you. If I cultivate bitterly for another 5 to 10 years, I'll definitely be able to accompany you into late-stage foundation establishment." "Yes, from early-stage foundation establishment to late-stage foundation establishment. Whose credit is it?" Yan Qinglian was still all smiles as she said. Xiang Yang sighed and said, "Alas, I know it's junior brother Zhao's credit, but you can't always mention junior brother Xiao every time you mention Li-Er. Admittedly, he's Li-Er's adoptive father, admittedly very powerful, but after all, he was in the middle of a great battle and wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley. Didn't you hear junior brother talk about it?" Yan Qinglian said, "Some things that Li-Er doesn't understand of course we can answer, but if we let him comprehend it himself, it'll be even better for his cultivation. The problem is..." Xiang Yang stamped his feet. "This cultivation method is overbearing and strange. Is junior brother strange? Is junior brother overbearing?" Yan Qinglian said with conviction. But the clumsy Xiang Yang was a little anxious. At this moment, several disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace flew over from the opposite side. The one in front was actually a late Golden Core stage disciple. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xiang Zhili did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly shut their mouths and stood in midair to respectfully salute. The Golden Core cultivator looked at the three of them, smiled, and raised his hand to indicate that he was leaving. What's the matter?" Xiang Yang was puzzled. "Who knows? Let's go back and ask Master." Yan Qinglian replied with a strange expression on her face. "All right." Xiang Yang scratched his head as if he didn't want to see her. In less than an hour, the cave abode was in sight. Xiang Zhili activated his flying talisman and rushed to the front. Xiang Yang opened his mouth wanting to stop Xiang Zhili, but he didn't know what to say. Yan Qinglian smiled wryly as she looked at Xiang Yang. Both of them flew towards the Immortal's cave. Xiang Zhili was the first to enter the Immortal's cave. He was still respectful as he walked quickly to Immortal's cave and bowed, saying that he had seen Grand Master. However, Immortal did not seem to be happy like before. Instead, he forced a smile on his face and asked him to stand up. Xiang Zhili felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned to salute Zhuo Minghui again, he was even more surprised. Zhuo Minghui's abdomen was slightly bulging, her face was slightly red, and there were tears in her eyes. "Greetings, Grand Master." Xiang Zhili's heart trembled. After saluting respectfully, his gaze fell on Zhuo Minghui's abdomen. There was curiosity in his clear gaze. Thus, Zhuo Minghui was even more embarrassed. Immortal's face was also slightly unnatural, but it was sometimes covered by a touch of sorrow. Then Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian entered the Immortal's cave. Obviously, they immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere in the Immortal's cave. Instantly, an extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. That's right, since the start of the war the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had also suffered casualties. Grievous news and obituaries were constantly sent back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian naturally heard about it. How could they not know when they saw their master and mistress so sad? Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian did not have time to salute and hurriedly said, "Master, is it the two junior brothers?" Then the two of them did not dare to say more. They only looked at Immortal, afraid that they would get a definite answer from him. Immortal sighed helplessly and nodded slightly. "Is it junior brother Xiao or junior brother Cui?" Xiang Yang's heart was immediately filled with sorrow, and a sense of powerlessness welled up. The two of them. He could only say two words helplessly. Seeing two of his disciples die just like that, his heart was indeed like being stabbed by a knife. Impossible. Xiang Zhili's loud voice immediately rang out. Foster father is so powerful, how could he die? This is absolutely impossible. But then, his small hand covered his mouth, and his eyes darted around as if he knew that he had revealed something. Alas! Immortal sighed helplessly and threw a jade archive in his hand to Xiang Yang, saying with a wry smile, "Not to mention Li who doesn't believe it, even your master and mistress don't believe it." The two children did not look like they died young. Especially Hong Shen, no matter how you look at it, he looks like he will become someone great in the future. But the person who sent the message was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and the message was also the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. It said that Xiao Hua and Hong Shen sacrificed themselves for righteousness and fought with sword cultivators at the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine in Century City, killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators, including more than 30 golden core sword cultivators. Sacrificed themselves for righteousness? Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. In his mind, this term did not seem to be associated with Xiao Hua. Alas, 30 golden core swordsmen ah! He sighed helplessly. Even if this old man went there, it would be impossible for him to survive, let alone Hong Shen and Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were certainly very confident in Xiao Hua, but when they heard that there were 30 golden core swordsmen, the two were also stunned. Yes, no matter how powerful Xiao Hua was, he could not be compared with golden core swordsmen, let alone 30 golden core swordsmen. When Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian saw the Jade Archive, their faces were even more ashen, and their faces were as ugly as Zhuo Minghui's. Alas, they're all dead. What's the use of this commendation order? Xiang Yang sighed and turned to walk to his chair. His footsteps were somewhat staggered, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. It's still the Heavenly Thunder Palace Master's commendation order. He said helplessly and self-deprecatingly, "I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a standard commendation order. Today, thanks to my two disciples, my horizons have been broadened. Master, no matter what, the two junior brothers have won glory for our 10,000 Thunder Valley." Yan Qinglian thought for a moment and said while suppressing her grief, "Didn't the commendation order say it? Junior brother Cui is in charge of the first team of our Heavenly Thunder sect, and has outstanding military achievements. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes." Chapter 2369. Bullshit. Helplessness cursed. What's the use of these battle merits? Only when a person is alive can there be battle merits. If a person is dead, there will naturally be no battle merits. Sigh, even the heavens don't give me a chance to breathe. Helplessness raised his head and said, "I originally wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the Golden Core realm. How can this old man still have the mood?" "Husband." Zhuo Minghui, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "Things have already come to this. Husband. You should calm down a bit." As she spoke, Zhuo Minghui's hand naturally rested on her belly. "Grandmaster, why is your belly so big?" Xiang Zhili restrained himself for a long time, but in the end he couldn't hold back and asked, "Did you eat too much?" "Hee, you child." Zhuo Minghui's face turned even redder. Yan Qinglian looked at Zhuo Minghui's bashful expression and stole a glance at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang was also a bit unnatural. Ever since helplessness and Zhuo Minghui used a secret technique to consume the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts, they rarely came to helplessness's cave. They were afraid of this kind of awkwardness. No one knew the power of the inner cores better than them. Now that Xiang Zhili asked, they could not answer. Yan Qinglian waved her hand and said, "Grandmaster is pregnant with your junior martial uncle. And it's just like when you were in mother's arms when you were young. This child is aware of this." Xiang Zhili came to a realization, but he still said casually, Grandmaster is already so old. How can you still be pregnant with Junior Martial Uncle? Junior Martial Uncle. Wouldn't he be even younger than the boy? Zhuo Minghui was so embarrassed that her face turned red like a piece of cloth. She almost wanted to fly back to the inner palace. Xiang Zhili was still smart after all. He immediately realized his inappropriate behavior and Zhuo Minghui's embarrassment. He chuckled and said, It's great that Li Er has a junior martial uncle. Li Er will definitely take good care of him and protect him well. As soon as he said that, the four of them felt their hearts ache and tears almost flowed out. Sigh, it seems like my myriad Thunder Valley is lacking in people. With Li Er, Wu Qing, Xiao Hua and Hong Shen are going. Xiang Zhili gritted his teeth and sighed. Wu Qing? Zhuo Minghui was shocked and asked curiously, Husband, is this the name you gave the child? That's right. Helplessly he nodded. Man's suffering in this world is burdened by the word, love. If he gets rid of the word love, he will be free and unfettered. Let the child be called Wu Qing. Yes. Although Zhuo Minghui was dissatisfied with the name, she had no choice but to agree reluctantly. It was easy to change the child's name. He would wait until the child was born and grew up. Where's Qi Meng? Yan Qinglian suddenly thought of something and asked. It wasn't mentioned in the reward order. I think it's fine. Zhuo Minghui replied. What a good kid. It's a pity that Hong Shen doesn't have such luck. Du Shui and Sun Shu know. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian and asked helplessly. The commendation order has just arrived. He said helplessly. I'm afraid they don't know yet. However, according to the disciple who passed down the order, the entire Imperial Thunder sect must know about it. It won't be long before they know about it. Alas, two pitiful children. Zhuo Minghui sighed again. They also have a hard life. As he spoke, helplessly suddenly raised his head and looked outside. Qian Diheng is here. Alas, this child is actually quite close to Xiao Hua. Disciple will go and welcome him. Hearing that Qian Diheng had come, helplessly got up and said. Yes, go. He is the legitimate son of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. When Xiao Hua was here, he naturally had to entertain him. Now that he's not here, we can't be rude. Helplessly waved his hand. A moment after Xiang Yang left, Qian Diheng rushed in from outside the cave like a monkey. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, Martial Uncle Helplessness, let disciple see the commendation order. Yes. Helplessness couldn't blame Qian Diheng for his rudeness. He handed the jade archive to him. Qian Diheng carefully looked at it. His face was extremely disappointed. He turned his hand and returned the jade archive to Helplessness. He scratched his head and was puzzled. Damn it, how could this guy be gone? Why didn't I feel anything? This guy had always been cautious and could run away. How could he sacrifice his life for righteousness? However, Qian Diheng muttered to himself for a moment. He looked at Helplessness and bowed. Martial Uncle Helplessness, when this junior saw the commendation order in the Heavenly Thunder Palace, this junior felt that this matter was a little strange. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. Now that I've seen the Jade Archive personally signed by the sect leader, I still feel that something is wrong. But as for the specifics, this junior couldn't say. That, in any case, Xiao Hua is this junior's brother. Although he may have left, if there's anything in the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, you can still look for this junior. And in addition, this junior had some transactions with Xiao Hua. Now that he's gone, this transaction will be handed over to the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future. Of course, it's still too early to say this. But this junior will say this first. Lest Xiao Hua, that guy, blame this junior in the underworld. Damn it. Xiao Hua is gone. How come this senior doesn't feel the slightest bit of grief? Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes. Helplessly, the others were baffled. They didn't know what Qian Diheng was talking about, so they couldn't interrupt. Qian Diheng rubbed his eyes with all his might, but there were still no tears. He could only shrug his shoulders awkwardly and say, I, Qian, have let down that guy Xiao Hua. He's gone, but this senior didn't shed a single drop of fake tears. But just as he said this, a kind of sadness suddenly emerged from his heart. An inexplicable sadness immediately filled Qian Diheng's entire body. Qian Diheng's nose suddenly turned sour, and a few drops of tears flowed out. This senior. Qian Diheng said a few words, turned around and flew out of the cave. Junior brother Qian. Xiang Yang was anxious and wanted to chase after him. Yan Qinglian grabbed Xiang Yang and said anxiously, "Where are you going?" "Junior brother Qian He." Xiang Yang was a little stunned. He pointed outside the cave as if he wanted to distinguish something. Alas, he sighed helplessly and said, "Xiaohua, that little bastard, actually made friends with Qian Diheng, a good brother who treated each other with sincerity. I really didn't expect that the playboy of the Heavenly Thunder Palace was also a true cultivator." Hearing this, Xiang Yang's face turned slightly red. When he heard the news of Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's deaths, his mind was filled with disbelief. But when it came to grief and sadness, he really didn't cry. How could he compare to Qian Diheng, who actually had tears streaming down his face? Looking at Xiang Zhili again, he was staring at Zhuo Minghui's bulging belly with his small eyes, as if he was curious about how his martial uncle, who he had never seen before, could miraculously come out from inside. As for Xiaohua's death, he didn't take it seriously at all. Alas, maybe it's because junior brother Xiao, the time he spent in the myriad Thunder Valley was too short. Xiang Yang sighed, this familial affection has also faded a lot. Thinking about this, that kind of sadness also slowly came. Xiang Yang's eyes also became a little moist. The matter of Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan slowly flashed in his mind. At this time he heard a clear voice from outside. "Qian Diheng, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red?" "Sun Shu is here." Xiang Yang immediately raised his eyes to look at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian hastily got up, and Zhuo Minghui's face became even redder. "My eyes were confused by the sand. What's wrong? Have you never been confused before?" Qian Diheng's slightly overbearing voice sounded. "Aha, senior brother Qian, don't worry too much. Xiaohua is fine." This smiling voice naturally belonged to Xue Xue. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui who were sitting on the jade chairs, or Xiang Yang who had already stood up, or even Yan Qinglian who had walked to the door to welcome them, they all showed astonishment on their faces. While they were talking, Xue Xue, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng walked in. The three of them had different expressions. Qian Diheng's eyes were red, and there was embarrassment on his face. Sun Shu's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and the deep worry on his face was difficult to erase. Looking at Xue Xue again, she had a smile on her face. Although there was a trace of worry in her eyes, there was no sorrow. Yan Qinglian welcomed the three of them into the cave. Xue Xue and Sun Shu stepped forward to greet Wu Qi and Zhuo Minghui. The two of them also very naturally saw that Zhuo Minghui was pregnant, and both of them changed into smiles to congratulate Zhuo Minghui. Zhuo Minghui lightly bit her lips, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She asked, "Xue Xue, what did you say just now?" "Xiaohua is fine." How did you know?" "Then, what about Hongshan?" "Haha, good for martial uncle Zhuo to know. This concubine and Xiaohua have some connection." Xue Xue smiled and said, "This concubine also just heard about the commendation order that was sent to Sun Lei Palace, and knew about Xiaohua and the others. But this concubine didn't feel that something had happened to Xiaohua? So, I was afraid that martial uncle Wu Qi and martial uncle Zhuo would be worried, so I hurried over with senior sister Sun to inform them. As for martial brother Cui and the others." Xue Xue hesitated and said, "This concubine doesn't know. But since Xiaohua is fine, they must be fine too. Even if something happened to them, Xiaohua wouldn't ignore it. And after all, they are the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Martial brother Xiao is the most generous to his own teammates." Sun Shu was still half believing and half doubtful, but she also agreed with absolute certainty. Wu Qi and the others smiled somewhat bitterly. Although, when Xiaohua met with danger in QC, Xue Xue knew in advance that Xiaohua would be fine. But this time was different. After all, the commendation order of the head of Heavenly Thunder Palace had already been sent out, and the situation had also been clearly explained. How could Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan possibly be alive? Wu Qi glanced at Zhuo Minghui, and the two of them suddenly understood, thinking that Xue Xue was comforting them. This concubine also doesn't really believe it. Sun Shu lightly clenched her teeth and said in a low voice, "But since martial sister Xue is martial brother Zhao's lover, perhaps she can really sense martial brother Zhao's safety?" "You can really sense it?" Qian Diheng didn't believe it. "Actually, this concubine already thought about it on the way here." Xue Xue smiled mysteriously and said, "It's very simple to prove what this concubine said. Martial uncle Wu Qi only needs to go to Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jade Archive Hall. Isn't that enough?" Chapter 2370. Oh, that's right. Chen Diheng slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong. So it's here. Why didn't I think of going to the Jade Archive Hall? After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. Without saying another word, he turned around and flew out of the cave. Xiang Yang followed Chen Diheng to have a look. Helplessness came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Yes, I'll go now. Xiang Yang's face was equally excited. He quickly caught up and flew into the sky. Martial Uncle Zhua. Shui Shui glanced at Sun Shu. Both of them walked over and chatted with Zhuo Minghui. Although they didn't talk much, Zhuo Minghui's shyness was soon gone. She even whispered to them. In just a few hours, Xiang Yang and Chen Diheng had returned. Damn it, I really shed a few tears for that guy. Chen Diheng cursed. I knew it. That guy has a long life. He won't die just like that. What? Helplessness hurriedly got up and asked, Where's Hongshan? His natal spiritual tablet. Haha, good, I know. Seeing the anxious look in the cave residence, Xiang Yang smiled and said, I followed junior brother Chen to the Zhenlei Palace and didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. The Jade Archive Hall of the Zhenlei Palace was closed at the beginning of the Sword Principle battle. Without the sect leader's personal order, no one can enter. Chen Diheng was a little resentful. Even I couldn't enter the Jade Archive Hall. Helplessness listened and his face darkened. He glared at Xiang Yang and scolded, Since you didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, why are you so happy? Master. Xiang Yang smiled apologetically, I didn't enter the Jade Archive Hall, but I saw Zhen Liang who was on duty. What did he say? Did he know that Hongshan's natal spiritual tablet was not damaged? Helplessly, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and explained, The sect leader also ordered that the disciples on duty in the Jade Archive Hall must report the situation of the natal spiritual tablet to the deacon at any time. He wanted to scold Xiang Yang, but he was too lazy to do so. After talking for so long, he still didn't know about Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua's life spirit tablets. Xiang Yang, how do you know that Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan are fine? Zhuo Minghui said with a smile. She knew that Xiang Yang was a steady person. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't be so happy. All right, teacher, mother understands. Xiang Yang said, when Zhen Liang saw that it was me and junior brother Qin, other than explaining to junior brother Qin who wanted to barge into the Jade Archive Hall, he also smiled and told me something. Zhuo Minghui asked curiously, what did Zhen Liang say? Zhen Liang said that as early as a few days ago, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had already come to the Jade Archive Hall and specifically looked at the life spirit tablets of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Moreover, they came again yesterday with the sect master's handwritten order in their hands. They had placed special restrictions on the life spirit tablets of some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Other than the sect master, no one else was allowed to look at them. Xiang Yang emphasized the words, some of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples, as if Zhen Liang was explaining. That dog. Chen Diheng curled his lips and sneered. He didn't let me in and even hinted at me from the side. If he didn't say that it was related to my brother, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Helplessly ignoring Chen Diheng, he pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Xiang Yang, are you sure that what Zhen Liang said was related to Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua? Yes, I'm sure. Then Xiang Yang told him about Zhen Qing and Xiaohua. He explained with a smile, junior brother Xiao and Zhen Qing got to know each other after a fight. If he saw that junior brother Zhao's natal spiritual tablet was damaged, he would definitely tell me secretly. What he said didn't violate the rules of the Jade Archive Hall and also told me about the two junior brothers. Yes, I understand. Helplessly sighed in relief. Zhuo Minghui and the others also looked better. However, the sect leader knew that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui didn't die, so why did he still give out the reward? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Senior brother Xiang, this is the sect leader's business. Don't make wild guesses if there's nothing important. Chen Diheng said bluntly. Then he bowed to helplessly and said, Martial uncle helplessly, since Xiaohua didn't die, what I said just now was nonsense. I still have something to do. Goodbye. Good. Xiang Yang nodded and said to Xiang Yang, help me see the guests out. No need. I'll take my leave now. Chen Diheng nodded to the crowd again, turned around and left as nimbly as when he came. This guy, Sun Shu glanced at Chen Diheng's back and said in a low voice, unless Xiaohua is here, he looks down on everyone. He won't say a word to anyone. Beside him, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said secretly, What's the meaning of this? You haven't seen how that guy messed around in the Jade Archive Hall. If it weren't for the sect leader's order, he would have really rushed into the Jade Archive Hall. Martial uncle helplessly, are you going to go into seclusion soon? Xue Xue chatted with Zhuo Minghui for a while, then raised her head and asked. Yes, this old man is planning to do so. Helplessly nodded, however this old man feels a little rushed. There are some things that I haven't prepared yet. By the way, I wonder if Martial Uncle Sun Ming is free? This old man wants to go over and have a chat with her. This is difficult. Xue Xue covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Sun Shu and said, Master is also in seclusion. She seems to be breaking through the bottleneck of the middle gold core stage. I'm afraid she can't see Martial Uncle. So it's like this. Helplessly said. Martial Uncle, don't worry. Xue Xue said with assurance, Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core this time. This junior has a premonition. Helplessly raised his eyebrows and said with some joy, Really? Of course. Xue Xue nodded and said firmly, This junior has some insignificant premonition, similar to Xiao Hua's matter. Good. Helplessly's heart suddenly felt at ease. He understood in his heart that there were countless strange people in the cultivation world. There were countless cultivators like Xue Xue who had the bloodline of the true spirit and had strange magical abilities. Since she could judge that Xiao Hua was fine one after another, then her premonition towards him shouldn't be a problem. This old woman also wants to go into seclusion in a few months. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, Xue Xue, do you think this old woman can condense the core? Xue Xue was stunned and then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhuo, it's still early for you. No matter what, you should wait until the child is a little older. This old woman has been tied up in the late stage of foundation establishment for many years. If I don't think about condensing the core now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance. Xue Xue glanced at Zhuo Minghui's abdomen and lightly bit her lips. She already faintly understood why Zhuo Minghui was pregnant. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Minghui, you worry too much. This junior thinks that Martial Uncle will definitely be able to condense the core in a few years. Really? When Zhuo Minghui heard this, her face was filled with joy like a blooming flower. Xue Xue's face also showed a trace of a smile. The north of Meng country was not yet connected to Huan country. Although it was a little cold, the wind was bleak and the rain was hitting the banana leaves. It was completely different from the cold of Huan country's world of ice and snow. In a gorgeous room there was a vermilion candlestick. On the candlestick there was a half-lit red candle. At this time the red candle still had a flame the size of a thumb. The dripping candle tears accumulated from the top of the red candle all the way to the candlestick. The flame of the candle fluttered and swayed slightly. The entire room, bright and dark, swayed. The bright and dark light shone on the vermilion bed next to it. Through the red embroidered canopy, it fell on a person. Pah! There was a soft sound as if the candle flame had exploded. At this time the person on the bed moved slightly. However, it was not this person who took the initiative. It was the person lying next to her who moved. This was a man. This was a man with strong muscles. This man was not an outsider but Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao gently got up and turned to look at the woman lying next to him. He leaned over and gently kissed the woman's cheek before standing up. Wasn't the person lying on the bed Zhang Yutong? At this time, Zhang Yutong frowned slightly and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Qingxiao, how long are you going to hide this from me? Like sleep talk, like a whisper and like a complaint, a faintly discernible voice came out from the corner of Zhang Yutong's mouth. What? In the Battle of Jinshan, 7 people from the Imperial Thunder sect died? Among them were Xiao Hua and He Chui Hongxin. In a quiet room not far from this room, Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a ferocious expression. He held a jade slip in his hand and was roaring at an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 2371. That cultivator was very surprised, but seeing Zhang Qingxiao angry, he was extremely afraid. He bowed and said, Yes. Lord Sect Master, when I received the news I didn't care, but when I saw the 2 people that Sect Master specially mentioned, I personally sent them over. In just a moment, Zhang Qingxiao had already regained her calm. She nodded and patted that cultivator's shoulder. She smiled and said, Not bad, you did well. Thank you for your praise, sect master. That cultivator was flattered. He patted his hand again and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "This disciple was afraid that Lord Sect Master had other matters, so I recorded the situation of Jinshan Quan and the map." Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. She took the jade slip and patted it again. She took out a token and smiled, "Good job, this is a reward from this sect master. Take it and receive your reward. In the future you must do such things more often." That cultivator's eyes lit up. He took the token and bowed, "Thank you, sect master, for your generous gift. This disciple will take his leave." After the disciple left, Zhang Qingxiao impatiently immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. After he read it carefully, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Stroking his chin with his hand, he whispered to himself, "Tens of thousands of swordsmen? At most it would be Liang Jian's cultivation level. Xiao Hua wouldn't be in any danger. However, if there were really 30 illusory swordsmen besieging him, damn this guy. I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat them. But the problem is, how could there be 30 illusory swordsmen besieging this guy? Even I can't see through this guy's background, how could others notice him? But on the other hand, this Tu Hong, how could he be so vicious and merciless? He actually killed 70,000 people in a big battle. Under such a big scale, Xiao Hua might really be implicated. Damn it, this guy must be meddling in other people's business and being indecisive. Instead of escaping himself, he wants to save others. No, I have to take a look." Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and finally patted her hand to keep the jade slip. She looked at the map of Jinshan Quan again and made a decision. However, just as he was about to put the jade slip away, he smirked. "Yutong, why don't you sleep a little longer? You must be tired last night. You don't have to wake up so early, do you?" However, even after Zhang Qingxiao said those words, there was still no response. "Yutong, what happened to you?" Zhang Qingxiao turned to look at Zhang Yutong. At this moment, Zhang Yutong was not wearing her sword attire. She was only wearing a silk cloth covering her body, revealing the other side of her beauty. "What's the matter now?" Zhang Yutong stared straight at Zhang Qingxiao and asked softly. "Yes, that's right. The sect master sent an order for me to go to Hung country to investigate a matter," Zhang Qingxiao said without hesitation. "You want to go to Sword Domain?" Zhang Yutong's face revealed a burst of joy. Can you take me with you?" Zhang Yutong asked timidly. Zhang Qingxiao also shook her head without hesitation. "How can that be? If the sect master finds out, I won't be able to keep my life." "Is that so?" Zhang Yutong's face revealed disappointment. However, she still said softly, "Then I understand. Go and do your work." "Yutong," Zhang Qingxiao could not bear it and comforted her. "Wait a little longer. When the sect master has forgotten about you, I will plead with the sect master. Is the sect master of Heavenly Demon Sect so easily moved?" Zhang Yutong said coldly. "Even if he has forgotten about me, as long as you mention it, won't he know? You have done so many things that he cannot tolerate." "Aren't you afraid that he will take your life?" "I'm not afraid." Zhang Qingxiao flew over and pulled Zhang Yutong into her arms. She said decisively, "For you, I am willing to give up my life." "Really?" Zhang Yutong's voice was a little misty. Her gaze fell on the roof again. "Really?" Zhang Qingxiao kissed Zhang Yutong's lips and did not forget to answer. "That's good." Zhang Yutong's eyes were a little dazed. She murmured, "As long as you are sincere to me, anything doesn't matter." Zhang Yutong's delicate body gradually heated up. Zhang Qingxiao did not understand the other meaning in Zhang Yutong's fairy tale. Dozens of days later, in the sky above Golden Spring Mountain, a pitch-black light flashed. Zhang Qingxiao's figure flashed out from the middle. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and sniffed. He sneered. As expected, the smell of blood is very strong. The Dao sect prides itself on being righteous and looks down on other cultivators. But when they kill people, they are crazier than others. These 70,000 lives, even I will hesitate for half a day. Yes, it's here. Zhang Qingxiao looked at it for a moment, and then her figure flew down from the sky and fell into the black hole that was 1,000 feet wide. However, in less than an hour, Zhang Qingxiao flew out again with a puzzled look on her face. Damn it, there is so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this array. What's shocking is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly flowing. The spiritual energy is violent and chaotic. Even my demonic sense and divine sense cannot penetrate it. Junior brother Xiao. If you really fell into it, you would have died long ago. Sai, if you die, my Qiuyin Lu will also have no chance. My life will belong to someone else sooner or later. How can you die? Then a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. His hands moved, but he hesitated and did not hit the ground. Junior brother Xiao, it's not that I don't want to save you. I will risk my life and destroy this array now. Chapter 2372. Someone's coming. Zhang Qingxiao raised her eyebrows and kept the long banner. With a flash of her body as though she was tearing the void apart, she disappeared into the black hole. Not long after, she saw a few Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators sneakily flying over. Similarly, they landed in the black hole and used all sorts of secret techniques in an attempt to break the array. If you guys can break it, even I would be laughing. Zhang Qingxiao popped out half of her head to take a look and sneered, "It's your fortune if you guys can't break it. If you do, the first ones to lose your lives will be you guys." Following which, the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth twitched again. She stretched out her hand and took out dozens of fireball talismans and threw them into the air. Rumble. A loud sound was heard and Zhang Qingxiao's voice screamed again, "Someone is stealing Spring Jinshan Spirit Stones. Someone is stealing Spring Jinshan Spirit Stones. Quick, let's go take a look." From afar, a group of 6th grade swordsmen were patrolling. Hearing the commotion at Spring Jinshan, they immediately flew over on their swords. As for the few Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators in the black hole, they all rushed out from the hole with a black face. Using their spiritual senses, they saw many swordsmen flying over and were all shocked. Without saying anything, they scattered and fled in all directions like stray dogs. Haha, Zhang Qingxiao had already flown far away. Seeing the group of Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators being chased, she laughed so hard that she clutched her stomach and fell into the air. She laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Time passed very quickly. Day after day, month after month. Closing one's eyes and opening one's eyes would be a night. Opening one's eyes and closing one's eyes would be a day. Sometimes, after closing one's eyes, one would not be able to open them again. Sometimes, even if one opened one's eyes, one would not be able to see the next day's sun. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. The war between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators continued to expand. The flames of war burned the borders of Huan country, Shi country and Meng country. Sometimes, it would penetrate deep into Huan country, sometimes it would penetrate deep into Shi country and Meng country. Furthermore, just like in the previous battles, the Dao sect was overwhelmed at the start and was not prepared enough. Under the deliberate planning of the sword cultivators, they were always at a disadvantage. However, as the cultivators gradually gained a foothold and adapted to the attacks of the sword cultivators, especially when they were even more shameless than the sword cultivators, this disadvantage was reversed. Both sides were once again in a stalemate. This stalemate was very similar to the glue between lovers. Wherever there were cultivators, there would definitely be swordsmen. And wherever there were swordsmen, there would definitely be cultivators. During this period, there were several famous battles, and both sides had their victories and defeats. However, these big battles were not as loud as the battle at Golden Spring Mountain, nor were the casualties as heavy as the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall, in terms of cultivation, were all outstanding. But in terms of military strategy, how could they be Tu Hong's opponent? Even if they were to stack up, they would not be able to match up to Tu Hong. In these few battles, the victories were all due to Tu Hong's planning. The losses were all due to Tu Hong's compromises. Tu Hong's position in the meeting hall was getting more and more important. The so-called daily duty was just a figurehead. Almost all the key military affairs, the Golden Core cultivators on duty would seek Tu Hong's opinion. Without his opinion, the hearts of the Golden Core cultivators would be empty. Although these Golden Core cultivators were filled with jealousy, but they had no choice. Seeing the rise of Tu Hong, Imperial Thunder Sect's Chen Mo was happy. Because Tu Hong's attitude towards him was obviously different from the other cultivators. Tu Hong was cautious and respectful, subtly raising Chen Mo by half a head. Chen Mo naturally knew what Tu Hong was thinking. Moreover, the 5-year agreement between Imperial Thunder Sect and Sky Patrol City was coming to an end. Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony was already on the agenda. In these 5 years, Dui Qiming did not participate in any battles. She had always been meditating in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. The place where she, Ming Mao and Dui Ling lived was still the same as before. As time passed, Ming Mao and Dui Ling returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only Dui Qiming lived alone in the secluded place. Tu Hong often came to visit and informed her of the battles in Sky Patrol City. Dui Qiming was still reserved at first, but gradually she accepted it. Now that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to be held, Dui Qiming was considering whether to move to Tu Hong's residence. According to Qian Mo's observation at the very beginning, Dui Qiming was still a little gloomy. She would always secretly cry, but as time passed, her tears turned into lamentation, and lamentation turned into hidden bitterness. In the end, the bitterness disappeared, leaving behind only a faint contemplation on her brows. This faint contemplation showed Dui Qiming's temperament, making it easier for people to feel tender affection for her. Hee time? It's the world's best healing spirit pill. No matter if it's the physical body or the heart, it's always effective. Qian Mo couldn't help but praise Tu Hong's brilliance in his heart. Everything in Sky Patrol City and Sword Domain could not change the grand array of Golden Spring Mountain. As the battle spread, the cultivators and swordsmen seemed to have forgotten about Golden Spring Mountain. They also seemed to have forgotten about the flying swords and treasures of the tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators within the Grand Array. The Grand Array of Golden Spring Mountain seemed to have become a huge mystery buried deep under Golden Spring Mountain. It would only be revealed 10 years later when the nascent soul cultivators entered the battle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that within this unsolvable mystery, there was a fierce Xiaohua. In these 5 years he cultivated with all his might, refining the almost endless heaven and earth spiritual qi, constantly avoiding the fate of being destroyed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi at any time. As Xiaohua cultivated bitterly, as Xiaohua was struck by the spirit qi again and again, his cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. At this time he was already close to the peak of Foundation Establishment late stage. Although Ling Yunwu and the other 12 swordsmen transformed into 12 flying swords, the 7 stars grand array that imprisoned Xiaohua still existed. And because Ling Yunwu and the other swordsmen transformed into flying swords, the power of imprisonment was even stronger and tighter. Of course, with the passage of time, although the power of imprisonment did not weaken, under Xiaohua's cultivation of Foundation Establishment late stage, it had already loosened. In the end, when Xiaohua was already able to resist the attacks of the spirit qi, he even tried to break the 7 stars grand array. However, Xiaohua only dabbled in it and did not really use his full strength. After all, to be so quiet, or to be forced to cultivate by the spirit qi, to Xiaohua, was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. He almost wanted to condense his core or absorb all the spirit qi in the grand array before coming out of seclusion. After all, Xiaohua was clear in his heart that the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi he needed for cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. The green spirit pill he used to advance from Foundation Establishment late stage to Foundation Establishment late stage was probably enough for a nascent soul cultivator to advance from initial stage to intermediate stage. It would be a waste if he did not take advantage of such a great opportunity. However, since entering the peak of Foundation Establishment late stage, Xiaohua could no longer cultivate in peace. It was like a small thorn in his heart. It was not big, but it made him uncomfortable. If he paid attention to it, he could not find any trace of it at all. Is it possible that there is another cause and effect? Or is it because I can't condense my core without Lingli pill? Xiaohua was not very surprised. Although this feeling was not as strong as when he was looking for in Sentry City, it was obvious that there was another cause and effect waiting for Xiaohua to resolve. He could no longer stay here to cultivate. Forget it. Xiaohua opened his eyes, turned his neck and secretly said, "My seclusion, well, it's a real seclusion of death. I'm afraid that the Masters of Thunder controlling sect will think that I and others have died. Oh, it's bad, isn't it?" Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that it was not a big deal for him to cultivate in seclusion, but wouldn't the Thunder controlling sect and the myriad Thunder Valley be turned upside down? Wouldn't Shui be sad? Even if Hongxia Fairy heard it, she would also be sad. Well, it's this kind of cause and effect. Xiaohua nodded, and his divine thoughts swept through the phoenix celestial body that wrapped his whole body. At this time, the celestial body was more than 100 feet larger, reaching more than 400 feet. Inside the celestial body, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had condensed into a needle-like crystal pillar. It was surrounded by the netherworld wind, and there was a layer of ink sand on it. These crystal thorns were extremely small, and they rotated at a high speed. Hundreds of thousands of crystal thorns clustered together, forming a funnel-shaped vortex. These vortexes were densely packed, and there were countless of them, covering the phoenix celestial body. However, if one took a closer look, there were still some patterns. There were 132 million small areas, and each area revolved around an imaginary point. These 132 million small crystal spikes revolved in the same pattern, and the pace of their rotation was also the same. However, under the impact of the spirit howl, these 132 million crystal thorns slowly rotated within the phoenix celestial body. Xiao Hua used his primordial spirit to sense the changes in the celestial body, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, where did this incomplete jade slip come from to the Dawn Rain continent? This is obviously not the path of cultivation of the Tao sect. If one looks at the rotation of these 132 million crystal thorns, it is actually somewhat similar to the star Tao of the Shenkong Pavilion. It's a pity that this cultivation technique is incomplete, and the space for improvement is limited. As for how far this celestial body can cultivate in the future, it will depend on this young master's luck. What does this young master lack? Maybe spirit stones, maybe pills, maybe cultivation techniques, but what about luck? This young master has never lacked anything. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of the auspicious jade talisman that he kept close to his body. However, since this cultivation technique needs to be cleansed with spiritual energy at the beginning, the threshold is really too high. If I want to cultivate in the future, I'm afraid that the conditions will be even more terrible, right? This kind of thing that scares this young master to death, it's better not to come to it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.